Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku Had a Harem of Heroines and Lovers story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now, sit back, relax, and let's jump into the story. Izuku Midoriya took a deep breath as he sat down on the comfortable chair his host had prepared for him. He looked around. The UA broadcast room was a relatively small space, and it hadn't been used for a long time. With Principal Nezu being able to make all his announcements from his office, this one had been just collecting dust, until his host had taken over. "Hello Midoriya," the familiar voice said, as the girl that had invited him inside the room walked in. Even now, at 18 in his final year of high school, Midoriya wasn't tall, standing at around 175 centimeters and probably bound to stop there. Still, he was much taller than Kinoko Komori, the brown-haired short girl from 1B that passed by him and walked up to the broadcasting equipment. The girl's expression betrayed a bit of the mischief she showed normally only during training. For some reason, Midoriya noticed. The glow in her eyes, usually hidden behind her long bangs, reminded Izuku of some of their most recent joint training, when Komori had showed off quite well how much she had grown. She was also really cute, Izuku found himself thinking. Her soft cheeks, her nice body and her mischievous smile really complemented her looks. "So, Midoriya," she said, turning back around, "are you ready? This is gonna be the first broadcast of the new UA show from future idol hero Komori. Having the savior of Japan on it will be a great start." Izuku nodded. He understood that, with graduation less than 6 months away, everyone in the third year was gearing up for what came next. In his case, it meant preparing to take over as the #1 hero. In Komori's case, since she was going to be an idol hero, it meant preparing for her future as one of the faces of heroism, a face that would go on to appear on radio show, commercials, TV, and so on. It was an important job, especially after the Paranormal Liberation War just a year and a half in the past, since rebuilding trust in the hero community also meant showing their nicer side. "Midoriya, I'm glad you put so much thought in my show, but I think you need to relax," Komori said. Izuku paused, and then sighed. "I was talking out loud, wasn't I?" "Yes you were," she said with a chuckle, before patting his head. "Come on, this isn't going to be anything too serious. As the future #1, you are going to get far more aggressive interviews than a schoolmates." "I know," Izuku sighed. "I just like to pretend I won't have to deal with them." Komori hummed, walking behind his chair, towards the door. "Why don't we start with a dummy interview then?" she asked, staying out of sight. Izuku made to turn, but she stopped him. "Nope. Turn the other way, mister. Face toward the embassy and pretend I'm sitting in front of you. There are a few things I need to prepare. Now, first question," she said, speaking still from behind him. Izuku wondered distractedly what she was doing. As far as he knew, behind him was just the door and a small bookshelf. Maybe she had put some notes for the interview in it, he figured. "Introduce yourself." "I'm Izuku Midoriya, also known as the brave hero Deku." Izuku responded by reflex. "I'm 18 years old and a student at UA, though I'm about to graduate." There was a clack from behind Izuku, and he realized Komori had closed the door. He wondered what that was about, then decided it probably was just to not compromise the audio. "Great. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. So, tell us, how has your time since the war been?" "Pretty great. With Shigaraki and All for One defeated, we managed to round up all the other villains." "Well, almost. Himiko Toga escaped and has been in hiding since. But aside from that, I meant you, Midoriya. Personally. How are you doing since the war? Anything new in your life?" she asked, and Izuku heard another clack, the sound of the key locking the door. He frowned, but then shook his head. It wasn't like Komori might have been doing anything bad. She probably just locked it to make sure no one would accidentally walk in and ruin the interview. "Not really. Just a lot of normal things, you know. School, patrols, friends, girlfriends." Komori asked, a curious tone in her voice, almost expectant. "No, not really. I've never dated a girl actually." He leaned back in the chair. I guess I just didn't think there was much time. School is a priority, as is hero work. What about your Araka? Komori asked. There was a weird rustling now, a sound Izuku couldn't place quite so well. She was probably just scrolling through the books in the bookshelf, he decided. Ochiko. I mean, she is a great friend. I wouldn't say no if she wanted to be more, but I personally have never looked at her that way. That way, Komori's voice had grown closer now, he noticed, and the rustling had stopped. A pair of hands landed on his shoulder, gently stroking them in a comforting manner, though feeling Komori's touch made Izuku blush a bit. Her hands were light and gentle though, so he let her be. Out of curiosity, does that mean you have never even kissed a girl? It's he stammered. I didn't really. Can we change question? Sure. She said, her voice now closer than ever. Izuku felt her breath by his ear, his face turning redder and redder. Komori leaned in, almost whispering the follow-up question, do you think I'm attractive? He paused. It's just teasing Izuku, it's just teasing. I think you are. He said. God, he had stopped stuttering years ago, why was she still making him? Kinoko chuckled and the follow-up question was breathed into his ear next, sending a shiver down Izuku's spine. What do you think of casual secretary? Izuku asked. Just a curiosity. She said. Izuku felt his heart explode in his chest. Calm down Midoriya, she is just having fun. Calm down, calm down. I guess if everyone is clear on it being casual there is no problem. He said, why did you go in this direction Komori? For the interview I mean. Komori chuckled, and Izuku felt her hands trail down his shoulder, tracing first his arms and then his sides, trailing up and down as a heat creeped up through Izuku's body. A certain part of him, that had somehow done its best to hold on, started growing, his breaths feeling tighter by the second. He gulped. No, this couldn't be what he thought it was. Are you uncomfortable Izuku? Komori asked, her voice more serious than before, though still breathy. I know I'm being a bit touchy today. If you want me to stop, you just have to say the word. It's not unpleasant, he mumbled. Good. She said, so, Midoriya, next question. Komori's hands trailed upward, slowly and sensually following the line of his muscles underneath his shirt, tracking his abs through the clothing and then following his sternum up to the neck, where both hands closed around the knot of his tie, beginning to undo it. Izuku felt his heartbeat like a drum. What do you think I'm doing? Izuku's heartbeat skyrocketed, and he could feel between his legs a tightness unlike anything he had ever felt before. I think you want to have secretary. He managed to stutter out. Oh God, I said it, what if she was just teasing? Will she get angry? But she is doing this, right? What if? The tie fell to the ground, and Izuku watched the hands move to take away his gray jacket and then reach for the first button in his shirt. That forced Komori to lean in more forward, since she was still behind him. Sitting on the chair, Izuku was actually shorter than she was, so Komori could put her head to rest on his shoulder, getting a view from above of everything going on down, from Izuku's red face and gasping breath to the clear tent in his breath. Izuku, on the other hand, could feel something else. Something soft and fleshy behind his back, something that he could identify but couldn't believe was there. Next question, she said, moving her head again down, as her hands moved the same way. The fleshy feeling behind Izuku's head vanished, though he was now acutely aware of her head to his right. Do you want to try new things, Izuku? Why me? Izuku asked. Muscular, nice-looking, kind, heroic. There is a lot to love here. Komori replied without hesitation. She accompanied that by having her hands stop, one final button of Izuku's shirt still tied, making both hands pass over Izuku's now bare chest, Izuku trembling at the contact of the fingers with his bare skin. Now answer the question, Izuku. He felt the sultriness she put in his name now, like she was already savoring something. Do you want to try new things? Or do you want me to stop? One word, and this will have never happened. Izuku gulped. What could he say? He didn't want it to stop. Nothing had happened yet, and he already wanted it to continue forever. The thought of what would come next had goosebumps run up and down his arms. Images of Kinoko's body were flashing through his mind. The round cheeks, the mischievous smile, the inquisitive eyes, the thick legs, and were then accompanied by his imagination filling the dots of what everything else could look like. The soft BRSs were a thing, he had already felt them behind his back, but how did she feel? Was everything as soft? He managed to whisper out an answer, "Please. Please continue, all right." Kinoko said, lifting her head from his shoulder, "Then turn your head to your right, Midoriya." He did as instructed, and his face met Komori's. She was standing to his right, completely naked, leaning slightly forward, and Izuku felt his world explode. He could see her supple BRST, his eyes roaming on them for a few heartbeats, hypnotized by her perky nipples before he found the courage to go lower, only for a hand to reach his chin and gently make him look back at Komori's face instead. Now, Midoriya," she said, her voice betraying her longing, "there is an order for this kind of thing. We start with a kiss." Izuku saw what was coming, but it still hit him before he was fully ready. Komori's mouth met his, the luscious lips feeling soft and tender against his. He had expected that, but he hadn't expected what Komori did next. He felt her tongue enter his mouth, the French kiss only deepening as Komori's right hand held him in. His tongue wrestled with hers. He was messy and unprepared, but the look on Komori's face said she didn't mind, so Izuku continued, the tongues intermingling, the kiss somehow deepening even more with each passing second. Izuku's hands roamed forward, finding Komori's back, feeling his hands brush against the bare skin. She giggled and leaned further in, before raising her leg to par over Izuku's. Without breaking the kiss, Komori sat on his lap and leaned forward even more, her lithe yet soft body weighing nothing as the BRSs came to rest against his pecs. It was a tornado of feelings Izuku had never felt before, an assault of pure bliss from every imaginable front. For what felt like hours, but might have been just seconds, they stayed there, Izuku burning and floating in the stream of sensations. Her soft BRSTs against his chest. Their tongues intertwining. The light weight of her body. The smooth skin of her back. His PP and her PP only separated by a few pieces of cloth, straddling one another as Izuku and Komori softly breathed and moved. When the kiss ended, Izuku realized he was breathless, and could almost hear the roaring longing for more. Komori grinned, and he knew she knew. He knew she had won. He knew they were going all the way. Her hands closed around the last of his buttons and tore it open, almost breaking it. She smiled, leaning forward but not for a kiss, just to whisper again in his ear, and her voice had a breathless tone, a mix of excitement and elation. "Arms up, Izuku," she said, and Izuku's hands all but shot up, letting her take off his shirt. Then, she moved closer, her hips pushing her forward, and Izuku letting out a as her PP straddled his PP through his breathes. Komori smiled, and pushed both hands under her BRSTs, as if to lift them up. "They are yours, Izuku. Show me that you love them," she said. Izuku's hands shot up. He had never touched a woman's BRST before, and it seemed his hands were eager to correct the mistake. He started by completely enveloping both BRSTs, one in each hand, almost afraid to do anything else, but then something took over, a primal instinct that told him to do more, to be deserving of the bliss he was feeling. He squeezed gently, and Komori let out a soft gasp. That broke his hesitation. His hands started to gently massage Komori's bosom, driven by nothing but what could only be described as instinct. He explored every recess of her chest, every part of her skin, as Komori let out soft gasps that fed Izuku's courage, a burning longing that pushed his fingers toward the nipples. He started massaging them, one finger passing over each, and Komori gasped and let out a few soft shuffling in his lap, his PP feeling her weight and making Izuku back in pleasure and longing. Without realizing it, his mouth found his way to her left BRT, and Komori let out a far louder as Izuku's tongue started to do what his finger had been before. Keep going," she said, before again. "Keep going, Izuku." Izuku didn't need to be told. He kept French kissing the NPL, all while his left hand massaged her right BRST. His left hand, unable to do the same, found Komori's flank, then her back, and then trailed down towards her but, closing around it as if making do for the BRST he couldn't hold. As Izuku did this, Komori ummed more and more, and as she did so she kept moving over his lap, over the tent in Izuku's breathes, making Izuku in turn. "Kiss me," she whispered. Izuku obeyed, his mouth letting go the BST, but instead of just instantly kissing her he started making his way up, peppering kisses over her chest and neck all the while, as if his mouth couldn't bear to spend more than a fraction of a second away from Komori's skin. When he finally reached her mouth, the short girl leaned forward, their mouths once again crashing down on each other in what couldn't be described as just French kissing, but more pure, unadulterated tongue-fing. Izuku's hands roamed her body just as Komori's roamed his. Sometimes the hands would stop to grasp her soft butt or her delicate BRSTs, sometimes they would hold her cheeks and gently push her further into his mouth. Komori's hand went the opposite way, making their way down as they traced Izuku's chest and abs, then down his pelvis to his belt. When Izuku felt her fumble with it, he looked up, and let go for a second. "Hey, are you sure?" he asked, with me. "And no one else?" Komori whispered back, just as her hands managed to open the belt. With a triumphant smile and an ecstatic giggle, she pushed herself back, leaving behind a trail of pee-pee juice on his breathes that somehow managed to make Izuku even more excited. He had done that, he told himself, just as Komori gestured for him to stand up. She had kneeled, and he knew what was coming next, if she liked what she was, his heart thumping like a jackhammer as Komori pulled down his breathes and underwear in one movement. Izuku's pee-pee stood tall and proud. He was above average, that much he knew, but he had never seen it quite so big, not even when he masturbated on the best material he could find. Komori's face was red as she breathed. "Mine," she whispered, "my mushroom." She leaned forward, and her hands grasped at Izuku's pee-pee, one holding the while the other rested on his ball sack. It was an indescribable sensation. Izuku's body was so alert that he could feel every subtle shift of Komori's hand, every small movement of her finger on his pee-pee. Then she started to slide his, and Izuku lost it, umming as Komori's right hand moved up and down his length and her left hand massaged the ball. It was a dual assault that made Izuku whimper and gasp. It couldn't last much longer, and he felt his body quiver as his orgasm mounted. "Komori, I'm going to..." "Yes, Izuku, do it," she said, starting to slide him more energetically. Her hand pumped his pee-pee, the other hand abandoning the ball to join in on the up and down as he breathed and ummed over and over, until with a mighty gasp he released, white cum spurting out of his pee-pee and covering Komori's face and BRSS. The girl giggled. "So messy," she said, "look what you did." I will have to clean it up, won't I?" she asked, the sheer sultriness in her voice making Izuku turn bright red. Komori's hands started moving over every strand of cum, and each time she would lift them and, without hesitation, take them into her mouth. "Do you like it, Izuku?" she asked after the first. "Do you like covering me with your mushroom spores, painting me white and watching me eat them all? Do you want to feed me more?" she asked, each word hammering home that she wanted more, each word making Izuku want to give her more. "My mouth wants you, Izuku. There is still so much we can do, so much I can show you, so much I can make you feel," his pee-pee responded. Before his brain had even really processed what was going on, which to be fair wasn't easy when most of your mind is occupied devouring every centimeter of the naked girl in front of you with your eyes, his pee-pee heard those words and decided that refractory PRD was for losers. It stood back up as Izuku watched hypnotized Komori devour the last strand of cum and then shuffle a step closer, finding herself face to face with his pee-pee. "Hello, my sweet mushroom, aren't you eager?" she murmured. "Let's see how you taste." Her tongue like the tip of his pee-pee, then circled the head. When Izuku let out another gasp, Komori led her tongue down a trail of saliva following it before she liked back up. She smiled at him, and then her mouth closed on his pee-pee. Izuku gasped, and almost shouted as Komori's head started going up and down, deep-throating his pee-pee all the way. One of her hands was down between her legs, fingering her pee-pee, while the other dragged Izuku's hands, one at a time, on her head. Izuku didn't need further instructions as he started to move. The only sounds in the room for a long while were Izuku's gasps and the rhythmic sound of Komori's throat as the two future heroes let themselves be devoured by the torrent of emotions they were feeling. At one point, Izuku felt Komori shiver and looked down to see her PP erupt in a rain of juices, before she renewed her efforts on his PP, her pace growing frantic and making his grow the same, her free hand reaching behind him, grasping his butt cheek and pushing it forward, as if to say she could take more, she would take more. Throaty mmms and breathed gasps, two sets of sounds resounded in unison, both sides sharing the same wish, the same primal urge to mate. Finally, Izuku lost it. Entirely out of instinct, he felt his 𝐒𝐽 mount and dragged Komori in, pushing her towards the base of his PP as with an almighty he let out a second stream of cum, the white liquid bursting through forward into Komori's throat. Izuku felt liquid puddle under his feet, when had he even taken off his shoes? At some point during the whole HNDJB, he supposed, since both them, his socks and his breathes and underwear were haphazardly thrown in a corner, and watched Komori's hungry look as she swallowed his load, before finally pushing herself off his PP with a loud pop that betrayed just how much she had held onto his PP. She liked her lips, taking in the last of his cum, and shakily stood back up, a trail of PP juice raining down her legs as she did so. Izuku thought they were finished, honestly. This was already the best day of his life, and he didn't think there was anything to make it better, until Komori stumbled toward her desk, pushed aside haphazardly the mics, recorders and broadcasting console, some falling on the floor, others leaning on the edge, and leaned forward herself, lifting her butt up. Both hands trailed down to the side of her PP and held it wide open, letting Izuku peer into the pink depths. "Come," she said, and Izuku's PP once again obeyed. He wasn't sure if it was the result of one for all powering up his stamina, or just a sheer indication of how much he wanted this, but his PP stood up at full mast in a matter of seconds as Izuku, almost growling, stepped forward and leaned forward behind Komori. His hands followed her back, and he felt her quiver in anticipation. "Are you ready?" he asked, one last time, as he lined his PP up to her gushing PP. "Yes," she whispered. Izuku leaned forward slowly, knowing full well from what second he had that doing it all at once would only hurt. The folds of her PP opened and Izuku felt in heaven as the head of his PP made its way into her watery depths. It felt warm and liquid, like a hot bath if the bath was given by an angel. "Is this good?" he asked. "Yes," she repeated, letting the word out in a humming grunt. He pushed forward more, until he was inside. He didn't know if Komori would want him to bottom out, and wasn't sure where that was, so instead he started to move back and forth, letting himself drown in the sensation of her folds, her PP closing on his PP like a vice as he moved in and out, in and out, in and out. Now they were a concert of mmms. "Yes, Izuku. Yes, Izuku. Yes, Izuku." Komori started to repeat, "Take me. I'm yours. Fill me. Pour it in me. Give it to me. Yes. Yes. Please. Keep going. So soft." Izuku hummed back, more. I love it. More. So warm. His hands found her BRSs, and she hemmed as they grasped onto them, resuming the previous massage. "Please. More. Forever. More. More." She shouted, "𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐥. More Izuku. Faster. Kinoko." He shouted back, accelerating, "Kinoko. Kinoko. Yes. Kinoko." His mouth let out what was unmistakably a growl as he pushed forward again and again, accelerating, "You are so soft. I want to feel you more. Yes. Yes. More. Give it to me. Fill me. Pour it in me. Come on. Come on." They kept shouting, humming, and gasping, the world around them completely gone safe for Izuku's and Komori's depths, including the mic on the floor and the red light shining from it. XXXXXXXX more. More. Izuku. Izuku. Give it to me. Kinoko. Kinoko. Yes. Take it. Take it. UA was in a bit of a panic right now, and it was the most awkward panic they had ever been in. The broadcasting system had suddenly turned on, and everyone had looked up, expecting an announcement from the principal. Only to be greeted by a very, very different sound. It wasn't every day that the voices of the savior of Japan and a girl clearly having sex resonated through every corridor and class in UA. Luckily, only the third years were at school that day, thanks to the first and second years being busy with the practical midterm exams and the provisional license exam respectively, but that didn't change the fact that there was still a lot of people hearing the concert of MMMs, shouts and gasps. Some loved it, girls wondering what it would be like to be in Komori's place and boys wondering if they had missed out ignoring Komori too much just because she was shorter. Some, they are still going. A girl from general course shouted, doing her best to pretend she wasn't awkwardly holding her legs shut, "It's been 15 minutes. Why aren't the teachers doing anything?" Another said, XXXXXXXX. As it turned out, the teachers were doing something. They were trying to decide who would do something. "It's your class." Present MIC shouted, pointing his finger at Vlad King. Every glass in the teacher's lounge shuddered as his quirk slightly activated. "It's your broadcasting equipment." Vlad King fired back, "Also, it's Aizawa's class too," he said, pointing at Aizawa. Aizawa, however, had locked himself in his sleeping bag, pulling the zipper all the way up to his head and adamantly refusing to even entertain the conversation. Vlad King glared at the BSA. "WL, it's also a DSPLN problem, so it should fall to Hound Dog. It's his day off." Snipe pointed out. "Then it's time for his substitute. Right, ectoplasm?" he asked, turning toward the math teacher. Said math teacher turned into a puddle of ectoplasm, revealing he had been a clone all along. Or at least, from the moment the broadcast had started. "That son of a beach." "Well, if it's a problem, I will go," Midnight said, only for Snipe to grab her wrist. "How about no, lass? We need someone to end," he gestured vaguely at the air, still resonating with the grunts, shouts and gasps that they had been expecting, "this, not join in." Snipe. With a student. I would never. Everyone stared at her. It was one time. On graduation day. And with Mirio. Have you seen Mirio? His biceps have biceps. I'm not made of stone. No, you are made of corny, now sit your butt down. Snipe replied. Midnight grumbled. Why don't you go, Snipe? Vlad King asked. Why don't you go, Vlad? Tuche. Well, it seems there is only one way to solve this. Vlad said, looking at MIC. MIC looked around. The air tensed. Well, it tensed as much as it could, considering the sounds of Izuku and Komori going at it was still blasting at full volume. Shotgun not. Vlad King shouted. Not me. Present MIC shouted. Not me. Yagi, who had been sitting at his desk with his face buried in his hands, managed to shout. Not me. A muffled shout erupted from inside the sleeping bag. Not me. Ectoplasm shouted, all but darting into the room. Not me. Snipe shouted. How had he lost at shotgun and wait a minute. 13 didn't say no. 13, who until then had been watching a video on her phone, earbuds at full blast, suddenly looked up to see everyone stare at her. Confused, she took off one. Is something wrong? What the heck? XXXXXXXX. Yes. 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 Komori shouted. Kinoko. Kinoko. Izuku shouted back, it's time. I can't. Come. Do it. Inside. Do it. Had he been in full control of his mental faculties, Izuku would have at least asked if she was sure, but right now the entirety of his mind was occupied with the image and the feeling of Komori's body. The continued slamming of his body against hers produced a rhythmic sound that bounced in his ears, accompanied by the lustful gasp of a girl he didn't even know wanted him until half an hour before. But now he wanted her, he wanted to take her, he wanted to make sure she felt full. And so, with a loud groan, Izuku finally let go, just as Komori shrieked, orgasm sinking in a way Izuku had always assumed was reserved to fiction. He felt his cum fill her insides and then gush out, her fluids bursting against his pelvis. It went on for what felt like an almost interminable, oh-so-sweet time. before finally it subsided. They breathed against one another, sweat trailing down their brows, as they exchanged another lustful kiss and leaned against one another, drunk on each other's skin. For a moment, it all was quiet. And then the door of the room was literally vacuumed out of existence, before a woman in a space suit burst in. Izuku had never seen 13 angry, he realized, as two eyes that flashed like supernovas glared at them. "You two are in so much trouble," she shouted. Izuku gulped. "The whole school," Izuku shouted, sitting in the teacher lounge. He had been given time to put his clothes back on, of course, though there was no hiding the liquid trail that Komori's juices had left on his breathes, along with the pre-cum that had leaked from his underwear onto it, the disheveled clothes, the sweat still trailing down his face, and the unmistakable smell of secretary. Komori was in a similar situation, though having taken off her clothes sooner they were in a better condition. Not exactly the best situation to be in, when he was surrounded by the judging stare of the entire faculty. "Yes, young Midoriya, the whole school," All Might said, shaking his head. If there ever was a picture of mortified put on a dictionary, it would have been Izuku's face in that moment. Everything. The last 20 minutes. Midnight said, the only one among the faculty members that wasn't glaring. In fact, her smile was almost too wide, and Izuku watched her tongue lap at her lips. "Why, I didn't expect that much stamina. How many times did you go?" "He came 4 times. Komori said proudly, only to remember a second later that she was supposed to not be happy about it and going back to look unconvincingly. "Did he?" Midnight liked her lips, looking at him like he was a snack. "Nice result for a first-timer, Midoriya." The woman shouted as Aizawa dragged her out of the room by the nape of her neck like a misbehaving cat. "You can't silence the truth, Aizawa. Midoriya has potential. He needs to cultivate it," she shouted as she was dragged out. "Why do we let that woman be a member of the faculty again?" Ectoplasm asked. "Because Nezu thinks it's funny," Snipe replied, before turning to the pair of teens. "Now lad, we have to give you a punishment, you get that, right?" The 2 teens nodded, and Vlad King pinched the bridge of his nose. "First of all, are you dating?" They both shook their head. It was just a casual fling. They nodded this time. "All right. Well, you are both confined to your dorms for the next week. No leaving unless an emergency happens. And no seeing each other in private. Komori, you are also revoked the right to use the broadcast room for the next month. You will also both have to take a sec ed class." He noticed Izuku's eyes widen. "Yes, we heard you not using a condom, Midoriya. And we are fairly convinced that this was your idea, Komori." Midoriya blushed, and even Komori looked away. "Yeah, turns out taking decisions in the heat of the moment isn't a good idea." Izuku was sure she had the pill ready, but still, he felt like an idiot for doing what he did. He had cream-pied her, after all. Images of her naked body at the CLMX of bliss flashed before his eyes, and he shook his head to push them back. Is there something else?" he asked. "Well, a warning that if something like this happens again, we will have to take harsher measures, but this was an accident, so we don't expect repeats. Aizawa also told me to inform you that if it does happen again you are expelled for giving him psychological trauma, by the way." Izuku gulped. "And All Might is gonna give you the talk now." Vlad King finished, and not for the first time since the beginning of the conversation Izuku felt the need to sink into the ground as he looked at All Might, who showed a skeletal grin. The rest of the teachers left, Vlad directing Komori to see Recovery Girl and make sure she took the pill quickly. Izuku and All Might looked at each other, before All Might grabbed his chair, turned it around, and lounged comfortably forward, over the back. "So, you had sec for the first time?" he started, and Izuku could tell from the SHT-eating grin on his mentor's face that he was going to have a lot of fun at his expenses. Izuku's wish to sink into the ground only grew. "XXXXXXXX, I'm really sorry." The message from Komori read, "I should have noticed." Izuku sent back a message saying that he should have too, so there was no need to apologize. They had talked a bit between the day before and today, mostly clarifying that this was a casual thing, though Komori did hint she'd like a repeat eventually, something that had Izuku feel all kinds of things, and that they weren't dating or anything. Izuku hadn't expected otherwise, so as he leaned down into his bed he found himself just staring at the ceiling. He had secretary. For the first time in his life, he had secretary. That was, wow. He had secretary. With an appealing girl. That had initiated it. Izuku felt himself heat up as he closed his eyes. He could still feel her under his hands, the warmness of her body, the soft breasts and the hard, perky nipples. Without noticing, his hand moved to his pelvis, inching closer to the PP as he remembered the sensation of her tongue trailing its way under his PP, or the watery depths of her quivering PP. His whole body still felt electric. He wanted to stand up and do something. Or do someone. His brain told him, and for once instead of correcting it, Izuku just sighed. Yeah, like that would happen again. Maybe Komori would decide to go for another round, but she had been clear this was for fun and he wouldn't try to push her. His male classmates, aside from snickering a bit when he walked back in the dorms the first time, and Mineta and Kaminari calling him traitor before they were unceremoniously dragged off by Zero, had mostly taken what happened in stride. Of course, Ida had given him an earful, but that much was expected, considering what Izuku and Komori had very accidentally done, and in a way even expected. The girls, on the other hand, Uraraka turned bright red every time she looked at him, even if she tried to sound normal. Yamomo could barely string two sentences together while making eye contact before having to look away. Tsuyu just straight up looked away every time she talked to him, and Ashido on the contrary stared at him intently whenever he was within eyesight. The only two that acted normally were Gyro and Hagakure, and he wasn't sure if the latter really was acting normal or was just hard to read as usual. He was still thinking about it when he heard a knock at the door. Looking out of the window, he realized just how late at night it was, and wondered who it could be at this hour. Usually, on a school day, most of his classmates were either spending the night studying or sleeping. As he walked to the door, he noticed a letter on the floor. Picking it up and turning it around, he checked for any signature, but there were none. When he opened the door, no one was outside. Closing it against behind him, he curiously opened the letter. Dear Izuku, he read in a whisper, I would like to talk to you. Since it's a very private conversation, please come to the unused female dorms on the second floor at 10 p.m. tonight. I'll be waiting in room signed. He frowned. Whoever wrote the letter had either forgotten or decided at the last second to not write their name. He tried to recognize the messy writing, and all he could really tell was that it wasn't Mina's since her handwriting was even messier. It's probably something about what happened yesterday. Izuku decided, whoever it is, I hope they aren't too harsh. I really didn't mean to. XXXXXXXX. The second floor on the girls' side was empty. The girls had been divided across the 4 floors, but since there were only 6 of them it didn't make sense to leave 2 alone. For that reason, the second floor had never been used. It was kept clean, but it basically served no purpose. Wearing a white shirt stamped with shirt and his shorts, Izuku grabbed the handle of the door of the second room. Normally, since he didn't have the key, it should have remained closed, but this time instead it opened. Taking a deep breath, he walked in. The room was lit by the light of an electric lantern, and as he looked at it he saw who was holding it. Or what? A detached hand held up the lamp. Izuku had a moment to take it in, before a voice spoke up from behind him. Greenie. Guess who it is? The voice asked, and Izuku felt the rustle of clothing against clothing as someone grabbed him from behind, a pair of slender arms coming to rest on his shoulders. The slender arms of a girl that was leaning against his back. Izuku saw locks of green hair, darker than his own, land on the side of his face. 𝐻𝐻𝐿? Izuku asked. The girl behind him chuckled, not moving from the position she was in. Izuku realized, mildly shocked, that this was the second time in 2 days that he had a girl stand like this behind him. There is no way, there is no way, there is no way, there is no thing way. Oh, you remember me, Greenie. I'm shocked. 𝐻𝐻𝐿, you paired with me every time in joint training for the last year. At this point I know you better than some of the girls in my class. Izuku said, hiding the smile creeping to his cheeks. How nice. She said, and I told you to call me Setsuna, Greenie. But then again, I hear from Tsuyu that you took a long time to use her name there too. I just don't know you that well, 𝐶. There we go. So, Greenie. I hear you had quite the big adventure with Komori. The detached hand meanwhile put the lamp to rest on a drawer to the right of Izuku, near the door. At the same time, he heard the door close behind them. The locks were automatic, but Setsuna tossed the key next to the lamp right after, well in Izuku's reach. I think everyone heard that, unfortunately. And it wasn't that big. Oh, Komori gave quite the enthusiastic review on that front. I hear someone is packing, she said. Her hand started to trail small circles on Izuku's chest, and Izuku gulped. "So, Setsuna, what are you doing here?" "I wonder," she said, leaning forward. "What do you think, Greenie?" Wait. You can't be. Izuku struggled to come up with what to say. There was no way that in a few days 2 different girls were coming on to him. Not girls this appealing, not when he was so average. Oh, sure, he saved Japan, but he didn't look that good, right? Setsuna chuckled. You know, Greenie, I'm a bit different from Kinoko. She is interested in you for a once-in-a-while thing. I respect that. But me? I have other ideas. You do? Izuku asked. I do. Her chin came to rest on his shoulder. I've been watching you, Greenie. Since the end of the war, since you took down Shigaraki, I've had an interest in you. See, can I ask why? Oh, Greenie. Lots of reasons. First of all, there is this cutie of a face, she said, as her left hand detached at the wrist and passed seductively against Izuku's face. The freckles, the hair that fit just right with it, those nice green orbs of yours. Her hand trailed up to his hair, grabbing a lock and stroking it lightly. Thanks, very well kept. If you ever feel like changing hairstyle, I can give you tips. She chuckled, and her other hand detached, this time floating up to his shoulder, before descending down his arm, tracing the sign of his muscles under the shirt. And then there are these. I won't pretend you have the biggest guns in the class, though I hear you might have the biggest gun down there, she chuckled, but yours are definitely the right size. Her left hand trailed down his face, tracing his abs under the shirt. Look at this. You are built, Greenie. Izuku gulped, glancing to his right. Setsuna met his eyes, and offered one of her smiles. That's Greenie. I'm not done. The hands went back up, trailing something different. The scars under his shirt, those on his arms, those on his hands, and then, the heroism. The daring bravery. I'm a hero in training, Greenie. Did you really think I wouldn't feel attracted to heroes? And you are the biggest in Japan. She chuckled. I wonder how true that is, down there. She added in a stuck whisper. Izuku gulped, as the hands descended toward his pelvis, though they stopped at the belt, trailing his hip bone as they teased to descend further. And do you know what entices me more than anything? What? The potential. You are the future #1. You are going to be the greatest hero of my generation, and I don't want to be just a side character in your story, Greenie. I want to be there as the main girl. You want to, yes. But not the only one. You know, Greenie, you are really popular. I know people, friends and not, that would be devastated by me keeping you all for myself. She chuckled, leaning even closer, her hot breath in his ear. So why would I? Izuku's heart was thumping in his chest. What did she mean? Why you want to share me? Greenie, you aren't an object. You are a man. She chuckled. You are the man I like. I don't want to share you. I want you to get what is yours. And mine. Girls, Greenie. She whispered, not 1 or 2. 10. Dozens. 100. How many do you want? But it could never happen. Oh, it could. She whispered, you and me together, dozens of girlfriends for each of us. Does the idea entice you, Izuku? She asked, her voice growing from the whispers to sultry breathes, her hands now moving closer, past the belt and toward the tent in his breathes. Imagine it, Izuku. You'd wake up in the morning, and you'd be in bed with every girl we know. You, me and them, a happy family ready to fulfill our sultriest dreams. The hands started to move up and down his tent, stroking the shape of his PP hiding in his breathes through the breathes. 𝐻𝐸𝐽, I see you like the idea, she said, and Izuku saw a smile creep through her face as she traced his length through the clothes. How delightful. It seems Kinoko lied to me, she said. You feel a lot larger than life. It's a nice fantasy, he said, breathing a bit. Setsuna Tokuge. Setsuna Tokuge wanted to be his girlfriend. Was that what she was saying? Setsuna. The image of her hero costume, the adherent blue scales, flashed in his mind. Time spent together during joint trainings, time Setsuna spent laughing with him and teasing him. Was it really more than teasing? It's not a fantasy, Izuku. I wouldn't tease you, she said, as if she was reading his mind. You can have it all. The the girlfriends, children if you want. Your popularity, your attractiveness, your personality. You are a chick magnet that isn't living up to his potential, Izuku. A diamond in the rough, and I want to polish you. Her mischievous smile grew. Tell me, Izuku. If you had any choice, out of any girl in your class, who would you choose as your second girlfriend, after myself? If you could take any girl right now, who would you choose? Izuku gulped. His mind wandered, unavoidably driven to the girls in his class in a SXL way he would have never admitted came to his mind before. Uraraka, his first and best friend, her well-proportioned body so soft to the touch. Tsuyu, her athletic lithe physique. Yaoyorozu's almost infamous BRSTS. The slender body of Gyro that Mineta had so ignorantly badmouthed years ago. Mina's toned physique of a dancer and a fighter. Toru's hidden treasures. Hard to choose. Or just, hard? Setsuna asked, her hands still moving up and down his tent, his PP twitching through his breathes. Why not them all then, Izuku? Imagine all of them on a large bed, waiting for you. Ochako is leaning against Tsuyu, her BRSD bouncing with every eager breath against the smooth skin of our green-haired friend. Her hands were still going, still driving Izuku insane even as her words entered his heating mind. Momo and Mina are waiting, legs spread. What is more inviting, you reckon, their pink valleys, Momo's soft mountains, or Mina's tone behind? You can discover them all. And Gyro. Oh, Gyro. Might not have the biggest assets, but isn't that attractive in its own way? Her perky nipples standing up as she eagerly waits her turn next to 𝐻𝐸𝐽, her body made visible not by clothing, but by the wetness between her legs. Izuku ummed as the hands kept moving against his PP as he couldn't help but imagine the scene. Come on. It can't, it can, Izuku. I can help you, if you want. I like girls more than boys, anyway. I don't mind polishing you into a stud, if you'll let me be by your side. I've always wanted to lay into bed naked, surrounded by BRSTS and appealing faces. Am I just a way to get that dream, Setsuna? Setsuna paused, her hands stopping, though not moving away. Izuku, if I thought you were just a tool, I would have sooner split myself for good than ever entered this room. I like you, Izuku. I like you a lot. I've realized that in the last year. Are you against the idea of us being polygamous? I propose it because I think you'd enjoy it and I know I would. I know we would. We would have girlfriends, and then we could spice it up with other girls, women that aren't interested in a serious relationship but in a one-time thing. Isn't that her appealing future filled with love? Izuku gulped. She was honest, he could tell. She wanted him to be happy and thought that would make him. She liked him, and she liked even more the idea of a future where they and their lovers were all together. And what did Izuku wanted? He wasn't against the idea. He was curious, actually. Eager. He felt the tent in his breathes throb. Boy, he was eager. Do you think you can like me, Izuku? Setsuna asked. And that question made Izuku find his resolve. Or maybe it just pushed him over the edge, toward the inviting future Setsuna was painting. Without hesitating any longer, Izuku turned suddenly, grabbed Setsuna's surprised face, and led her mouth into a kiss, trying to replicate what Komori had done to him, since it was the only way he knew. Setsuna's surprise faded just as his tongue slipped past her teeth. He had expected the fangs to be sharp and pointy, but to his surprise they felt dull, like a human canine. He was right past her teeth when he felt Setsuna's tongue rush in the opposite direction, and when the two touched a discharge of electricity rushed through his back, a shiver arching back. MMH. Izuku. So forward, Setsuna emmed, as their tongues interlocked. Komori taught you well. Setsuna, he emmed back, and he felt something tugging at his breathes. Looking down, he saw the hands fighting against his belt, and then at Setsuna's eyes. Are you sure? He asked, stopping the kiss for the briefest of moment. He waited for a second, the time for her to nod, and he leaned in again, Setsuna letting out a short laugh before she dove in too, their mouths meeting again. Izuku's hand trailed down her back, and she deepened the kiss as he felt her shiver through her clothes. Take them off. She whispered, when they stopped to breath, take off my clothes. See what's underneath. She said, and Izuku gulped, looking down. His belt had given way, but the hands now were seductively avoiding his breaths, instead slowly trailing up to grab the hem of his shirts, but first, hands up. Setsuna continued. He obeyed, and the hands shot upward, his shirt launched toward the sky, leaving his muscles and scars exposed to see. Setsuna grinned. Now that's something Itsuka will want to dive into. She whispered just loud enough Izuku heard her, and he gulped, imagining Itsuka next to Setsuna, his already active imagination sharpened by the promise of the future Setsuna spoke of. Emnich, someone like that. She said, first, earn it. Izuku didn't stop. He noticed idly that Setsuna was in her school uniform, minus the red tie and the shoes. Had she snuck in their dorms after school and waited in there until then? She must have, considering the letter was delivered to his door. Izuku grabbed the first button of the shirt and pulled it open, his eyes trailing down the triangle of skin and the exposed chest. Another button went, and Izuku saw the green lace BR, just covering enough it couldn't be called indecent but certainly not covering more than strictly necessary. Button after button went, until Setsuna let him take off the shirt entirely. Izuku had a second to take in the full sight of her almost naked upper body when the almost vanished. With a snap, the BR was opened by one of Setsuna's hand, the other still busy trailing up and down Izuku's chest and abs. Izuku's eyes fell toward her BRSTS instantly. They were smaller than Komori's, but that didn't make them any less attractive. Setsuna grinned, let's make this more comfortable. Izuku hadn't even realized he was with his back toward the bed until Setsuna pushed him back, making him land on the mattress. He noticed that there were sheets, which meant Setsuna had carried those in as well. In another, less artsy mood, he would have asked how she did it without being noticed, but in this situation he couldn't give less of a DM, and especially when Setsuna leaned against him, her BRSTS against his chest, her puffy nipples trailing against his hardened muscles. Izuku dragged her in for another kiss, and as he did he felt her arm lock behind him, closing in and hug she reciprocated, even as her hand, he could feel it, weren't there. Instead, he felt a pull at his breathes, and then the cling of his belt as it and the breathes both hit the floor as one. Izuku didn't need guidance to know what he was supposed to do. His hand reached the hem of Setsuna's skirt and pushed against it, not letting go the kiss. The girl emmed excitedly and her hands helped him toss the skirt away, bumping lightly on the floor. In that moment, Izuku felt the wetness. Setsuna was leaking like a fountain. Izuku, she whispered, luckily recognizing what he had noticed, want to try something? Izuku nodded, and Setsuna let go off the kiss. Her head detached and with a happy giggle rolled down the bed, reaching his breathes and bumping against it. At the same time, another part appeared above his face, and Izuku watched in the leaking panties and lithe thighs of Setsuna's lower body. It was definitely something only she could do. Her midriff still holding him in a SNSL hug, hands trailing up and down his body. But the only thing calling for Izuku's right now was her glistening PP, hidden behind a semi-transparent piece of lacy fabric. Izuku's hand shot up and Setsuna laughed as Izuku pulled off her panties. Yes, Izuku, she said, do it. Izuku dragged her in, and his tongue met her leaking vagina. A shiver rushed through Setsuna's whole body, and Izuku went in. It was his first time, but much as it ashamed him to admit it, he had checked out earlier during the day, before the letter, how he was supposed to do it. It was for Komori at the time, for her suggestion of a next time. but as it turned out it became relevant much sooner than intended. Setsuna let out a mmm as Izuku's tongue traced her VLVA and then descended on her LB. It tasted weird, but in that moment it felt like the taste of the goddess. He was sure it was sloppy and far from perfect. Even as his tongue searched for the 𝐶𝐿Ts, he knew he was supposed to STMLT to give Setsuna a real good time. Meanwhile, he felt his boxers fall down his legs and his PP stand up, a whistle accompanying the sight before a chuckle followed. The carpet matches the drape, Setsuna mused, her voice letting go into a mmm for a moment as Izuku's tongue finally found its target. A second later, he felt a kiss on his PP, and it was his turn to shiver, even before a tongue started to trail its way up and down his PP. Unlike Komori, who had almost immediately dove in, Setsuna took her time, his anticipation growing as her tongue lapped on his PP, covering every inch of saliva. Pre-cum rolled out of his tip, only for Setsuna to like it up, tracing circular rounds around the tip of his PP. Izuku, however, wasn't going to stop. He had come this far, and he wasn't going to stop now. His tongue latched onto the 𝐶𝐿Ts and started to swirl. Izuku! Setsuna shouted, why you are a natural? Izuku didn't respond, too busy letting his senses be filled by the taste and smell of her pelvis, by the sight of her shivering skin, by the feeling of her legs, but Setsuna was ready, finally diving in. Izuku was in heaven. Setsuna's head bobbed up and down his PP, all while more and more 𝐿 leaked on his face. Her middle body was still stroking against him, and Izuku realized in that moment what she was doing. Can you see it now, Izuku? She asked, stopping to bob her head up and down only for it to be replaced by her hands. One girl on your face, one girl on your chest, two girls on your PP. Or more, so many more. I'm a one-girl org, but I can't compete with a real one. Izuku could see it. The thighs atop him, belonging to a girl. The melons and abdomen stroking against his chest, belonging to another. And the head and hands of different girls taking care of him. It was an image from his wildest dreams, but Setsuna was making it real with nothing but her quirk and skills. The hips in his arms started to move back and forth against his face, the legs closing on his head and neck on both sides. Down at his pelvis, Setsuna's head was bobbing faster now, his tip rhythmically bouncing against the inner part of her cheeks. She was moving messily, her mind aroused by Izuku's liking and her own stroking. Izuku's hands moved, one upward and one forward. The first headed for Setsuna's damp region, searching as the two fingers entered and exited, and he still lapped on her 𝐶𝐿Ts, making Setsuna mmm in pleasure. Meanwhile, the other slid Setsuna's hair, not pushing her but accompanying each move. The muffled mmms of both sides reached a high-pitch fever as they accelerated their respective rhythm, until with a yell Setsuna came. Not a second later, the smell of 𝐿 that invaded Izuku's nostrils pushed him over the edge, and Setsuna let go just in time to get her face covered in cum. She smiled, My, Izuku, you are amazing. She ummed, her chest heaving up and down against his body. Thank you, Setsuna. Izuku said, breathing as well, before he saw the lower body above his head suddenly fly off and reattach itself to the rest, the head landing last. Izuku gulped, realizing where this was going as he felt the dripping of the 𝐿 he had just caused over his throbbing PP. It was already back up, proving to him, if anything needed to, that one for all was definitely influencing his stamina. Setsuna. I want you inside me, Izuku. She said, gulping excitedly, her legs one on each side of his body as she prepared to mount him. I want you to feel me, I want you to know how much I like you. I don't have, I know. Don't care. I have the pill. She grinned, lowering herself until she was right above his PP, so close Izuku's tip could feel the heat of her womanhood. Can I? Izuku breathed in, feeling the disbelief of the situation fade away. Was this a dream? Was he about to wake up all sweaty in his bed? Was he? Yes. He said, cutting off that train of thought. Setsuna's hips fell down on his PP, slapping against his own pelvis, the girl standing in a reverse cowgirl position. As she fell and his PP entered her PP, the girl shouted, her back arching back and her mouth opening, tongue lolling out and eyes rolling back. She took a long second, and Izuku stroked her legs. "You are so big," she murmured, gulping. "I feel so full already," she grinned, "and I love it." She pushed herself back up, and fell down on his PP again, Izuku feeling the indescribable bliss of being allowed inside Setsuna's body. He stroked her legs, gasping as Setsuna found her rhythm and started to move up and down, up and down. After a few minutes, Izuku couldn't resist anymore. His hands grabbed Setsuna's neck and dragged her down into another kiss. The girl returned it eagerly, humming as she kept going up and down, the loud, wet sound of her toned behind slapping against his pelvis resonating in the room as they went at it, minutes passing by as the searing hot feeling of one another occupied their entire universe. Izuku's hand roamed all over Setsuna's back. Through her hair, over her breasts. She let go the kiss with a breathe as Izuku took hold of her melons and started to toy with her nipples, fingers closing on both, teasing them, stroking them, lightly pulling them, and started to them louder and louder. "Yes. Yes. More. Setsuna. Setsuna." Izuku shouted, opening his palms to grope both her breasts. "Aya. Aya. Aya. Itsuku." She shouted, as each slap of her hips brought her closer and closer and closer to the edge. Izuku had thought Komori was a screamer, but it turned out, Setsuna was far, far more. As she bounced up and down over his lap, each hit accompanied by the slap of her butt and thighs on his flanks and legs, she screamed loudly. "Setsuna." The sound, he muttered, his brain briefly waking to realize there was no way no one was hearing this. "The room is insonorized." She shouted, "They insonorized this side of the DD Dome for Gyro Sake. Momo Tua told me. I see can't be as low as I want." She hugged him tightly, her fingertips closing on his skin, like the "I love it. F me. Destroy me. Yesh. Yeesh." She shouted, as she slammed down even harder, each slap accompanied by Izuku's own loud mmms that fused and crossed with Setsuna's own. Suddenly, Setsuna dove in for another kiss, their lips slamming against one another, their tongues intertwining, Izuku smelling the RSNG smell of her skin, a mix of sweat, oil and the perfume she had on before, and he felt his own lust only grow, his PP somehow managing to get even harder, causing Setsuna to suddenly at the feeling, "Izuku, I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming." Izuku felt her walls tighten around his PP. Setsuna. So tight. He shouted, feeling himself fall over the edge. I. Izuku felt her walls tighten around his PP. Setsuna. So tight. He shouted, I. Do it. Do it, Izuku. Seal the deal. Make me yours. She dove down one final time, his PP sheeting itself perfectly in her vagina, and with a final scream of pure bliss, they both came at once. A rain of vaginal fluid splattered all over Izuku's pelvis, even as Setsuna's inside were filled to the brim with his cum. They both breathed, Izuku bringing the back of his fist to his face and feeling his mouth open in the largest smile he had ever felt. On his lap, still sitting, Setsuna looked down, a smile growing on her own face, breathing slowly before she stumbled to the side, a trail of cum connecting his PP to her vagina as she collapsed on the bed next to him. That was, Izuku breathed, that was, awesome. Yes. He said, turning to look at her, her green eyes meeting his as they found themselves face to face lying on the bed, but, Setsuna. Are you Izuku Midoriya, do not finish that sentence or so help me I will toss you out of the window. I would float. Izuku pointed out. As he said that, he felt a weird impression, some sort of wave of surprise, confusion and annoyance. Even a bit of lust. What was that about? Smartus. Setsuna replied, before putting a hand on his face, cupping his cheek, and driving him in for another kiss. A far more chaste one, but one that undoubtedly felt a lot less corny. Izuku almost felt bad for going with the tongue thing earlier, but in his defense his experience in kisses had started and ended with Komori's very, very aggressive teaching. He let Setsuna guide him as their lips smacked against one another, his heart thumping in his chest until Setsuna let go. So, are you always this corny or did I get lucky? I. I don't know. Everything is normal, then I get in a seki situation and bam. ASWCH? Ah. Well, I certainly don't mind. She said with a grin, and the other girls won't either, I'm sure. Are you still sure about that? Only if you are. Setsuna said immediately, you want to go the monogamy route. I can do that, man. Frankly, getting to date you is already a win. Butte. Yeah, if I have the choice. Izuku chuckled, corny lizard. Hey, I've seen you look at Tsuyu's, but man, you aren't any less corny, you just hide it better. To see it, you had to be watching. Oh, I was. The rib butt is the rib butt. Setsuna said. You don't look away from the rib butt. Izuku agreed, nodding sagely. You most certainly don't. Set, his girlfriend said with a grin, and that's why I want you and I to tap that. We shall conquer the rib butt or die trying. When they will ask, why did they tap that butt, we will answer because it was there. Izuku snorted again, then he looked away. I guess it could be nice. All Might said a lot of things yesterday, but he did say that he can't really stop me from experimenting, since in his younger days he was a bit wild. No. Yep. Izuku said, popping the P, I'm talking I had 15 girlfriends in the US wild. They all broke up when he came back to Japan though. Said it was too dangerous with all for one at large, but AFO isn't a problem anymore. Setsuna said, you can have me. Us. Wow, plural already. I have only one girlfriend right now, last time I checked. You also have Komori. She isn't interested in a relationship, just casual secretary. Setsuna sighed, sure. So what? We can have sec with her together. Sounds like a nice 3A and 3B bonding exercise. Oh. Izuku looked up at the ceiling, you know, I never thought this would happen to me. So you are just fine with me having sec with other girls? She shrugged, know what, put it like this. If they offer and you can do it, jump in, so long as you either offer to take them as your girlfriends or they say yes to having a round with me and both of us at the most convenient time. Izuku stared at her, that seems really scuffed in my favor. Well, I might also like the idea of my boyfriend being such a stud every girl in a certain radius can't help but fall for his. Deku. She said with a grin, makes it exciting to know I got the girlfriend title first. And now, she leaned forward, her fingers touching her PP and finding the leaking cum, I should do something about this. Like what? Izuku started to ask, only for Setsuna's pelvis to detach from her body and land on her face, where she started eagerly lapping at her own PP, the question stuck on his lips. Her smirk told him she knew exactly what she was doing. For a moment he was convinced another gasp beside his own sounded in the room, but then decided it was probably Setsuna. Watching Setsuna like her own vagina clean had some effect down under, unfortunately, little Izuku deciding he felt up for another round, and Setsuna didn't miss that, one of her hands landing down there and beginning to JRK off her new boyfriend. Izuku gulped, and she paused her liking to chuckle. Say, one last question. Do you think I can take a couple pictures? XXXXXXXX. The 3B girls group chat was usually very silent at night, since nothing much happened. That night it was no different, until a photo arrived. In it, Setsuna, her face covered in cum, was leaning against a large PP, still half irked and surrounded by dark green hair that made it very clear who it belonged to, especially after Komori's retelling from earlier in the day, with a short text below. Guess who got the Deku beaches? That's right, Lizardy over here is getting greened. A second picture of her kissing the PP, that was now growing again, and you could be next. Up for it. A third picture, the PP now at full mast as she liked its base, the size next to her face showing just what Izuku was packing, just make sure to hurry. You might have competition. Not many girls slept well that night. There were a lot of thoughts in their heads. Very, very sultry thoughts. Izuku checked the phone as he walked out of the shower, covered with his towel and quickly heading upstairs to change. Hello Midoriya, Yirozu's message read, I know this week must have been difficult, given you had to study on your own. I know that Ochako, Ida, and Todoroki provided you with some of their study material, but I wanted you to know that if you need help, we can meet up for a study session. We'd have to use my room, since the living room is occupied by Mina's study group and, well, you probably need a different approach. Is it fine in 2 hours? Izuku had answered positively, of course. It was nice of Yorozu to offer, and since he was still grounded until the day after, it wasn't like he had much to do. So he had agreed and gone take a shower, since he knew he smelled after studying and exercising in his room for the last few hours. He put on a pair of boxer, then moved to select his shirt. Try the shirt that says Parker. A voice behind him said, rippling in sarcasm, it's a real head-turner. Izuku yelped and turned around to find Setsuna's disembodied head resting on his bed. Most people would have been at least mildly concerned at the sight of their girlfriend's decapitated head, but Izuku's girlfriend wasn't most people. Izuku just scoffed, watching as the head rotated in midair to underscore the terrible joke. That pun was terrible. As are your shirts, Izuku. Setsuna said, before grinning, but I'm not here to criticize your hardly existing fashion sense. Just wanted to let you know that I got the reservation at that restaurant for tomorrow night. Izuku's smile grew at that. Our first date, Setsuna grinned, do I get a reward for being such a good girlfriend? Izuku chuckled and leaned in, kissing her. Setsuna blushed a bit at that. You are getting bolder. She noted. Someone has been very clear that I needed to learn, and very eager to teach. Eagerness returned by that someone student. Or do I have to assume that you haven't had fun in the past 5 days? She grinned. Say, speaking of eagerness, why don't you reward me in a different way? She asked, lapping her lips seductively. I can't, Setsuna. I have to be upstairs in 20 minutes. Izuku replied, much as the growing tent in his breaths disagreed. I can be faster. We both know, from the past week of experience, that you can't. You'll get too much into it, send over your pelvis, and then someone else will get too much into it. Setsuna replied with a grin, I don't even know what your classmates think you are doing. Izuku coughed in his fist. He would never admit that the morning before Mineta had offered him a bottle of lube saying that it's itchy on the hand if you don't lubricate it enough. He would take that to his grave. But what the F was he supposed to do? He had the only girlfriend in the world that can sect while sending her mouth over to give you a BLWJB or her pelvis for a quickie. You aren't exactly inconspicuous either. He said, grabbing a simple grey shirt that was in good conditions. Kaminari and Zero swear they saw in the sky an UFB flying wobblily away from the dorm. UFB. Unidentified flying butt. Izuku replied, and Setsuna let out a raucous laughter. And I'm sure I can't imagine why the flying was wobbly. Izuku blushed deeply. So maybe he was getting a bit carried away. Oh, he was exercising and studying as hard as usual, but, well, there was a big but T now in his life. Oh God, I just made a butt joke in my head. PVV, I wanna hear it. Setsuna said. Nah, I think I'll take it to my grave. Izuku said, before turning around, how do I look? He had a grey shirt on, one that looked almost new, and black short briefs that worked enough. I mean, to go upstairs. Pretty good. What's up, gaming session with Bakugo and his Dudebros? No, that's on Monday night. Izuku replied. Kaminari would rue last Monday, when he dared pick All Might for Ultimate Hero Fight 6 and proceeded to destroy Izuku's Kamu Woods. No, I am going up to study with Yorozu. Setsuna gasped, let's go. Girlfriend number 2. She shouted, send pictures and make sure she understands I'm going to get my turn. What? No, I'm going to study. Setsuna snorted, sure, and you were going to an interview with Komori and to have a talk with me. Izuku, you are gonna have sec with Yorozu. This isn't even a maybe. It's already a miracle if she doesn't open the door in a lingerie and drags you in. You are being ridiculous. Yorozu isn't going to do anything lewd, let alone secretary. She is the most ladylike of the 3A girls. Yeah, sure. Believe that if you will. It's always the quiet ones, Izuku, remember that. The only question is if she is more of a dom or a sub. The Gap Mo dictates she should be a top given how shy she acts, but if she was a sub that would balance things well. Alright, this conversation is going places. I'm going upstairs and proving to you that Yorozu isn't like that. Cool. I'll change our reservation for tomorrow night so we have a table for 3. Get her tiger. SCK those melons Izuku. Setsuna shouted as he opened the door, making him freeze on the door. Slowly, Emma and Tokoyami's door opened. The two stared at him, wide-eyed. Please don't tell anyone. Emma made the gesture of closing his mouth with a zipper, while Tokoyami just shook his head, murmured something about even the flesh of the strongest heroes being weak to the temptations of the underworld and locked his door behind him, not before Dark Shadow could give Izuku a thumbs up and a wink. Izuku shook his head as he closed his own door and made his way to the elevators and then upstairs. Yorozu in a lingerie, as if. Just because she had invited him, alone, on a day when most of the people in the dorm were out, to her room when normally she took people to study downstairs because most of her room was occupied by her bed, almost out of the blue, just a few days after, by Setsuna's admission, she had sent their pictures together to 3B that most likely would share it with their friends. And a day after he had seen Itsuka Kendo in the dorm talk excitedly with you. Wait a minute, he stopped his hand. An inch from knocking at the door. The door opened anyway. Yorozu was not in a lingerie, and that was everything Izuku would tell Setsuna about that part. No reason to discuss the fact that she was wearing only her panties and long black socks. Why, he tried to say, his eyes having a hard time deciding if they cared more about her burning hot face or her exposed biases. See, come in, she said, with a slight bow as she moved aside, and then took a deep breath. Izuku. Izuku gulped. XXXXXXXX. If anyone ever asked Izuku what was one of the weirdest situations he had ever found himself into, he would have probably mentioned sitting on a fluffy, giant bed that filled most of the cramped room, next to a girl that had invited him in while wearing only a pair of panties and socks and yet now was doing her best to look at anything that wasn't him, with her face a deep crimson. Alright, so maybe Izuku was also a bit distracted by her large melons being in full display, but he felt he could be forgiven his copious staring at her inverted nipples and large areolas, well, not incredibly large, but still the largest he had seen outside a PC, on the ground that it was Momo that had decided to open the door like that and was doing nothing to cover them. The silence stretched on for an eternity, Yorozu clearly unable to decide what to say and Izuku unsure of what he could say. Finally, though, he had enough. "So, do you want to be your girlfriend?" "Yes," she managed to say, before covering her mouth. Izuku gulped. Since when? Momo put her hand on her knees, gripping the tight cloth and accidentally emphasizing her thick thighs. Izuku's brain was trying really hard to focus on her words and not the display, but his eyes really weren't cooperating. "I've liked you for a while," she finally managed to say. "Oh. Since the war then?" Before that. In Island first, where you risked your life to save Melissa, her dad and everyone. At Camino. I admired your decision-making. I was just thinking of running away, and you made use of everyone. And after that, again and again, you went on to soar higher, always proving yourself against impossible odds. And when I had to help against Makia, later, it was you that came to mind, that night when we were in the presence of the symbol of evil and you found a plan to get everyone out of there while helping All Might. It gave me the courage to fight that monster. I think that's when I admitted to myself I like you. I don't think I ever noticed. He admitted, wanting to be as honest as possible. I kinda thought you liked Shoto, he said. Admittedly, he knew his best male friend wouldn't have returned the feelings, but still. I don't think Shoto likes girls. Or boys. Or anyone. Not that way, I mean. But even if that was the case, I think I'd pick you every time over him. You are just special. Oh. Izuku gulped. I'm honored. And, Setsuna and I were talking about finding other girlfriends, so, Momo's face darted up, looking at him in a mix of shock and surprise. Why you are saying yes? It would be kind of a PP move to say no here anyway, and, he gulped again, this time watching Yorozu in the face, and I do like you. I don't know if it's the same, but I do think of you as an attractive, smart and nice girl, one that I would be honored to have as my girlfriend. Momo's face became bright red. or more accurately, changed in shade as color went from other parts to her cheeks, and she made a small, forced laugh. I guess this wasn't necessary then. She said, pointing at her own naked body, I assumed that you like aggressive girls, since Kendo told me you are dating Setsuna with the intention of finding more girls to date, and before that you had sex with Komori. I might have jumped the gun a bit. A bit maybe. Izuku chuckled. I have to say, no one had tried to do that yet. Even Komori waited until we were inside the room. Momo chuckled softly. I might have a bit of a reason, really. Momo nervously looked around, as if someone could hear her, and leaned closer, Izuku blushing at the smell of her skin, a perfume of flour and chocolate. I might have a bit of a kin for showing off. She managed to push out the whole sentence before she retreated, while Izuku watched her in shock. I'm sorry Momo, did you just say you have an 𝐒𝐲𝐵 𝐻𝐿? Figured my hero suit was a dead giveaway, but somehow everyone assumes I don't know there are options like zippers or Velcro I could use to show less skin. Or at least I could wear, she gestured with her hands around her biceps, something to cover this area and leave more of my abdomen exposed, instead of cutting them like, she hit lightly with both hands vertically the side of her cleavage, roughly where the edges of her costume would be, like this. Yeah, Izuku said, doing his level best to not get hypnotized by the jiggling Momo had created by hitting the BRSTS with her hands. How did you find out? He asked. So far, both of the girls he had sex with had relatively normal likes and dislikes. Setsuna loved liking, be it using her tongue on a PP or getting her own tongued, and disliked deep throats, since she said they were uncomfortable for both her and her partner thanks to her fangs, dull as they might be. Kinoko had told him she wanted him to be rougher next time, hold her down or up and go all in, have her deep throat him without mercy, maybe use a bit of one for all, pretty average, all things considered. He'd never thought there might be more KNKY girls in 3A or 3B, but that was probably stupid of him. Well, back in my mansion there were rules for proper behavior, such as the door of my room having to stay open. It was to prevent someone kidnapping me unnoticed, according to my dad, but I think it was to make sure they could check on me when I was older and ensure I wasn't fornicating. A maid would do the rounds every hour or so. So, when I discovered my body, I had to do it quietly, otherwise someone would notice. And as time went on, I started to notice that the closer I got to being discovered, the better it felt. It wasn't long before I started doing stuff like masturbating in the corridors, or once even while I was on the phone with a friend. I sometimes go to class commando, imagining a sudden gust of wind lifting my skirt, or stay late to clean the class and then STP down to my underwear and sit at my desk, fantasizing of taking class entirely naked as everyone watches. And then, here at the dorms. Izuku asked with a gulp, completely enraptured as he imagined each of these scenarios. How many times had he talked with her while only the hem of her uniform skirt prevented her from exposing herself? How many times had he met her right before or after she had sat down with nothing but her underwear on in their empty class? No one ever caught me, but I like to walk around at night completely naked. And then MSTRT in the girls' showers with the door open. Once in the second year I think someone saw me do that, since I'm sure I heard a gasp, but they never confronted me. Do you think they still come to watch show me? Izuku said. He wasn't sure where the words had come from, honestly. Maybe it was Setsuna being right that had given him courage. Maybe it was the fact that Momo was already almost naked and confessing to him. Maybe he was just corny, that also felt like a good option when a naked girl was telling you that she liked to walk around half naked because it was hot. Momo blinked, confusion apparent on her face for a moment before she looked down to see the tent that was trying to burst out of his breathes. She looked back up to Izuku's face and he was sure she could see the lust in his eyes. If Momo thought for a second that a male could hear that and not get aroused, she was in for a surprise and a half. He could see her brain slowly pick up on what would inevitably come next, something he knew Setsuna would never let him live down, and slowly nodded, before leaning back on her bed, back against the pillows, spreading her legs. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized she was already wet, her panties drenched. Talking about it felt so hot, she admitted. Hey, are you ready? Izuku nodded, and Momo took a deep breath as she brought her right hand toward her vidane. The hand descended slowly, tracing the hip bone down to the waistband of her panties, and from there down. She wasn't taking off her panties, Izuku noticed, before he noticed her left hand move up, grabbing hold of her breast. Her finger started to massage her NPL while the rest of her hand took hold of the rest, holding a handful tightly. Her other hand started to move up and down over her panties, the fingers tracing her PP hypnotically. She hummed quietly, at a much lower volume than either Setsuna or Kinoko did, and Izuku wondered if it was due to her preferences. He watched hypnotized as she kneaded her breast until the tip of the NPL popped out, and then started to play with it, lightly pulling it, pinching it between two fingers, or just rotating a finger over it over and over, before she moved to the other breast. Meanwhile, her other hand had slipped under the panty, the wet sound of her MSTRBTN already echoing through the room. Midoriya, see, can I ask you something? She asked, waking him from his MSTRBTN-induced trance. Yes. He asked, before correcting himself, yes. Sure. See, can you take off your clothes, she said, gasps and hissed MMMs interrupting her words. Izuku obeyed almost mechanically, his arm already pulling down his breathes and the shirt already on the floor before he realized he had even started stripping. Momo whimpered and her fingers grew slightly faster as she took him in. Izuku saw her eyes roam over his muscles, before settling down to his irked PP. He could see her take in the size and saw the shudder that run down her neck and back. And, she continued, I also have another thing. I'd like anything, Momo. Izuku said, leaning closer, his hands brushing her face. What is it? He asked. Can you, she took a deep breath. Can you call me, she gulped, breathing quietly as she kept masturbating. Can you call me Slot? She whispered. Izuku. EXE stopped working as he took in what she had just asked. What, he asked. I've always had T to be a proper lady, T to be respected, and I'd love to imagine I'm just a plaything. It's so hot, she murmured as she kept masturbating, alternating her words with breathes, low mmms and lustful gazes at Izuku. Ah. Izuku gulped. I guess I can do that. Izuku said, breathing out. His hand moved toward Momo's body, trailing down her neck and past her shoulder, coming to rest on her other breast. Izuku really didn't have any experience with this kind of thing, but for Momo, for his second girlfriend, yeah, he could do it. He started kneading the BST like he had seen her doing, and as he did he watched her breath in and out. He closed his eyes and let out a deep breath close to Momo's neck. Are you happy, Slot? He whispered, his words stumbling for a second while his thumb started to reach Momo's NPL, playing with the inverted portion to force the tip out. Momo let out a noise that sounded like a mix of a whimper and a purr, but Izuku continued to massage her biatu, all while his classmate did the same to the other. Why yes? She whispered, and he pushed out her other NPL. He focused on trying to replicate the words of some of the material he had perused over the years on his PC. Are you wet, Slot? He asked, managing to not stutter again. Are you happy obeying my orders? He asked, the NPL finally emerging only for him to lightly pinch it, eliciting another are you? Weiss, she replied. Please? More? Izuku smiled, feeling heat creep up through his body more and more as he saw Momo's reaction. You want me to order you around more, you Slot? You want to be my little plaything? You want me to push you down and use you as a toy? He asked, his finger tracing rings around her NPL as Momo gulped and breathed. Maybe I will. He passed his free hand down, touching hers over her PP. She was accelerating more and more. Do you want me to do that? Izuku paused, trying to think of the most extreme 𝐒𝐩𝐽 scenarios, all while his fingers joined hers pumping up and down the PP. He let himself slide past her panties, two fingers entering her folds. Momo groaned and gasped in pure joy, clearly a mix of the words and the actions they were taking. Izuku leaned forward, now basically hovering over Momo, face to face. First, kiss me, he said. Momo obeyed instantly, pushing her face forward and the two met. This time, Izuku didn't hold back as he had done earlier with Setsuna. He pushed his tongue forward, wrestling with Momo's, desperately on the defensive. "What a body you have," Izuku said when she let go. "With those big hudders, you are just made to be my slot, aren't you?" "Yes," she gasped, Izuku responding by pushing his fingers further in her PP. Setsuna had been clear that, whatever the case, she wanted Izuku to be skilled at 𝐶𝐿NGS and fingering, or as she put it, hands and tongue. "Maybe I will push you over a desk, right? As soon as class ends, I will just push your skirt up and panties down, and start to F you, knowing full well any second someone could walk in," he said, feeling Momo's PP clench at the thought, growing tighter than before as his index and middle explore her insides and his thumb found its way toward the CLT, turning the whole thing in a dual assault. "Or maybe I will force you to take off your clothes and walk around the dorms. You already do it at night, how about the middle of the day?" "Weish," she whispered. "You'd like that, wouldn't you? You know what I want more?" he asked, accelerating. Momo's face turned bright red as she felt her core heat up more and more, and Izuku could tell she was close, so he leaned toward her BRSS. "I want to SCK these." "Do it, Momo said, and Izuku gulped at the words. "Good slot," he replied, stumbling on the word for a second. Man, dirty talk was hard. He leaned in and started to SCK on Momo's BRST while keeping up his fingering. She gasped as his tongue swirled around her NPL, before starting to as Izuku scared on her BRST. "Why you know I don't have milk, right MSTR?" she asked, her hand still working her CLT and other melons. In response, Izuku's other hand started massaging the other BRST even harder, making her harder. I think I'm, do it Mo slot, do it," he said looking at her, and that pushed her over the edge. As Izuku plowed her PP with his fingers, he felt her quiver and then felt liquid pour out of her vagina and onto his sticky hand, Momo gasping and letting out a shriek. It wasn't nearly as loud as Setsuna's screams, but she definitely had lungs. Izuku grinned, feeling his own PP harden to its limit. "Had fun, slot?" "Why yes. Thank you, MSTR. Then will you take care of this?" Izuku asked, and stood up, pushing his irked member toward Momo. She gulped at the size, big enough it could even fit between her melons and still be more than visible, and she smiled. "I think I can do something about it. Lean back, MSTR." Izuku leaned back, laying on the B with his PP pointing upward, wondering what to expect, before Momo started crawling toward it on the mattress. When she was right above it, she grabbed her BRSTs from both sides and closed them around his PP. Izuku had never gotten a tit job, so he watched hypnotized as Momo's large BRSTs started moving up and down, slowly massaging his PP. He expected them to feel like a HNDJB, more or less, skin-on-skin contact and little more, but there was an odd wetness to them. At first he assumed it was sweat, but this was stickier. It felt almost like a PP, he dared say, walls that surrounded his PP completely, enveloping in the heat and wetness. As he watched Momo keep moving, he noticed from inside her BRSTs a flash of light, and understood. "Why if you are making a lubricant with your quirk?" he asked. "I learned how to do it years ago," she said, the wet noises from inside her BRSTs now making sense as she moved the melons around his PP, Izuku gasping as he felt the orbs tighten around it. "It's nice, isn't it, MSTR? Like a PP between my melons. I'm the only girl that can do this. Can you feel the heat? I can make it as hot or cold as I want, but this is the temperature inside a VGNA. Do you like my tit pussy, MSTR? Am I a good slot?" she asked, accompanying the question with a small peck on the tip of his PP, followed by her liking around it. Izuku groaned. "Why yes. Good slot. Good slot. Keep going, yes MSTR," she said, eagerly continuing. Izuku couldn't help but get lost in the bliss. She was right, it really felt almost as if he was inside a VGNA. The temperature, the wetness, the walls closing on him, it was almost the same. And meanwhile, he could also see her lean in to pepper his irked member with kisses and quick darts of her tongue every time it emerged from her BRSTs. They continued like this for more minutes, the wet sound of her BRSs on his PP echoing through the room, along with the sking as Momo took in the pre-cum gushing from his head. Izuku, back to the bed, started to buck upwards, and Momo eagerly grew her own pace, the bed creaking under them as the wet slap of his pelvis on her melons continued. Momo, I'm gonna give it to this slot, them feed me. Do it, she said, sounding almost hungry in her lust, and Izuku gasped as with a final move his PP emerged from Momo's BRSs to release its load on her face. She opened her mouth happily, swallowing as much as possible and letting the rest coat her face and BRSs. Momo liked her lips. Thank you MSTR, she said, releasing her grip on her BRSs and letting the mix of lube, pre-cum and sperm trickle down her chest on her abdomen. What shall we do next? She asked, pulling off her panties for good and then moving to her socks, seductively starting to pull of both. Once she was done, she spread her legs wide and, with 2 fingers, held open her PP. This unworthy slot wishes for nothing more than to be of use. Izuku gulped as his PP returned to full mast quickly. At this point, he was sure one for all gave him extended or unlimited stamina during sec, because there was no way a person was supposed to function down there without any problem after a week like the one he had. Even All Might had hinted as much in his talk, though he hadn't been explicit about it, just saying their quirk had many strengths and Izuku would now tap in more of them. Thank you so much for choosing me as your heir, All Might, Izuku thought, as he slid toward Momo, lining his PP to the entrance of her PP. Momo shivered, ready to take him in, and then her phone rung. She sighed. Sorry, so, we can ignore - who is it? Momo frowned, surprised, but grabbed the phone anyway. It's Mina, Izuku. If you want to continue, lay on your stomach, he said, an idea based on what she had told him before forming quickly and making his renewed nerves strengthen, and then answer. Momo seemed to realize what he wanted to do and heat creeped up at her face, but she nodded and turned around, Izuku staring at her but for the first time. He had to admit he was more of a melons man than an butt man, with the rib butt as a rare exception, but man this looked gorgeous. Just as he lined his PP with her vagina, Momo answered the phone. Hello? She asked, and Izuku moved forward. Momo shut her mouth immediately, suffocating her behind it. Izuku waited to let her get used to it, listening as Ashido said hello back, and then started to move slowly as the pink girl asked what Momo was up to. Me? Momo asked, keeping her down to whimpers with the practice she had in years of her favorite hobby. I'm just exercising a bit. Sorry, almost slipped, she said, as she suffocated a particularly loud and Izuku started moving a bit faster. She gasped, yeah, it's a lot of exercise. Why yoga? Sounds tough. Mina said from the phone, want some help next time. Momo and Izuku both blushed, though that didn't stop him from continuing, his rhythm steady as he moved in and out of Yorozu's PP. I think it'd be fun, she said, glancing at Izuku with a sultry smile, but I guess we can see. Sorry, that was a yawn. Don't overdo it, Momo. By the way, I called about that thing we talked about. You mean if it's true that Setsuna and Izuku are looking for other girlfriends? She asked. Sorry, I'm trying to hold a difficult position, she said as Izuku, lust and hormones raging inside him, started to accelerate. He grunted repeatedly but continued to hold back his own hormones. Wow, must be difficult stuff if you are struggling so much. But yes, that. I have it in good authority, it's true, she said, and Izuku smirked, looking down at her appealing butt and losing himself, the two girls' words fading, to his rhythm and her behind. Her appealing, bouncy butt, whose almost hypnotizing wobbling as he moved in and out. He stared at it, watching it move at every repetition of the two pelvises encountering one another. His hand moved without thinking as he slapped Momo's right butt cheek. He only registered what he had done when Momo let out a loud gasp mid-sentence, something about Itsuka's proof being quite convincing. Momo, are you okay? Sorry Mina. Some of those positions are harder to MSTR. She replied, sending a meaningful look his way. 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU gulped, the message not lost on him, and begun to move faster, while at the same time readying his hand again. Another, slightly harder slap, and myheroacademia let out another gasp, back arching back, before she relaxed again. Weiss, Mashta, she whispered. Wow, Yomomo, you are really working hard there. I can take harder, she said, the harder said with a tone of almost begging. 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU grinned, and as he kept up his fast rhythm, he raised both hands. Slap, 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 slap. 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU's hands were almost playing a song, each slap rhythmically making Momo gasp, breathe and in different way, even as he kept moving, his PP filling her again and again. Finally, Momo had to give up. Sorry Mina, the exercise is getting very difficult. See you. Sure, Yomomo. Ashido said from the other end of the line, before saying goodbye. 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU wondered if she really suspected nothing or if she was just playing along, before Momo closed the call and promptly leaned forward, gasping. 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU slapped her, and that and his moving broke the stalemate she was facing, because with the loudest of the day, Momo let out another orgasm, making 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU as his PP was coated by her juice. A moment later, Momo turned toward him. She had a smile of pure bliss that contrasted with the light touch of tears in her eyes. He got worried for a second, before she arched her back and dove into a kiss, letting 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU move again and again while their tongues met. She let go with a soft Mashed her, please, I'm coming slot, I'm coming. He shouted, and as he did he let out his load, Momo louder than she ever did before as her insides filled. 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU groaned as thick cum filled his classmate, before letting out a loud sigh. As one, they fell on Momo's bed, sweaty, burning hot, and thoroughly satisfied. Momo extended her hands, and 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU took her into a hug, driving her closer. Are you okay, Momo? He asked, thinking at their session. Between calling his girlfriend slot over and over, and then spanking her. Okay. 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU, I loved every second of that. The girl said, breathing out dreamily, I'm thankful, 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU. Not many boys would have taken my preferences this well. I feel the fact you were basically naked would have convinced most. 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU said reflexively, before kissing the girl's forehead. She chuckled, now, that was quite the Toka Setsuna kind of answer. I see she is influencing you quite a bit. Our girlfriend is special, 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU said, as is mine and Tokich's. He added, smiling at Momo, who blushed. Our girlfriend, Momo smiled, well, both Ken and Setsuna and I are just as lucky to have such a special boyfriend. 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU chuckled, then remembered something. By the way, Momo, should we send a few pictures to our girlfriend? XXXXXXXX Setsuna yawned, sitting at her desk to finish the last of a long list of exercises, when her phone buzzed. With a smile, she saw a message from 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU. She opened it. Did you really change the reservation from 2 people to 3? The message asked. Setsuna grinned, knowing instantly where this was going. Sure did, why? A picture arrived, of 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU, sweaty and shirtless, laying next an equally sweaty and shirtless myheroacademia, who was blushing as she leaned against 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU, her melons clear to see in the frame and covered in some mixture of liquids that clearly included 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU's cum. Her smile grew ear to ear. The caption simply said, you are the best. Also, we got a new girlfriend. Yep, she wrote back, yes I am. Send details when you 2 can, and tell Momo. Well, tell her I can't wait to show her what I got. A few seconds of wait, then a message arrived. She says she can't wait to meet you, sis. Setsuna's jaw hit the floor. Literally, since it detached from her mouth and clattered on the ground. I changed my mind, 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU. She wrote back after she fished it back up and reattached it to her face, you are the thing best. Explain it to me again, Midoriya, how did you come out of being locked in the dorms with 2 girlfriends? Shiro asked. 𝐒𝐬𝐼ZUKU blushed. There really wasn't a way to hide the fact him and Momo were together now, not when they were clearly going on a date. And since there was a lot of possible drama that could come out of someone seeing him with Setsuna and thinking he was cheating on Momo, he had no choice but to admit he was also dating Setsuna Tokichou from 3B. Well, it sort of happened. Setsuna snuck in the dorms and confessed to me, and then said she'd like more girlfriends, and then Momo confessed too. Why are you looking at me like that? He asked, noticing the expression on Kaminari, 𝐤𝐸, and Minata's face, a mix of disbelief and plain annoyance. Nothing, Midoriya. 𝐤𝐸 said, pinching the bridge of his nose, I don't even know why we are surprised. It figures that with you everything is out of the norm, so why would your love life be any different? He chuckled, congrats, man. Yeah. Jokes aside, if you three are happy, go for it. Kaminari said with a thumbs up. Mineta sighed, it's Midoriya. I'm jealous, but what am I supposed to say? Oh, he doesn't deserve it. Come on. He is probably the one in this class that deserves a HM the most. Mineta frowned. Actually, if he kept his hair a bit lower to cover his eyes, he could get the 𝐻𝐸 protagonist aesthetic. Thank you for your expertise, Professor 𝐻𝐸. 𝐤𝐸 said, stopping Mineta's line of thinking, and Izuku laughed. Their reaction seemed to be more or less what everyone in the class had to say on the boys' side. Kaken had just told him that he better not lose focus on his hero work if he didn't want him to become #1 and leave him in the dust, which in Baku's speech was as close to a congratulation as he would ever get, and Ida had even managed to not discuss his use of protections in bed in the eventuality he ended up having sex, though it was clear it was mostly out of fear of offending Yorozu. As for the girls, there was a lot of blushing on that side of the room. Ashido in particular, Izuku had noticed, stared at him and back to Momo, then back to him, while blushing profusely. Seems someone knew what was actually happening with Momo during their last call after all. Izuku wasn't sure where the idea of winking came from, chalking it up a moment later to Setsuna's influence, but it did manage to make Ashido look away flustered. He chuckled. 10 minutes later, Izuku and Momo, both dressed well for the night out, were waiting outside the 3B dorms, in time for Setsuna to step out too. Izuku noticed that surprisingly she was carrying around a face mask, currently hanging from her wrist. Are you feeling well, Setsuna? He asked when she walked up to them. Oh, absolutely. She replied, smirking, this is just a little thing I might need later. She explained, before moving closer to Momo, and hello, girlfriend, 𝐻𝐸, talks Setsuna. Momo amended, though her stumble and the blush on her face betrayed just how new this felt for her. In response, Setsuna kissed her on the cheek, making her blush even harder. Hello, Momo. She whispered, though Izuku could hear her clearly at that distance, we are gonna have a lot of fun together. Momo's face bore a smile that was both nervous and excited as she and Setsuna started to talk. As they did, Setsuna's topic ranging from the heroic to the sultry, and with her often turning to Izuku to make sure he was included in the conversation. He watched her relax, the mix replaced by happiness. Say Momo. Same. XXXXXXXX. The restaurant Setsuna had chosen turned out to be a nice Western-style place with large, round tables. They were guided to one of the smaller ones, but still more than spacious enough for all three. All the tables had long white tablecloths. Izuku was sure that the place was well below what Momo was used to, but the girl just seemed happy to be there, as she sat to his left while Setsuna chose the other end of the table. Well, on that Izuku could certainly agree. It wasn't long before everyone was served with their drinks, soda or water, of course, and Setsuna raised her glass. To us, she said with a smile, Izuku and Momo pushing their own glasses forward to cling against Setsuna's. She grinned, putting down the glasses and leaning back, her hands moving under the table to fix her chair. They continued their conversation for a bit, then Izuku felt something odd. A small tug at his breathed zipper, under the table. And then, something else. Having a hand slide his PP through his boxer wasn't something he had expected. It took all his control to stop him from just jumping up from the table. Instead, he glanced at the girls. Momo's face looked flushed as she kept both hands above the table, trembling a bit but with a barely restrained smile on her face. As for Setsuna, when he looked at her he saw a smirk on his lips as she crossed her handless arms over the table. Is something wrong, Izuku? She asked, all while Izuku could feel her detached hand tug the zipper completely down and start pulling at the boxer. Setsuna, what are you? He asked, and Setsuna glanced at Momo. The flushed girl was clearly in a similar position to him, and Izuku could imagine very clearly Setsuna's other hand stroking Momo's PP through her panties, thanks to the girl wearing a dress. After a moment of hesitation, she pulled out her phone, typed a message and sent it, Izuku feeling his own phone vibrate. He picked it up just as Setsuna's hand closed on his hardened PP, letting it free underneath the table and beginning to gently slide it. He grunted, biting his lip to not let out a sound, as he read the message. Emesis asked if I wanted to try something up my alley. It simply read. He looked back at Setsuna, who liked her lips and completely unnecessarily waved her arm up and down a couple times, in sync with her hand's movement as it jerked him off. Izuku gulped. He knew that no one could see his PP thanks to the tablecloth, but all it would take was for a waiter or a guest to drop something near them and kneel to grab it, and they would certainly spot what was going on, tablecloth or not. He bit back another as Setsuna's hand gently worked up and down his. Momo let out a small gasp at one point, and Setsuna chuckled. So, what do you think of the place? She asked without stopping. Izuku was sure that if he really asked her to do so she would, but he had to admit, a part of him wasn't sure he wanted the HNDJB to stop. It was kind of exciting, in some way. God, I've been Momo's boyfriend for a day and I already gained her ks. It seems good. Momo said, holding back an actual but stumbling on her words a little too long. Izuku gulped as his imagination and memories filled the gap of what Setsuna was doing to her. Why yes. Izuku said, good choice Setsuna. It was hard. It was so hard to not let out a gasp or a as her hand moved up and down. Just in that moment, a red-haired waitress marched up to their tables, food in hand. Hello. She said, here are you okay? She asked, suddenly noticing the face both Izuku and Momo were making, you both look a bit red. Don't worry. Setsuna said, having strategically hidden her handless stumps in her purse, as if she was looking for something. It's our first date. I think they are a bit overwhelmed. She said. The waitress hummed, Izuku offering a shaky smile, as Setsuna's hand relentlessly continued to work his just under the table. Makes sense. The waitress said, letting the conversation go and starting to put down the food on the table, a collection of grilled and fried meat that would be enough for all three. By the way, you are Midoriya, aren't you? Why yes. Izuku said. She looked a bit nervous, but smiled on anyway. Oh my gosh, Midoriya, I'm so happy to see you again. Do you remember me? Izuku frowned, trying to think even as Setsuna's hand showed no signs of relenting. Ooh, yeah, you are Tokiwayuki from Aldera's last year. He said, ignoring Setsuna choking back a laugh as she realized that the first oil wasn't really from recognition. Tokiwayuki smiled, by the way, I think I should say sorry for, well, lots of stuff. I guess we were all wrong back then. On you. And on us. She shook her head. The only ones that went on to be heroes, out of the whole class, were you and Bakugo after all, and look how far that took you. I made peace with Kaken. Izuku said, see compared to that, making peace with you should be easier. He said, stuttering a couple of times to hold back a gasp or a Next to him, Momo gripping the table suspiciously tightly, probably turned on even more knowing what was happening to him. She smiled, seemingly sincerely happy now. Thanks. Well, I'll leave you to your dinner. They look like fantastic girls. By the way, congratulations. She made to turn, before pausing, oh, and it's cute you still stutter. She added with a smile, before walking away. The moment she was far enough, Izuku gasped, can we eat now? Go ahead. Setsuna said, a grin on her face. How are you going to eat without your hands? Izuku asked. How indeed? Setsuna asked, feed me, Momo. What dash at once emesis? Momo whispered, grabbing some meat and cutting it on her plate, before pulling it up with her chopstick and pushing it toward Setsuna, who ate it with a grin at Izuku as her hand kept pumping under the table. For a bit, they kept going like this, Setsuna jerking him off and fingering Momo while they awkwardly tried to eat and, in Momo's case, feed Setsuna. Izuku gasped, Setsuna, I think I see. Setsuna said, finishing the meat and taking a sip of water. I have to go to the bathroom. 1 second. She said, kneeling to look for something in her purse apparently, before standing back up, now wearing her face mask. Izuku wondered what that was all about when suddenly he felt the hand's grip vanish, and something else come in. Something wetter that enveloped the tip of his PP and started to like. As Setsuna started walking toward the bathroom, he felt her mouth, its absence covered by the face mask, move quickly to like up and down his PP. To cover the wet noises, Izuku made to grab a bite of food, as did Momo, the two of them looking at each other as their girlfriend's hands and mouth got to work even harder on them. He could tell Momo was close too, and instinctively grabbed her hand and then drove her into a kiss, just as he finally came, followed by Momo a second later. Their MMMs were drowned by the sultry kiss, though he still also felt the kiss Setsuna gave to the tip of his PP once she was finished lapping away the last of his cum. She walked back into the room a moment later and, after sitting, lowered herself once again toward her purse. When she stood up, she silently cleaned her left hand, the one that had clearly been working on Momo, on an handkerchief, and looked straight at him, before loudly swallowing with her now reattached mouth. Appealing night, isn't it, guys? She casually asked. Why yeah. Momo said, enchanting Mr. Setsuna. Izuku couldn't hold back a contented sigh, but he swore he would get his revenge on his excessively smug girlfriend. In fact, maybe he had an idea. XXXXXXXX. The rest of the dinner went by without further accidents. The food was good and, in Izuku's opinion, the company was even better. Setsuna's hijinks aside, she was witty, funny, and always ready to fill in the conversation. As for Momo, she was calmer and more collected, but had a genuine enjoyment for any argument her boyfriend and girlfriend brought up. Izuku smiled as the two girls exchanged a kiss of their own, as they stood up from the table. So, is everyone happy with our relationship? He asked. I am. Momo said, a smile on her lips. It's nice. Same here. Setsuna said, but don't think this is an excuse for not trying to find more girlfriends, mister. Remember, I want to be smothered in ties. Izuku gulped, before shaking his head, I'll try, but I don't know if there are more girls interested. Momo and Setsuna exchanged a look, and of all things, it was Momo who spoke first. Wait, he never realized. He is a bit of an idiot when it comes to girls. It's part of his charm. But still, it's pretty obvious, don't you think? Oh, I think the writing is on the thing walls, but I guess he isn't looking for it. Izuku sighed, are you two going to explain? Nope. Setsuna said first, before Momo could speak, you'll have to figure it out on your own. With that, she headed for the door. Izuku did the same, just putting his jacket in front of his breathes in case there were visible signs of what had happened earlier. Judging by the way Momo held her purse, by Setsuna's jacket tied behind her to cover her behind, and the mix of happy and nervous look on her face, she very much had a visible spot on both sides. Izuku smiled, leaning in closer. By the way, Momo, he said, leaning closer, I have an idea for later, if you feel like it. Momo listened, her face turning bright red. It's a fantastic idea, MSTR. She whispered back. XXXXXXXX. Where to go next had been a very hotly debated subject between the three of them. Momo had suggested her room, though, and in the end that option had won out. It was a lot easier for Momo to go to her room, open the window and let Izuku fly in while bridle carrying Setsuna. I still say a LVHTL would have been enough. Setsuna said, starting to take off her clothes the second he put her down, less risky too. I think the risk is part of why we are here. Izuku said, looking at Momo who sheepishly turned around for him to help her with her zipper. He pulled it down, letting her black dress fall from her shoulder, exposing the red lace BR underneath. Setsuna, meanwhile, had already taken off both, her BR estis hanging free as she moved to her breathes. 2 minutes later, Izuku was staring at the greatest vision he had ever had. Laying down on Momo's bed, Setsuna and Momo, completely naked, invited him in. Setsuna, as usual the boldest of them all, had her knees open to the set of her body, her bare PP exposed for him as she waited for him. The shyer Momo held her legs close, though her thick thighs couldn't do much to hide her PP completely, and her arms held on the side of her BRSTS ended up only pushing them forward. "Come on, Izuku," Setsuna said, smiling in anticipation, "come get your girlfriends." "1 second," Izuku said, naked at the end of the bed, his throbbing PP already irked and clearly drawing the attention of both Setsuna and Momo. "Slot, like we said." Momo shivered in pleasure at the demeaning nickname, but she raised her left leg and rolled to the side, ending up above Setsuna, on her hands and knees. Setsuna looked up at the large BRSTS swinging above her face and looked almost speechless for the first time since he knew her. Izuku moved forward, taking in the sight in front of him. Setsuna below, legs now less open but still more than enough for him to look at her PP, and Momo above her butt exposed as she raised it slightly to make it easier to reach. Izuku gulped, as he finally reached his girlfriends and leaned forward. "Have you been a good girl, Slot?" "Yes, MSTR." Momo said, "Please reward this unworthy Slot." Izuku smiled, before looking at Setsuna, her eyes meeting his. "And you, Setsuna, what do you think?" "I want you both. I want you both so much," she said. Izuku smiled and leaned forward, his tongue starting to lap at Momo's pink PP, while his left hand reached for Setsuna's, beginning to finger her. Both girls started to as Izuku's member twitch, fueled by his primal desires and their nether regions wet and slick with the gushing juices. Glancing ahead, he saw Setsuna nibble gently and like at Momo's nipples, eliciting soft gasps and MMMs of pleasure from the raven-haired heiress that mixed with the ones he was causing and the loud ones Setsuna offered in response to his fingering, filling the room in a cacophony of sounds. Finally, Izuku felt Momo's whole body shiver. Predictably, she was the first to come, given she was at the center of the term right now and was being stimulated on both sides. With a louder even if still far from Setsuna's shouts, she came, PP juice coating Izuku's face and invading his mouth as she leaned forward. Izuku lapped at the last of it, while feeling Setsuna's core cling to his fingers more and more, reacting to his toying with her 𝐂𝐬𝐽𝐿Ts. "So, who is first?" he asked. In response, aroused even more after her orgasm, Momo wiggled her butt invitingly. Please F my salty PP," she said, pure lust in her eyes. Meanwhile, Setsuna was far too busy shouting as she felt his fingers lead her more and more toward an orgasm. With a chuckle, Izuku lined himself to Momo's PP. "Are you ready, Slot?" he asked, lining up his tip to the entrance, feeling the wet walls almost drag him in. "Yes, Emisto, do it," she said, and Izuku dove in. Momo let out a gasp as Izuku's length filled her, and then, once they were sure she was ready, he started to push back and forth, grunting and breathing while his fingers still dove in and out of Setsuna's vagina. "Yes, Izuku. Izuku. Izuku." Setsuna shouted as she arched her back against Momo's body, her vagina raining fluid over her bed. She breathed and looked up, only to see Momo lost in her bliss as Izuku fed her relentlessly. He smiled and slapped Momo's butt, making her gasp again in pleasure. Under her, Setsuna latched again to her BRSTS, liking and skiing at the now exposed tips of her nipples. They kept the rhythm for long minutes, lost in the general bliss, before Izuku felt his build-up reach his 𝐂𝐬𝐽𝐿. "Mo Slot, I'm gonna, inside Emsa. Do it inside," she shouted, and Izuku didn't let her think twice as he slammed his pelvis against her but with a loud smack, releasing his spunk inside her wet vagina. Momo loudly, louder than she had ever been, and then raised her butt again. Please, Antho," she whimpered, using one hand to hold her vagina open. "W8, Setsuna said from under her, "What about me, Izuku?" Izuku, whose PP as usual refused to stay down no matter how much he came, had taken exactly 2 seconds after Momo's request before diving inside her, ignoring his own cum trickling down from her PP. His hand reached again for Setsuna's folds, and she gasped in pleasure as her already sensitive folds were stimulated, but she still looked in disappointment at her boyfriend. "Is something wrong, Setsuna?" Izuku asked, with a smirk on his face. "What about me, Izuku?" she asked, What about my turn? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 smacked Momo's butt again with the palm of his right hand, creating a loud sound of flesh hitting flesh that mixed with the wet noises of 𝐒𝐿𝐵's pelvis hitting Momo. But you seemed so happy at the restaurant just watching us squirm, isn't that right, Slot? Why yes Mr. Yes. Mrs. Setsuna was really having the time of her life watching. And maybe she'd like to watch again. Setsuna stared in disbelief. And my turn. Are the fingers not enough? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 asked, pushing inside her vagina with his fingers and causing her to gasp in pleasure again, while he kept going inside Momo. Please, 𝐒𝐿𝐵. I need the actual thing, Setsuna replied, breathing and gasping as his fingers toyed with her PP and her seals. Please, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 hummed, slapping Momo's butt again, causing her to in pleasure again. Say, Mo Slot, what do you think? Does she, deserve it? I think. I think our girlfriend is wonderful and deserves it all. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 smiled. Well then, I'm not going to say no. Let's give her. Momo chuckled and dove into a passionate kiss with Setsuna, the girl in pleasure at the sudden contact. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 pulled out of Momo and lined himself with Setsuna. Ready? He asked, getting a louder from Setsuna in response that sounded like a hurry. He grinned and dove in. Setsuna broke the kiss and shrieked in pure pleasure as 𝐒𝐿𝐵's PP started to rhythmically enter her PP. Meanwhile, Setsuna murmured something to Momo, who answered with a muffled yes and started to turn, sitting her PP, still filled with 𝐒𝐿𝐵's cum, right above Setsuna's face, who instantly dove in to eat her out. Momo in pleasure and leaned forward, driving 𝐒𝐿𝐵 into a passionate kiss. They stayed like that, a triangle of SXL pleasure accentuated by 𝐒𝐿𝐵 using one hand to fondle Momo's large BRSTS, while Setsuna's right hand, detached from her body, flew behind the heiress to slap her butt. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, his lips tightly locked with Momo's and his PP hitting deep inside Setsuna's core, didn't even know what to think, beyond continuing his making out and his rhythmical movements. It was like the whole world was gone, reduced to them alone. It ended as it was always meant to end. Momo was once again the first to come, deeply in 𝐒𝐿𝐵's kiss while Setsuna's face was inundated by her fluids, before she rolled to the side, laying on the bed, cum and fluids drooling from her PP. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and Setsuna didn't miss the chance and he used his amplified strength to hold her up as he leaned back on the bed, turning their position into her favorite, cowgirl. Setsuna, now on top, grinned wildly as she once again descended on his PP, looking him straight in the eyes. 𝐒𝐿𝐵. 𝐒𝐿𝐵. It's so deep. Setsuna. I love you. I love you. I love you too. I love you. Kiss me. Setsuna and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 met halfway, their lips interlocking, the taste of Momo's fluids on both of them as their tongues started to wrestle, all while Setsuna still moved up and down on his. For a good minute they kept going, until Setsuna shrieked, her PP clenching over his PP as all the STMLTN finally brought her over the edge. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 groaned, the walls closing on his PP and turning her PP tight enough he couldn't hold back anymore. Still kissing Setsuna closely, he let go, his cum flooding Setsuna's vagina. She let out her loudest shriek of pleasure yet, and then stood there, breathing over 𝐒𝐿𝐵, who in turn let out elbred breaths, a wide smile on his face as he felt Momo crawl toward him and spoon against him on one side, while Setsuna took herself off his PP and let herself fall, landing on 𝐒𝐿𝐵's other side. That was 𝐒𝐿𝐵's side. Wow, are you done, Mr.? Momo asked, or do you think you can keep going? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 looked at his PP. Little Deku down there needed a few minutes, but he could tell he was still up for the task. God bless one for all. Don't worry girls, he said, if you are still up for it, is that even a question? Setsuna asked, I haven't had my fill yet, mister. I think you are quite full. He replied, and she let out a pouty huff, though a second later she chuckled and dove in for a kiss. Momo, catching her glance, dove in as well, turning it into a three-way kiss, 𝐒𝐿𝐵's tongue experiencing the feeling of two tongues interlocking with it and absolutely loving it. He put a hand behind each of the girls' head as they passionately made out, and when they finally broke the kiss he smiled, "I love you both," he said. Momo's face instantly turned bright red, while Setsuna's showed the largest smile she had ever had. "Me too, both of you. Damn it, this is everything I ever wanted," Setsuna said. And me. I know I'm the newest member of this, but I think I love you both," Momo replied. "Nonsense, there is no seniority here," Setsuna said, and to prove it dragged Momo into a kiss. Izuku watched them make out, Momo's large melons pressing against Setsuna's smaller ones, all while Setsuna's tongue easily dominated Momo's, eliciting murmurs of "oh" and gasps of pleasure from one and delighted mms from the other. He watched, and one for all decided to do him a solid and finish recharging his lower regions, his PP standing back up in all its glory. Both the girls spotted it, and at Setsuna's glance they both extended one hand, working his in unison, Setsuna's working the tip and upper half while Momo's moved in unison in the lower one, gently bumping on his pelvis rhythmically. Izuku groaned in pleasure, before Setsuna made Momo lean closer, both their heads right next to his PP. "Do you see it, Slot?" Setsuna asked. "Do you see your MSDR's PP?" I see it MSDs. Momo replied, liking her lips. "Did you want me to service it?" "Go ahead," Setsuna said, and Momo moved closer, taking the tip in her mouth and then slowly descending, making Izuku groan as she reached halfway down his PP. Setsuna tilted her head to the side meanwhile, starting to pepper kisses and likes on the lower half. Izuku gasped and groaned in pleasure as two girls worked his PP in unison, Momo's lips locked around his tip and going up and down as Setsuna's tongue offered pleasure where the inexperienced Momo couldn't reach. He groaned, gasped and breathed, the girls looking up at him, eyes filled with lust and longing, all while behind them Setsuna's detached hands wildly fingered both of them, the wet sound mixing with the loud sking and soft liking. Izuku, back to the bed, could do nothing but let the pleasure grow and grow as his girlfriends gave him all their love, until finally he felt it coming. He tapped the bed to let them know, unable to let out anything but gasps and groans from his mouth, and Setsuna and Momo changed their position, both now liking his on either sides, the tongues trailing up and down and sometimes meeting erotically above the tip, turning it into a lustful kiss between the two tongues and the head of his PP. After another minute, Izuku let go. A barrage of cum hit Setsuna and Momo's face, the two girls smiling as they opened their mouths to let as many strands as possible fall in them. Once he was done, Setsuna drove Momo in another kiss, but this time it devolved in them wildly lapping at each other's faces, trying to eat as much cum as possible from the other. Izuku sighed, feeling his PP already starting to get hard again at the sight. This was gonna be a long night. Hopefully, one for all was up for it. XXXXXXXX. Meanwhile, as the three were exploring each other in every pleasurable way possible, another group of people was having their own meeting. Alright, the bi-weekly party of Japan's female heroes is officially a go, Midnight said. Sitting at a table, booze out for everyone and some water and tea for flavor, the woman grinned watching the collection of heroes in front of her. Of course the original founders of the tradition, like Uwabami, Miss Joke and Miruko were there, as were Mandalay and Pixiebob. Ragdoll, officially retired as a hero, only came around rarely, and Mount Lady. More surprising was that 13 had showed up, since she usually didn't like booze and parties. Ryukyu was missing, but she was probably busy, considering Nejaya, who had become a more common sight recently, since she was now 20 and could actually drink, was also nowhere to be seen. Most of their casual attendees were also missing, except for the tea-drinking psycho Intelli, one of the youngest members of their club considering she wasn't yet old enough for booze. Pity, but not every party could be a full one. There were still enough girls for what she had in mind. For a while, they chatted of the most varied arguments, from recent incidents they had helped solve, to upcoming events, to love issues. She grinned when she heard that, knowing this was her cue. "So, Joke, I hear you have finally given up on Aizawa," Miruko was saying. "Yeah," the comedic hero said, scratching the back of her head. "I always assumed he was playing hard to get, you know. But I guess he was just impossible to get. Last week we had a good talk and he finally admitted directly that he isn't interested in any relationship. I'd say he could have told me sooner, but I'd feel but for that, don't worry too much. Mount Lady replied, waving her hand, hero relationships are always messy. Kamu Woods and I were in basically honeymoon mode for a year after the war, and then it just didn't work out. Sometimes it just goes like this. 𝐿. Miruko said, well, not that I complain, I like my casual flings as they are. It'd take a real man to tie me up in all that lovey-dovey bullshit. Some of us would really want that lovey-dovey bullshit, Miruko. Pixibob said, look at me, I'm a pussycat, but if I don't hurry sooner or later I'll turn into a cougar at this rate. She said, making Intelli snort and almost spit her tea. Mandalay rolled her eyes, before looking at Midnight, any UA gossip then. Usually the second half of the year is where the third years start to get into relationships, and since we are talking about it, Midnight grinned and shared a look with 13. The teacher spelled a don't you dare, with her mouth. Midnight just smiled, turned around and pulled out her phone. As a matter of fact, I have a funny story. You know Deku? No, we missed the hero that saved the world. Uwabami said sarcastically. Well, he has been having quite the fun times. 1 fling and 2 girlfriends in a week. She said. Everyone stared at her for a long second, before Miruko crossed her toned legs over each other and pointed a finger at her. Bullshit. Why is that? She asked with a smirk, ignoring Kurose's attempts to wrestle the phone out of her hands. I've seen the guy. He is strong and all, and very nice, the kind you'd build a family with, but too shy. No way he got the riz for that much PP and used it effectively. He is the kind that gets 1 girlfriend at the end of high school and marries that lucky girl. What if I told you he is that he isn't? That he is packing? That he is looking for even more girlfriends? Midnight asked, and that he is also quite wilder in bed. I'd call double bullshit. Miruko replied. Midnight turned around her phone, showing the picture of Setsuna standing next to Izuku's fully irked PP and liking it. The reactions were quite varied. Miruko's eyes went wide and her ears drooped adorably, while behind her the tail started to wiggle left and right. Takeyama's jaw dropped, while Pixibob looked like she wanted to jump in and grab the phone. Mandalay's eyes had gone just as wide as Miruko's. Miss Joke studied the picture carefully, as if looking for a prank, and Uwabami unconsciously liked her lips. Kurose meanwhile was trying to decide if she wanted to continue the effort to grab the phone or just give up and bump her head against the wall in desperation. As for Intelli, her eyes were moving up and down, as if tracing the PP over and over. Well, Mount Lady finally said, that's certainly impressive, but Midnight changed the picture, this one showing Momo laying next to Izuku, her melons covered in cum and other fluids. Midnight saw several of the heroines look down at their chests subconsciously, seemingly wondering if they could be the same, before they looked back up. And finally, she played a recording of Komori's little incident. Why do you have those? Kurose shouted, trying uselessly to drown out the sound of Izuku and Komori's voices and the clear sound of their rhythmical lovemaking. I have my sources. Midnight said, before looking at Miruko, so. Still thinking he is a 1-girlfriend kind of guy. Miruko coughed in her fist. Alright, maybe he isn't. Good for him. You know, Midnight said, they are open to more girlfriends, or even just fuck buddies, thinking of going for it. Uwabami said, trying to sound as uninterested as possible. It failed miserably. For sure, but first I want him to have more experience. She smiled, I want to see how far he can go before graduation. Want to make it a bet then? Pixibob asked. Midnight raised an eyebrow. The guy is clearly shaping up to be a stud, right? And you clearly have a way to know when he has secretary. Yes, my sources are quite thorough. Then let's make it a bet. We all try to guess how many girls he will have had by graduation. The winner gets to give an order to the losers. Pixibob said, sounds fun, doesn't it? Midnight leaned forward, any kind of order. Any. Midnight liked her lips, you are on. Everyone else in. Most of the other heroines nodded, leaning forward, before Intelli asked. Entirely hypothetically, if the Stud Deku was close to our bet, would it be considered cheating if we helped him along? Oh no. Midnight said, I think that's exactly what a smart player would do. That said, no cock blocking. If he moves ahead of your guess and closer to another, deal with it. And if we involved friends? She asked again. Midnight decided she really liked Intelli's thinking. The more the merrier seems to be the entire point of this, don't you think? Midnight asked. Next to her, 13 just muttered something about all heroines being a bunch of horndogs, and Midnight smirked. The next day Deku was going to be back on patrol, meaning that, even if he didn't know it, his hunting grounds, whether that was girls looking for him or him looking for girls, would expend tremendously. At the thought of what would happen from now on, she liked her lips again and some heat grew in her chest. This was going to be a very fun 8 months. And by the time of graduation, we will see if he can handle me. At the same time, Midnight's phone buzzed. She opened it to find more pictures, this time of Midoriya and both of his current girlfriends. Very, very good pictures. She felt a bit of wetness in her breathes and grinned. Good boy. Keep at it. She thought, before turning around and showing them to the others. Pictures of Izuku's PP with 2 girls liking it, or of the 2 girls covered in cum leaning against him. Judging by the look in the eyes of the people around the table, Midoriya was about to be very busy. XXXXXXXX Setsuna organized the pictures Izuku had taken at her request. As she leaned against Momo, resting her head against her shoulder, they both looked at Izuku. Still naked, their boyfriend was snoring lightly, finally asleep. It was almost 2 a.m., 3 hours after they had come back, and he had finally had to give up for good and rest. Man, that one for all was certainly a boost and a half. Setsuna wasn't sure she would be able to walk the next day. They really needed more girlfriends to keep up. What are you doing, Setsuna? Momo asked, the title of MS gone now that they were cuddling. Just preparing something. What do you think? She asked, showing her a new group chat she had prepared, one where she had added all the 3A and 3B girls, along with a few other friends. All but those 3. Izuku wasn't ready yet. Maybe later. The title of the chat was The Den of Potential Girlfriends and Friends Benefits, and the group picture was Izuku's face. Momo smiled, I think it's a wonderful idea. Having more girls with us. It sounds so nice. You are imagining them all slapping your butt and calling you a slut, aren't you? And no. Momo said, though she turned bright red and couldn't look at her, I just think Izuku deserves it, don't you? I sure do. She replied, and if you want to add any friends, feel free to. As for me, I'll start with a simple welcome message. Hi girls. Setsuna here. This is a group for girls that are interested in having a relationship with Izuku, either romantic or carnal is fine. If you aren't interested, feel free to drop out. Tomorrow at lunch I'll send a bunch of very nice pictures for everyone still here by lunchtime. When Setsuna sent all her pictures taken in the late part of the night, not a single girl had left, even if none of them had dared to speak. Yep, Izuku was going to have a very fun time ahead. Izuku was jumping from roof to roof on the streets of Musutafu, enjoying his patrol in the light of the twilight hours of the afternoon. Nominally, he was still an intern at Endeavor's agency, or more accurately, the agency that had belonged to Endeavor and now would be taken over by Shoto once he graduated, with Burnin watching over it until then, but in reality he was allowed to operate more or less independently. With just a few months left before graduation, experience in spades and the skills to back it up, no one doubted that Izuku Midoriya was set to become the number 1 of his generation. He landed in front of a pair of villains selling drags to another person, tying them up with black whip and dropping them in front of a passing hero on the main street. And don't do drags, he shouted to the bewildered wannabe client. Deku dodged a news reporter trying to get an interview with Asori, jumped on a lamppost, and was back on the roof, moving from place to place. This was the style of patrolling he had learned from Hawks and Endeavor, and while it was taxing on the body, it allowed him to get stuff done. Izuku, this is Burnin. A voice in his earpiece interrupted, just a reminder that your turn is over in 15 minutes. You might want to start heading back to the changing station. Izuku sighed. He wanted to say he didn't feel tired and could have gone for a while longer, but he had learned his lesson from his bad days, he needed to take care of himself. Plus, he was fairly sure that Setsuna would strangle him if he did too much overtime. They didn't have anything in program that night, since both her and Momo were off to do some internship work for the week, but they would still call him to check up on him if he didn't first. I still can't believe that I have 2 girlfriends, Izuku thought. In his mind, he had never considered the option of having more than one, but, well, it was nice. They were lovely, smart, funny. And there was also the secretary. Yeah, he had to admit that part was pretty fun. He headed for the changing station. Sometimes just called phone booths as a cheeky reference to some long-forgotten comic book hero, the changing stations had become common in recent years. With so many heroes having to patrol wider ranges than they did before the war, they needed a place to change from their hero costumes, and so the stations, a mix of a gym, a hotel and a changing room, had popped up. Landing on the roof, he frowned. He felt watched. It wasn't unusual, famous as he was, but the roof of the station was a hero-only place, and there was no one there. He looked around. The nearby roof seemed empty, but he still had that nagging feeling. What the heck, I can take a minute to make sure," he said to himself, activating float and adding in a bit of one for all to project himself to the sky in an instant, above every roof. His eyes scanned each and every one. No, nothing, no, he was about to think he had just imagined it, when on a distant roof he spotted a reflection, like a binocular catching the last light of the setting sun. With another burst of one for all and float, he was on the roof, faster than a bullet. What he found on the roof was a bewildered woman wearing a green cape with a hood, black clothes underneath, the lower half of her face covered by a black, rigid face mask. Her short mint green hair were the same color as her wide eyes as she stared at him landing. Izuku's eyes widened too as he recognized her. Memories of the battle in Otheon from 2 years before flooded his mind. A woman with fingers that could turn into a bow and shoot homing projectiles. The same woman that had hit him with an arrow in the chest, where he still had the thin but visible scar. The same woman that had thrown herself from a helicopter. "You are alive," Izuku shouted, coming to a halt on the roof. "Oh my god, I'm so happy." "What?" she asked, still confused. I spent the last 2 years thinking that we made a terrible mistake in Otheon when we failed to save you from that fall. I can't believe you are alive. You jumped from a helicopter." "I fell into a tree. Broke both legs and wait." She stopped herself from continuing. "You run into a woman that shoot you in the chest and your first comment is, 'I'm glad you are okay.'" "Oh, right." Izuku coughed in his fist. "Sorry, just really happy to know we didn't just let someone die. So, here for revenge for." Flecked turn and Hummerize. He took a combat stance, noticing the arrows she carried on her back, hidden behind the cape to make them less noticeable but still there. "I didn't feel anything with danger sense, so you must be good at holding back your negative feelings." "I'm not here to kill you," she said, raising both hands, one holding the binocular and the other empty. "Then why are you in Japan, and standing on a roof watching me with a binocular?" "Okay, I get how that looks," Barrows said. "In my defense, it's literally my job now." "I'm a bit confused," Izuku admitted. "Not only you are believed to be dead, but law-wise you are still the wanted Bow villain. You killed a lot of people - about a dozen," she murmured. "So how do you have a job? And why is it watching me?" "Right. I can't believe I was the one that got found out." She sighed. "I'm going to take something from my pocket," she said, before lowering her free hand. Izuku let her, though he had Black Whip ready to fire in case she turned out to be taking a weapon. Instead, she pulled out a plastic card, similar to a license, and tossed it at him. Izuku used Black Whip to catch it and pull it back to his hand, and looked at it. It was similar to a hero license, he noticed in confusion, but a darker shade of gray compared to it. On it was a picture of Barrows, still with her mask, for some reason, and some data. She was 26, and her birthplace was Otheon. What the heck is the Deku Force, and why is this card signed by Mera and Nedzu? Izuku asked, looking at the logo at the top and then at the 2 signatures behind it. Barrows sighed. "Right. Guess I should explain. First though, you might want to change. Your friends will organize an intervention if you start taking overtime." XXXXXXXX. He had half expected Barrows to try and run away while he changed, so he had her accompany him inside the station and wait outside the changing room, knowing the other heroes would be asking her questions if she wandered off alone. It turned out to be unnecessary, as when he came out she was still waiting outside, arms crossed under her chest and leaning her back against the wall. "Here you are," she said. "Shall we go? You can grab a bite while we talk." Izuku and Barrows walked together out of the station, and Izuku wondered what he was doing. The card had the genuine signatures of Nezu and President Mera, so the HPSC and UA were aware of Barrows and had given her permission to do something related to him, no doubt, but what did that mean? She led him to a ramen shop nearby, and they sat down. Surprisingly for Izuku, when it came time to order, she just waved it off, so he was the only one taking all the food. "I don't like eating in front of others. It's messy," Barrows explained, and he decided not to prod. "So," he asked, after the silence had awkwardly stretched for a while, "Deku Force?" "Yeah. We are a group of 7, put in charge of acting as your bodyguards," she explained, matter-of-factly. "Nezu came up with. I wasn't there for the founding, but they gave me a bit of briefing when I joined. After the war, Mera and Nezu agreed that the worst danger for you was someone coming in to avenge All for One and Shigaraki. And while that's all easy for you to solve if it's someone that just loudly fights you, or that has enough negativity to trigger your danger sense, they were worried about someone like Toga, weren't they?" Izuku asked. Barrows nodded. Himiko Toga proved that danger sense doesn't work if there is no malice toward you from the attacker, and that makes a lot of nightmare scenarios where it can fail. Someone like her, sure, but also mind control. A puppet has no malice. "I could feel dictators' victims," Izuku countered. "Because they are conscious while under the effect. Mind control quirks can vary wildly. One that makes people little more than machines with no feelings probably exists. Or brainwashing, like what that curator guy did." Izuku grimaced. Curator was a villain he had fought the year before. He had used a brainwashing technology left behind by Dr. Garaki to brainwash a girl into being the villain zookeeper, and since she had no emotions, danger sense didn't work on her. He hoped she was doing better now. Gang Orca had taken her after his wing to let her recover, so probably. "Fair point," he said, and no offense, why me?" She shrugged. "Because they couldn't spare heroes, I suppose. Japan is low on manpower. They assigned a retired hero, a UA teacher and a police officer as our overseers, but that was all they could spare, and that wasn't much of a force. A bunch of villains that don't have negative feelings toward you made the right choice at the time, and still do. You don't have negative feelings towards me." I took down flecked turn. Barrows sighed, looking out the window, prodding her head up with her hand, under the chin. "I did. After I woke up and healed from my injuries, all I wanted was to take revenge. But things changed. I got a lot of world experience, I suppose. Saw bad things and good things. During the global chaos, while All for One was spurring his allies around the globe to cause as much mayhem as possible, my quirk saved people, and I started to feel proud of it." She leaned back over the chair, arms dangling on her sides, and looked up at the slowly rotating fan on the ceiling. "I guess I was forced to get off the Kool-Aid. By the time I got to Japan, I was seriously questioning my plans, especially given I was now supposed to target the savior of the world. And then Mera and Nezu found me." Izuku nodded. He could believe that, because danger sense didn't react at all to her. There was no malice towards him, so whatever had happened to her during her journey to Japan, she had come out a changed person. "What about your crimes?" "The sentence is suspended as I work for the Deku Force. If I commit further crimes, try to harm you, or try to escape Japan or the Deku Force, I will be arrested and sent to jail with no second chances. Also, I have this." She showed him a patch of paler skin on the left side of her head. "It's a localizer. They know where I am and can intervene immediately. So really, no chance of running." "Nezu did all that." "He did. Not that I mind, it's a fair exchange. Heck, it's better than fair. I'm fairly sure some people would say it's too good for someone like me." Barrows stretched her back further, shifting her muscles, and Izuku found himself staring at her. As she stretched back, her clothes tightened on her chest, making everything in the front far more defined. She was a appealing woman, Izuku realized. He wasn't sure where the intrusive thought came from, hormones, probably, but it didn't go away as Barrows finished stretching. He finished the last of his ramen. He rolled his shoulder and winced, catching Barrows' attention. Something wrong? Just some muscle pains. One for all doesn't do anything for knots and aching, and I've just finished a round of patrol. It will go away by tomorrow. Why not get a massage? Izuku shrugged. I did a couple of times, but it's hard to get a schedule between hero work and school. Barrows hummed, and she seemed deep in thought for a few moments, while Izuku finished his water. He wondered what she was thinking, until she spoke up. Then, I have an offer. XXXXXXXX. Izuku looked around, unsure of how things had gone like this. He was laying on a bed, on top of a body-sized towel, a second smaller one covering his bare butt. His clothes were folded on a chair nearby, next to a plastic bag containing a pair of beauty products. One was rolled on the side, out of Izuku's full view, but the other was clearly visible. Massage oil, it read at the top. Are you done? Barrows asked from behind the door of her room. Izuku had been surprised when the woman had taken him to a small apartment complex a few hundred meters from UA. Apparently, the members of the Deku force were hosted in places like this one. It was small, but not cramped, from what he had seen. Why yeah? He shouted back. Barrows walked in. She had taken a shower while he prepared, and came in wearing an adherent black tank top that left her midriff exposed, with a sport bra underneath and a pair of adherent sport shorts that really didn't leave much to the imagination. Above all, however, she was still wearing the same black face mask, the lower half of her face completely covered. All right, she said, walking around the bed and grabbing the massage oil. Now relax and let me take care of this. Are you sure you want to do this? Bit late to ask considering you are laying but naked on my bed waiting for a massage. She said, but sure. Consider it a thank you for getting me out of Humorize before I did something worse than the crimes I had already committed. She opened the bottle, pouring some oil on her hand. The faint smell of vanilla invaded the room. Now relax. My mom was a masseuse. She taught me well. Izuku nodded as Barrows approached him, and then Barrows' hands touched his back. They felt cold, as her thumbs lined with the muscles to the side of his spine, near the base, and he felt a shiver through his whole body. With slow, steady movements, Barrows passed her hands over his back, tracing the muscles around his spine, up his back, to his shoulders and then back down on his sides. Izuku hummed at the feeling, and Barrows chuckled. Feeling good. I haven't even started yet. She said. Izuku gulped, and Barrows moved her hands again, tracing his back up and down a few more times, taking her time to examine his muscles. Then she started to knead. Izuku gasped as he felt the actual massage start, Barrows' hands pushing energetically against a knot, and couldn't help but let out a mmm of pleasure as he felt his aching crumble under her hand. Ooh, he let out. Emmich, now that's the reaction I wanted. A bit lower, sure. She pushed her hand a bit down, and pushed again, her hands massaging the spot. Emmich. Izuku let out, this time managing to suffocate the gasp into a rumbling Barrows chuckled, and got back to work. Her hands pushed, making small circular movements that went deep in Izuku's sides, waves of pain and pleasure rocking his body in equal measure every time the thumbs and fingers dug into knots and aches that Barrows was expertly finding and prodding, turning Izuku into pudding under her fingers and generating a concert of breathes, gasps and nems. Wife, right there, geez, you are a loud one, aren't you? She asked with a chuckle. My mom always said those are the best clients, because you always know if what you are doing is right. She moved around him, standing in front of him, his face at the height of her exposed midriff. He watched her lean forward. I'm gonna do some work on your spine. Might have to lean a bit, the bed is in the way. Sure. True to her word, she leaned forward above him, putting all her weight in her thumbs as she descended down her back. Izuku let out a gasp of pleasure, before his eyes looked up and went wide, staring at the toned midriff hanging upon him. Barrows' lithe muscles were shifting above his head as she kneaded his back, reaching all the way down to his glutes. Maybe that was what started it. The pleasure behind his back and the vision above him. He felt a bulge form under his body and let out a gasp. "You okay?" 𝐵𝐻𝑜se asked, probably confused since she wasn't putting pressure on any muscle in that moment. Sorry, just," he gulped, "nothing." "All right." 𝐵𝐻𝑜se shook her head, "But man, tell me 2 years ago I'd be doing this and I'd have laughed. I haven't given someone a massage since." She paused, frowned and shook her head. "Never mind. Let's change subject." Izuku nodded, trying to ignore the sight above him and utterly failing at it. "Sure, can I say, I hear your love life got interesting." "You know?" Izuku asked. 𝐵𝐻𝑜se stopped a moment and turned to give him a flat look. "I'm your bodyguard, of course I know. Plus, we check your phone and your girlfriend's, you what? Can't budge on that. There are quirks that allow to track electronic signals. We can't risk any unknown file on them." She gave him a smirk. "Means we got to see a lot of interesting pictures, though, that's just, you don't have to justify it. If the savior of Japan can't get laid and have some girlfriends, who can?" As she said that, she moved to his side, Izuku following her with her eyes, tracing the movement of her perfect but barely hidden behind her short breaths. Damn it, he really was getting corny, if the bulge under his body and the train of thoughts in his brain was any indication. He barely heard 𝐵𝐻𝑜se murmur something. "God knows I'd take some action too, what?" Before he could ask, 𝐵𝐻𝑜se started kneading his flanks, the muscles pushed and lightly twisted much to Izuku's pleasure, even if the continuous feeling was doing nothing for his rampant erection. "Thank goodness he was on the b. Turn around," 𝐵𝐻𝑜se said, and Izuku froze. "Wh what? Turn around. You are a brawler, and I've seen you get hit. Your frontal muscles probably ache just as much as the back ones," she said, "plus, I can't get the flanks fully like this." Izuku gulped. I think I can do without dash," he started to say, but 𝐵𝐻𝑜se grabbed his wrist. "I don't do half-butted. If you are uncomfortable, say so, but otherwise, turn around." Izuku's two sides fought fiercely. His honest side told him that this situation was getting steamy, and that if he wanted to get out, this was probably the last chance. His corny side said the exact same thing, just suching get up with getting and last with best. Izuku gulped and rolled around, careful to keep the towel over his pelvis. It did absolutely nothing to hide his raging erection, curse his size. He glanced at 𝐵𝐻𝑜se, who for a second seemed transfixed looking at it, her face unreadable under the mask but her eyes unmistakably focused on his erection, before she blinked and turned back towards him. Without saying a word, she grabbed more massage oil and started to cover his front. Her hands traced his abs, carefully passing a finger over each of them until his six-pack was shining, before moving toward the pectoral. He held back a gasp as 𝐵𝐻𝑜se's hand passed over his nipples, and before he knew it she was back up to his shoulders, and then moving back down. Each passage felt divine, and his member, now completely prodded by his previous horniness, showed no signs of going down. "Someone is happy," 𝐵𝐻𝑜se murmured, as she moved to the massage proper, her hands kneading his flanks again to finish the job before she moved behind him to put pressure on his shoulder. Izuku hummed again and looked up, to 𝐵𝐻𝑜se, now standing above him. Their eyes met, and Izuku felt a heat twist inside him, a heat he saw the same way in her eyes. He started to say, but 𝐵𝐻𝑜se stopped him by putting a hand on his face, the taste of vanilla on his lips. "You know, I think you are very stiff, after all," 𝐵𝐻𝑜se said. "Why don't you tell me if I'm pushing in the right spot or if I should go lower?" she asked, and started to massage his pectorals. "Lower," Izuku muttered, unsure of where that came from, but 𝐵𝐻𝑜se just nodded and moved her hands lower, now massaging his abs, the fingers pushing the few remaining knots in his muscles. God, she was good. Izuku let out a mm. "Is this enough?" she asked, and Izuku could feel the huskier tone in her voice. "Lower," he murmured, and she chuckled, leaning further forward, a knee coming to rest on the mattress as she started to massage his lower abdomen, right above his pelvis. He considered his options, and spoke up. "Why, you know what I agreed with my girlfriends, right? I'm not against giving them a massage too," she said, not interested in a relationship, But if it's good, well, I'm not one to say no to a repeated experience. Just remember one thing. The mask stays on. Pull it off for any reason and we are done. She moved her hands just slightly lower, touching the very hem of the towel. Is this low enough though? It's your choice. Izuku considered his answer for a long moment. F it. Setsuna and Momo are all for it, why shouldn't I? Lower, he said. Barrows let out a delighted hum and pushed aside the towel, Izuku's PP sprouting up at full mast. Barrows blinked as she looked at it, and Izuku heard her murmur, so big, which in turn stirred the fire inside him even more. It's very stiff. I can see that. Barrows said. Can you do something about it? I think I can, she said, grabbing the massage oil and spreading more on her hands. She moved forward, now with both legs on the side of Izuku's head, his eyes looking up directly at her pelvis, covered only by the shorts that left nothing to the imagination. Then the oiled hand closed on his member. 𝐬𝐽, Barrows hummed, looking at how much of it still emerged from her closed hand. The other one joined the first, both moving around his PP with slow, SNSL motions. He let out a gasp as she started to give him a HNDJB, her slick hands pumping up and down, softly passing over the head and then descending back down. It felt so wildly different from what Setsuna, Momo or Kinoko had done. The massage oil gave the hands a slick feeling, and Barrows wasn't pumping fast, but slowly, gently, as if she was still massaging him. It sent jolts of pleasure up his body, making him over and over. Is the massage good, Izuku? Barrows asked. I'll take that as a yes, she said seductively, but why don't you help me out? I believe a certain part above you could use some help. Izuku didn't need to be told twice. His hands shot up and grabbed the hem of her shorts, pulling them down and exposing her PP. He watched, rapt, the leaking juices from her wet core trail down her leg, no panties in sight. Barrows lowered her body, and Izuku dove in. If her massage was slow and steady, he repaid her in kind, starting by liking up leg, following the wet trail back to her mounds and stopping there, before doing the same to the other side. The wet sound of lapping was accompanied by the adorable shivers and gasps that fueled Izuku's hunger as he finally reached the PP. He started by lapping at it, his flat tongue collecting Barrows' juices, the girl letting out a series of soft mmms even as she massaged him. Her oiled HNDJB and his 𝐶NLNGS turned into a wet harmony, and then Izuku changed rhythm, kissing and liking at the CLTs. Barrows shrieked in delight, that's really good, you like it? Izuku asked. In that case, he dove in, a rapt, animalistic need to eat taking control as he lapped, kissed and sked at the girl's core, her legs trembling as she shrieked again and again in delight. In turn, her HNDJB grew in intensity, the slick hands pumping up and down energetically or pressuring his head. Izuku let out a as he felt his RLL mount dangerously, but didn't stop his own work. His hands, meanwhile, closed around her glutes, kneading them like she had his muscles. The first to let go was Barrows, who screamed in joy, louder than ever before, one final time, and then showered Izuku's face with her juices. It was the first time Izuku had seen a girl SQR, feeling the shower of vaginal juices rain over his face, but that didn't stop him from lapping again, Barrows' vaginae closing around his tongue as it dove inside to collect as much delightful nectar as possible, until he felt his own PP stiffen even further under the dual attack of Barrows' hands. With a loud sound, a mix of a gasp and a shout, he let out an orgasm, the threads of cum raining all around his irked PP, showering in equal measure Barrows' face and his naked pelvis. Barrows stood up, gesturing for him to let go, and when he did positioned herself above him. With one single movement, she pulled off her top and sports BR, letting him stare at her BRSTS. They were larger than Setsuna's and smaller than Momo's, more akin to Komori's size, her nipples small and pointy as she stood above him, face flushed and sweaty where it wasn't covered by the mask. Her hand dove to the said, grabbing the bottle of oil. She opened it, and standing above him, leaning her pelvis back so it would be straddling his own, she started to massage herself with it. Izuku watched, unable to do anything else, as her hands trailed her own body upward, covering in the vanilla-scented oil her abdomen. One hand went up to her breasts, closing around her right one and playing with the NPL, while the other kept tracing her abdomen and shoulder before rhythmically suching place. At the same time, her pelvis kept grinding against his, her juices drenching his nether region. When she was completely covered in oil, she smiled. "You know," she whispered, leaning close, "this is edible massage oil." Izuku didn't need further instructions as she shuffled back, exposing the body to full view, only for him to lean forward and start liking her abdomen, lapping at the taste of vanilla. She let out a satisfied gasp as he traced her muscles, the most defined of any girl he had been with so far. She didn't quite have a six-pack, but his tongue could still follow the line of her musculature underneath. In turn, she kept moving her pelvis back and forth, her PP straddling the base of his PP as it came back to life and poked at her fit butt. Izuku liked upwards, leaving behind the abdomen to reach the chest and enjoying all the different sounds Barrows was making. When he begun to like her underboob, the taste of vanilla mixing with traces of sweat in an intoxicating flavor, she let out a gasp. When he moved his body worship to the middle of her biathis, the sound became a soft hum and a shiver that trailed down all the way to her PP, his PP feeling the slight tremble as she kept moving. And then he reached the NPL, kissing it and nibbling at it, causing the woman to gasp in pleasure as he moved from one BRSTS to the other, before diving back down, in what felt almost like a tongue bath. He kept worshipping her body, feeling the sheer longing that leaked from her every and then, as he was liking and skiing her right NPL, he felt her gasp and let out another orgasm, accompanied by a loud scream. She murmured, "Why, so good, I got lot of practice," he said, thanking mentally Setsuna's insistence on teaching him everything about the correct way to use his tongue during secretary. She had worked hard to MSTR it, and she expected her boyfriend to know the same. Then want to try something you have never done before?" Barrows asked. Izuku looked in confusion, before the girl stood up and quickly grabbed the bag, letting the other bottle fall next to Izuku. He looked at it and his eyes went wide. "Anal lube. I am more of an but girl, and I just took a shower," she said, leaning forward on the bed, her butt in the air, wiggling seductively. Her hands moved to grab the glutes, spreading them and letting Izuku stare, still wide-eyed, at her anus. "So follow my instructions and come get your prize for saving me, hero." Izuku was up, warm bottle of lube in hand, faster than he thought possible. He gulped slightly. Following Barrow's instructions, he lubricated her, carefully inserting her fingers in and making her gasp and writhe at his touch, before he also lubed his own PP and lined it up to her back entrance. He probably used too much, but better safe than sorry. "Ready?" he asked. "Go," she whispered, and he pushed. Tight. So unbelievably tight and warm, he thought as he slowly entered her. She let out a soft yeesh, though, so he decided it was what she wanted and pressed forward, gasping as he sheathed himself all the way. They stayed there, locked together, and then he started to move. Steady movement, accompanied by the ecstatic mmms and shouts of the girl in front of him and by his own grunts and gasps. "Harder! Harder, yes?" He started to move faster, the impact of his pelvis against her glutes echoing in the room. "So tight, Aya. Izuku. Aya. Barrows. Aya. Yeesis." Izuku and Barrows were locked together, tighter than ever before, when Izuku had an idea and put two of his fingers inside her vagina, starting to finger the girl. Barrows shrieked, the pleasure reverberating through her body and making her butt tighten, Izuku groaning and closing his other hand on her butt cheek, kneading it as they lost themselves into each other. After long minutes, Izuku groaned loudly and reached his 𝐂𝐴𝐺, his back bending forward as he released his load deep within Barrows. The girl writhed in joy, feeling herself filling up, and Izuku meanwhile didn't stop his fingering, his index and middle finger if anything accelerating as he finished. The combination was what drove Barrows over the edge too, the girl unleashing a loud as a new torrent of juices shot out of her PP and stained the bed below. Breathing, Izuku slowly pulled out of Barrows' butt, a streak of cum remaining there, and fell to the side, landing on the mattress. Barrows followed him in turn, her body landing right next to him. He reflexively spooned against her, and the woman let him. "Ah. That was," he said, trying to find something more to say beyond just how good it felt. Barrows chuckled, before moving closer. "Izuku," Barrows said, leaning forward, "close your eyes. Don't open them until I say so." He obeyed almost reflexively, eyes closed instantly. That was when he heard a rustle, and felt a set of lips met his own. Still with his eyes closed, he let Barrows steal a kiss, feeling the strange feeling of her mouth. Parts of her lips felt more like skin, and he wondered if that was scar tissue. Was she hiding an injury under her mask? But her tongue was there, gently prodding his own, never dominating him but always managing to keep him from overpowering her. They kept kissing for what seemed forever, before the girl in front of him let go. He was tempted to look, but remembering her request his eyes stayed shut. There was the rustle again, clearly the mask being pushed back on her face, and then she spoke again. "Done," she said, and he opened his eyes. The masked girl's face was inches from his own, mint green eye meeting his emerald green. He smiled, and kissed her mask this time, the woman blushing and looking away. "Did you plan it from the start?" he asked, a few minutes later, as they were laying next to each other, her head resting on his shoulder. "I wanted the option," she said. "I didn't plan to be found out, but once it happened. Well, I'm not made of stone. You are a Seki guy, Izuku, and I did want to thank you for the Humorize thing. I figured it was better to take the chance than regret it." Izuku blushed, scratching his cheek, and glanced at her again. "Mind if we take a picture? For the girls, since you said you were fine with having some time with them too. The entire Deku force will see it." "Oh, right, so of course I want a picture," she finished, putting a finger over his lips to silence him. "We had a betting pool for this too. You had a bet on who would sleep with me first." "What can I say?" she said, her index trailing down his neck and to his chest. "You are very popular, Izuku. Getting to you first gives some bragging rights." He smiled. "Are you sure you don't want to be one of my girlfriends?" he asked. "I think you and Setsuna would love each other." "Not looking for a commitment right now," she replied, "but if I do, well, I'll keep it in mind. For now, let them know they can get a massage session whenever they want." She leaned closer. "And that goes for you too." Izuku didn't feel bad for the wide smile on his face. XXXXXXXX, Setsuna's phone pinged, and she picked it up to see a new picture from Izuku. A rush of excitement spread through her mind when she realized it was in the Izuku, girlfriends, and F-buddies chat. In the picture, Izuku was laying next to a woman with mint green hair and a black mask on her face. They were both naked, the picture catting at Izuku's toned pecs and the girl's melons. The thing that got Setsuna, however, was the bottle of lube laying next to their head. "She gives some killer massages," Izuku had simply written below. A second later, a message sent in the name of Barrows and an account for the app, and she says we can get one whenever we want. Setsuna had no doubt about what the massage Izuku had mentioned meant, though she would literally try anything to stuck this girl into becoming a girlfriend herself if sex with her included actual massages. Momo meanwhile sent in a blushing emoji, and Komori asked if that included her too. Izuku responded a moment later saying that Barrows said sure. Komori's following heart emoji closed that, and Setsuna liked her lips. "Well, didn't this sound fun? Also she wants me to write something else for anyone else watching." Izuku typed next. "She says win some, lose some, but when I win big." Setsuna frowned, wondering what that was all about. "Alright, today we are gonna do a joint training," Aizawa said, Vlad King standing next to him. "A basic task of one-sided capture the flag. One team has to hide and defend a flag until the time limit, the other has to capture it. Form up in pairs, one 3A student and one 3B student. You can't make the flag completely impossible to take, but using your quirks to make it harder to find or grab is perfectly fine." The two classes started talking to each other, beginning to form teams. Izuku, without even thinking, walked up to Setsuna. "Should we?" "Nope," Setsuna said, "I'm going with my girlfriend this time." She dragged in Momo, putting an arm around her shoulder. Are you sure, Setsuna? Momo asked. Midoriya Izuku was asking first. None of that. Setsuna said, looking at Izuku with a wide smile. Don't worry though, Midoriya, I'll team you up myself. Izuku wasn't sure he trusted her grin, but she led him up to one of her classmates, so she had probably decided beforehand. Hi Kodai. The girl with black hair looked at them. She was wearing her hero costume, of course, the red and white bodysuit with a matching hat. The girl looked at them and hummed while raising her hand in what Izuku assumed was a salute. It was hard to say since Kodai barely talked. So, teaming up with Izuku like we talked about. The girl said with a nod. No second thoughts. The girl shook her head. Anything else you need? She hummed as she brought her hand to her chin, thinking for a long moment, before she shook her head again. All right. Have fun you too. Setsuna said while taking Momo away. Have fun Izuku. His other girlfriend said, waving as the first took her. For some reason, that made Setsuna cackle. Izuku watched them go and turned to Kodai. Was she always like that? He asked. Kodai nodded. Yeah, I figured. That's why I like her, after all. Well, part of it. And never mind. Anyway, let's do our best. Kodai said while pumping both her fist upward. You know, I never asked, but you can talk, right Kodai? Yeah. The girl said with a nod. Why don't you then? Kodai shrugged. Izuku decided to take it as a request to not push, so instead started talking about possible plans, Kodai nodding along. XXXXXXXX villain team wins. Vlad King declared. Izuku sighed in relief as the hero team stared in disbelief. What? But we got this. Bakugo shouted, waving the red cloth Izuku had been carrying around as a cape, making sure they had to pursue him far away from his teammate but also making sure it looked like a decision made of necessity. That's not the flag. Aizawa said. I asked Kodai to give me a piece of cloth and make it grow to match the flag size, Kaken. Izuku said, smiling, since the flag's red is the same as her outfit, I assumed you wouldn't notice. So then, the real flag, Ibara looked over to Kodai, who had just emerged from a nearby alley. The girl cleaned her face with what looked like a red handkerchief, and then made it grow to the size of the real flag. Everyone stared at her, then back at Izuku, then back at her. She just waved the red flag for everyone to see, holding it to the side of her body with both hands, and with the most deadpan expression imaginable, said one single word. Ole! Kaken roared. Izuku snorted. XXXXXXXX, alright, good exercise. Vlad King said, don't take it too hard if you lost. You all are at an exceptional level for the standard of both this school and this country. Don't compliment them too much Vlad, it will go to their head. Aizawa said, but good job. You have all improved. Now, back to change everyone, and then to the dorms. The two classes nodded and waved goodbye to the professors, starting to walk back through the fake city that served as a training ground. Izuku was already considering what to do with his free time, since he had done most of the homework the night before, when he felt a tug on his sleeve. He looked to his right to see Kodai, who pointed at one of the empty building with her other hand. Izuku frowned, before glancing at the rest of the class. Momo and Setsuna were talking to each other, having come out victorious from their exercise, and yet Izuku could have sworn Setsuna looked at him and winked. Weird. Still, everyone else was also busy, so no one noticed him sneaking away along with Kodai. He figured she must have wanted to talk about something important if she didn't want to be heard. Or maybe she just wanted to talk at all and didn't like other people hearing her voice. She led Izuku to the second floor, and after glancing around a few times, she stood in front of him. Her face looked a lot more serious as she took a deep breath, Izuku watching in confusion. Then she raised her hand, and pointed at him, then her, and raised 3 fingers. Izuku frowned. Want to find a third person for our team. But the exercise is over. Yui rolled her eyes. She repeated the same gesture, and when she saw Izuku's confused expression wasn't diminishing, she moved closer, grabbed his hand, and without warning dragged him into a kiss. Izuku's eyes went wide, but he almost mechanically returned the kiss, his mind racing to figure out what was going on. Him, her, 3. A light bulb lighted up in his head and he let go of the kiss. "Why you want to be my third girlfriend?" Izuku asked. Kodai offered the slightest of smile, clearly pleased by the fact he had caught on, and nodded. Couldn't you have just said that?" Kodai shrugged, as if to say she could have but preferred her approach, before raising an eyebrow, clearly expecting an answer. "Can I ask why you want to be my girlfriend, Kodai?" Izuku asked, "And not that I'm complaining, but we don't interact that much, so I never expected you'd have an interest in me." Kodai sighed, and pulled out her phone. She opened a chat, and handed the phone over to Izuku, who raised an eyebrow before looking at it. It was a chat from the day before, between Setsuna and Kodai. "So, what made you decide to go for Izuku?" Setsuna was asking. I'm all on board for it, and for you, Rare, but it all seems pretty random since I can never tell what you are thinking with that inexpressive face of yours. I've been interested in Midoriya since the joint training in our first year." Kodai wrote back, and Izuku stared at the screen in disbelief before continuing. "I kinda have a weak spot for heroes, especially with super strength, so I totally expected to fall for someone when I came to UA. And well, he is muscular, cute, nice, with the strength to lift a skyscraper, a nice costume and even an arsenal of additional powers. It was kinda fated." "Ah, so you are into quirked secretary." Setsuna. "Hey, it's cool. Momo and I use our quirk all the time with Izuku during Seki times." "You do? Curious, aren't you?" Setsuna asked, accompanied by a smirking emoji. "Yes." P50, can't believe you said it without a second thought. If it makes you more curious, Izuku's quirk gives him stamina. A lot of stamina. He lasts long. I think he could have 100 girlfriends and go around with each of them, though I'm a bit biased. Setsuna wrote back, "Well, if you are on board, I'll help. Tomorrow we have that joint exercise." "Oh, so that's what happened. I guess I should have figured that one out since the first joint training," he said. Kodai nodded. "But that was so early." Kodai raised an eyebrow, looking genuinely confused, before sighing and shaking her head. Then she pointed at him, at herself, and made the same 3 gesture again. "Are you sure?" In response, the deadpan girl grabbed his costume by the hem of the neck and pulled Izuku forward, kissing him again. She was a really good kisser, Izuku realized, before she let him go and raised an eyebrow, as if to ask if that answered his question. "I guess you are." "Well," he coughed in his fist, before looking at her. Kodai's face was inexpressive, but Izuku could see small signs that betrayed, behind her apparent shorty, just a hint of nerves. Her eyes darted off once in a while before looking back at him, her mouth had just the slightest edge of a frown, and her hands were just slightly fidgeting. Was she worried he'd say no? He supposed anyone would, and he had admitted that he didn't know her that well. He supposed it was fair to assume a guy with 2 girlfriends, both people that had an history with him, might not be interested in one that instead had barely spoken to him, or anyone else for that matter. Thing was, he didn't see it that way. He had not been in love with either Momo or Setsuna before they started dating, and yet now he couldn't imagine being without them. The sec helped making them closer, sure, but he had fallen for them because they were genuinely good people. He had offered Barrows to be his girlfriend with the same logic, and if this happened again, and he had the wildest feeling it might now, because once or twice was one thing, but this was 5 times in less than 3 weeks that a different girl hit on him. At some point a man had to catch a hint, then he would do the same. "Q," he said, and he noticed her gulp adorably when he said her name. "I'd love to have you as one of my girlfriends." Yui nodded, and stepped forward, but before she could pull him in yet another kiss, Izuku surprised her by taking her chin softly and pulling her in instead. The heat creeped through Yui's body, and he felt her hands close on his back, his doing the same. They stayed there, kissing for what felt like an eternity of soft lips and lengthy touches. Once they were both out of breath, they broke from one another. Yui's face was red, And even if the girl was still holding onto her neutral expression, there was no hiding the upward turn of her lips and the happiness in her eyes. Izuku figured this was it, and was about to ask her if she wanted to go out for lunch, but then Yui raised a hand to make a circle with her thumb and index, and then jammed the index of the other hand into it, while looking at him inquisitively. Izuku had to admit, that was the easiest round of charade he had ever been part of. Well, I wouldn't say no, but are you sure? Yui in response jammed the index finger further inside the circle, until she hit the hand, and then started to pump it back and forth, all without breaking eye contact with him. Izuku felt his little Deku down below stir at the sight as the finger kept savagely pumping in and out of the circle, and he had to wonder if after all he was just a pervert, if that was all that was needed to push him. Okay, yeah, you are sure? He said, and Yui nodded and liked her lips. As I said, wouldn't say no. She smiled and Izuku expected her to start stripping, preparing to do the same, but Yui shook her head and, as she walked forward, didn't even take off her hat, instead kneeling in front of his breathes and fishing for the zipper. You want to do it in full costumes? Izuku added, Yui blushing but still nodding. Oh right, she had commented she liked his costume. You don't like 𝐭𝐴 you like myheroacademia, right? With costumes, powers and everything. Yui nodded again, all while her hand managed to pull out the zipper and fished out his PP, the member at half-mast but rapidly growing. He saw her stare at it for a long moment, before she whispered big, liked her lips again and dove in. Izuku had, at this point, received a few BLWJBs. Komori had deep-throated him, and she had currently been the only one, but Yu seemed ready to break that record. Her face approached his pelvis, taking in inch after inch of his irked member until her nose hit his pelvis. It was different from Komori. She felt tighter, clearly not as prepared for his size, but she powered through and started to move her tongue, liking his member as she pulled back, only to dive back in, finding a slow and steady rhythm. He gasped and groaned, and her surprisingly plain expression for a girl that was currently making out with his breathes and pelvis only served to somehow make the situation even more artsy. Izuku had nothing to do but let Yui dictate the flow. Back and forth. Back and forth. Back and forth. As her mouth bobbed up and down his, Izuku felt his body get closer and closer to release, and looked down at Yui. Why? She didn't say anything, but her head started moving faster, the wet sound of the deep throat radiating through the empty room. Izuku groaned, realizing how close he was already. The head kept bobbing, and Izuku leaned back and gasped louder, knowing release was coming. When it did, Kodai dove in all the way, letting him release directly down her throat. He groaned in bliss as the girl didn't budge an inch until he was finished, at which point she slowly pulled back, her tongue lolling out of her mouth, still connected to his PP by a small trail of saliva. She looked up at him and gave him an inquisitive look. Why, it was great. Kodai's face took a turn for the smug as she kissed the tip of his half-irked PP, and Izuku felt little Deku rear up for a second round. The girl, meanwhile, stood up and moved up to a nearby wall that she proceeded to lean against, before pulling up, but not off, her white skirt. Izuku's brain registered the sight of her damp vagina, exposed by a hole in her otherwise intact red leggings. He looked at her, and with the same smug look as before, the girl pulled out a single piece of cloth, of the appropriate size to cover said hole, and let it fall to the ground. When it touched the ground, it had grown in size to a very familiar red cape. Did you give me that part of your costume to make the fake flag earlier? Izuku asked. Yui nodded. Why that one? Yui pointed at him, then at herself, and then formed a circle with her fingers, before slamming into it her other hand's index finger like before. Yeah, sorry, that was a stupid question. So, should we? Yui just raised an eyebrow and wiggled her butt invitingly, as if to ask what he was waiting for. Izuku wasn't sure. Of all the girls he had sex with, Yui was certainly the quirkiest one. Yet, a small part of his brain added against his better judgment, quirkiest one yet. Still, he wasn't about to say no, so he stepped up to her, lining his now fully irked PP with her PP. He took a deep breath, and then started to push himself in. 𝐒𝐻, you let out a pleasured as Izuku entered her, while he groaned. She was tight, he thought. Not as tight as Barrow's, but, of course, And man did he realize how weird it was that he had that metric of comparison, but tight enough he actually had to push a bit to break through. He felt her shiver and breathe under his gloved hands, and put a hand on her back, the other propping him against the wall. As he waited for her to be ready, he looked at her red and white costume, and wondered what someone that barged in would think of a girl and a boy in full hero costume apparently just straddling each other. Granted, a closer look would have revealed what was actually going on. Yui glanced at him, humming a question, and Izuku nodded, content with knowing she was ready. With that in mind, he started to pump, slowly at first. Yui hummed in unison with his pumps, her hands sliding against the wall as Izuku kept going, gasping and breathing in pleasure. Yui, he repeated with each move inside her quivering PP, the girl answering with more mmms that meant so much more from her than they would from any other girl. Izuku was starting to distinguish the soft image as he pulled back and his hardened PP slid against her walls, and the soft, quick image of pleasure as he moved back in. Yui ummed and ummed, PP juices leaking down her legs, staining her red leggings a deeper crimson. Izuku's hand meanwhile found Yui's brstis, FN Dylan G it even through her bodysuit. He felt the distinct lack of the resistance a BR would have given and so squeezed, cloth and flesh underneath his hand eliciting another mmm of pleasure from the girl. The mmms pushed him forward more and more, his pace hastening as he felt the girl's mmm grow louder. And then Yu let out a whispered "s," and Izuku lost it, grabbing her face and turning it around to drag her into a deep kiss while he kept pushing inside her. Yui ummed in his mouth, a hand around his neck to hold herself up and the other against the wall to balance the two of them. When she broke the kiss, Izuku wondered if something was wrong, but her lustful gaze told him instantly this was something else. With a shuddering breath, she let out one word. Lift. Izuku didn't need to ask what, instead firing up one for all at 1%, grabbing Yui by the inside of her legs and lifting her up, the girl umming as their position shifted and she found herself in a standing Nelson, her legs held up by Izuku as his PP kept ramming up in her PP. Shrink. She muttered next, and Izuku felt her clothes constrict under his grasp, tightening around her body, and then she looked at him. T-tie. Izuku pulled into his quirk, and Black Whip responded, emerging from his back and slithering around the girl. The semi-solid shadow grasped on her chest and around her raised legs, before tightening on her abdomen and down over her ass cheeks, forming a HNS that freed Izuku's hands to roam up and down Yui's body, finding gaps through her shrunk costume and letting him grasp at her bare skin. He finally grasped on her BRSTS again, this time with both hands. The tighter costume made it feel like there was nothing at all there, Yu letting out after as all her dreams of hero sec became real, and the response was equally enthusiastic. Yes, 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 she repeated over and over as she finally came, her tongue lolling out of her mouth again as she turned toward him. Izuku, she whispered in his ear, and that single utterance of his name pushed Izuku over the edge for good. With a loud groan and a shout of "Yu," he come flowing inside the girl and then down her legs, the two lovers breathing as they stood there, Yu letting out slow mmms of pleasure too as she felt herself fall. Izuku lifted Yui up, extracting himself from her, and then gently pulled her into another kiss, her soft lips meeting his in a burning hot mess. She ummed softly into his mouth, and he ummed softly in hers, their voices intertwining in Yui's language of soft mmms and shuddering gasps. When they finally broke the kiss, Yui pulled from her pocket a single small object and tossed it on the ground, the mattress growing to full size a second later, allowing them to awkwardly stumble onto it. The two, still in full costume, even if Yui's had been ruined by the shrinking and both were damp from sweat, breathed as they gathered their strength. What now? Izuku asked. Yui tapped her chin, pretending to be deep in thought, and then smiled. Reward. She whispered, and to Izuku's surprise she tossed her hat aside. She followed that by enlarging her bodysuit until she could just toss it off her body and do the same with her leggings and boots, offering Izuku the sight of her naked figure in all its glory. Her nipples were small, Izuku noticed, and her BRSTS larger than he would have first guessed, placing her above Bero's size, though not as large as Komori or Momo. She touched his chest, and Izuku felt his costume enlarge as well. Understanding what she wanted, he slid out of it, easy now that it was the size of a tent, and rolled it, pushing it aside. Yui smiled, a soft, tender smile that made Izuku melt and his brain wonder how he had never thought of this girl as someone he liked romantically before that day, and she dragged him into another kiss, the two lovers softly letting themselves fall on the soft mattress. After losing themselves to each other's mouth, it was unavoidable for Izuku's hand to roam her body. He moved them up her legs, reaching her soft butt cheeks and closing on them with a squeeze that made UMMM in his kiss, pushing him to do it again and again, kneading the soft mounds to her. "Pleasure!" she gasped, and in retort brought her own hands down, closing them on Izuku's muscular glutes and grasping at them, making Izuku shudder, all while they interrupted their kiss, just for a second, to breath, only for both to dive in again, lust and blooming romance intertwining. Izuku's hands next moved up, tracing her back and making her shiver in delight before he reached her biases and started toying with them like he had her butt, grasping for the nipples, passing his thumb over them to flick them and estimate them more and more. Yui's shuddering MMMMS into their kiss grew louder, and Izuku moved one of his hands off the BRSS and down her chest and abdomen, reaching her pelvis. His fingers touched her still wet PP, freely taking their time to touch every inch while Yui's MMM grew in intensity. In response, the girl's own hands moved forward, grasping for Izuku's PP, back in Erkton. Just as he started to finger his new girlfriend, she began to give him a HNDJB, all while they exchanged more and more kisses. Izuku was the first to come, his PP releasing a rain of cum strands, most landing on the mattress but some making it to Yui's body. The girl hummed in delight, but a moment later her MMM became another whispered "is," as she too came, a gushing stream of fluids dampening the mattress. With a satisfied gasp that echoed surprisingly loud in the room, Izuku rolled to the side, looking up at the ceiling as Yui cuddled against him. He stayed there, sometimes offering a small kiss on her forehead, but otherwise content with just hugging his third girlfriend, the hum of delight she gave in response to his touch making him happier than ever. There wasn't much to talk about they hadn't already said, or well, that he had said and she had hummed to in delighted agreement, so instead they stayed there. Izuku sighed, content, looking at Yui's face as she seemed to get sleepy against him, cuddling further. His new life was weird, but when he was like this, it truly paid off. XXXXXXXX. Setsuna's phone vibrated and she grasped it excitedly, holding back a The picture that came in was clearly made by Yui, the girl cuddling against Izuku's chest, both clearly naked. Success. The caption read. Setsuna in pleasure. Something good, emesis? Momo asked, her head between the legs of the naked splitting girls, intent on liking her girlfriend's PP. Setsuna's other hand, currently busy fingering the creation hero from behind, floated up and smacked her in the butt, Momo yelping in delight. That's right, Slot. Setsuna said, it seems you will have a second emesis. Are you happy? MSTR has a new girlfriend. Momo asked, the excitement in her voice too raw to hide. That is fantastic, emesis. It really is. Setsuna said, liking her lips and smacking her girlfriend's butt again. And now back to work, Slot. Momo didn't need to be told again, diving back into her MSTA's PP, Setsuna letting out a loud MMMM of pleasure. She loved Izuku. She loved Momo. She loved Yui. She loved their other lovers. And she really, really loved her new life. The last days of September usually for Izuku meant either studying for some school tests or working on his patrols. Sometimes, however, they meant awkwardly standing in front of a crowd and trying to not look like he really wanted to be anywhere but there. The event was quite important, of course, at least in its symbolism. The reveal of the new Kamino statue of All Might, to replace the one destroyed by Dabi during the war. Of course, it hadn't exactly been a priority in the year and a half since, and the fact Japan now had resources to spend on less fundamentally needed constructions like this one was uplifting in many ways. However, Izuku could have done with being in the crowd, rather than standing on the stage, next to other important figures involved in the Kamino reconstruction effort. Politicians, entrepreneurs, civilian officials. It was a small crowd on the stage looking at a larger crowd, and to Izuku, double crowd sounded daunting. Then again, He couldn't exactly shy away from his role as the future symbol of peace. Well, I could have, if Shoto didn't talk his way out of this first. Izuku thought. The guy was one of his best friends, but he had been the first invited to the event, since he was the one fighting Derby, and had managed to convince Hound Dog and Aizawa that sending the brother of the one that destroyed the first statue might have sent the wrong message. Yeah, totally that, and not just the ice and fire user trying to dodge the event. Totally. Are you okay? The woman to his left asked. He glanced at her. With brown hair and eyes, she couldn't be older than 30. Izuku recognized her after a moment. Moko Tamashi, the one some journalist had nicknamed Symbol of Faith. Apparently, after the war, some pictures of her cleaning the All Might statue every day had started to circulate, and when asked about it she said she had faith in the heroes, no matter what, because All Might showed her the heroes would always do their best to save everyone. That was enough to propel her to some fame, though she didn't really try to push it, instead going back to her normal life while working to aid in the reconstruction. Yes. He said back in a whisper, sorry, I'm just a bit nervous. Miss Tamashi chuckled, before returning a whisper of her own. The future symbol of peace doesn't like crowds. Terrified. Izuku said, earning another chuckle. Same, actually. If I ever meet the journalist that nicknamed me Symbol of Faith, I'll strangle them. I keep being asked for a picture or an autograph, like I did something special at all. Well, I think, Izuku started, only for a politician next to them to cough meaningfully in his fist. Ah, right, they were probably supposed to be paying attention. The two awkwardly looked back ahead. XXXXXXXX, it took a whole other hour for the ceremony to be over. The statue, a larger version of the previous one, was unveiled. The base now featured two lists of people, the civilians that died in the Kamino fight between All for One and All Might, and on the other side the heroes that died fighting Derby and his group of villains and Nomu in the war. Once the ceremony was over, Izuku walked up to the statue, looking up at the massive figure of All Might in his muscle form, and then his eyes trailing down to the names on the memorial. He let his eyes roam on them for a long moment. You were there too, weren't you? A feminine voice asked to his right. He turned around to see Tamashi, the woman looking at the statue. Izuku noticed her smile, and wondered how much this meant for her. She was the one who had become famous for the care she took of the statue, and then Derby had destroyed it. Seeing it rebuilt must have meant a lot to her. For the first one, yes. My friends were here for the second. He replied. Right. She nodded, glancing at the left side. I was in my apartment watching my TV one moment, and the next I woke up crushed under rubble. I was lucky, I suppose. The survivor closest to the epicenter of the attack, they told me. But back then I thought I was just gonna die. And then he was there. Izuku said with a sigh and a smile, looking up at the statue. Moko smiled. He was there. He stood his ground and saved me. The villain tried to use me as a hostage, and he still stood there, taking a blow that would have killed me. Even if it meant losing more of his strength, even if it meant potentially dying. He saved my life. Her smile, gentle and grateful, hit Izuku. It was the same smile he had seen so many times in videos and pictures of people being saved by All Might, and one that he was still getting used to see people aim at him. It was the smile of someone that was thanking them from the bottom of their heart. He was always the greatest. Izuku replied, everything I am, I owe it to him. He'll always be my hero. And he says you are his. Tamashi said with a chuckle, must be weird to be the idol of your idol. Izuku laughed. It kinda is, but I can claim seniority on that front. I have a pretty big merchandise collection to prove it. Oh. I've been trying to since the first Kamino fight, and even more since the war. She replied. Cool. Any rare piece? I found a rare, limited edition from All Might Silver Age, actually. She said proudly, showing him a picture, only 50 copies left after the war. No way. Is that the 15th anniversary celebration figure? I only ever found one, and it was too expensive for my teenage allowance. Yep. Got lucky and found it weeks before the war. She said proudly. Then, she paused a moment, bit her lip, and then spoke again. Actually, want to come to my apartment and see my collection? Can I? Izuku asked. Tamashi nodded excitedly, and Izuku knew he had found a kindred spirit. XXXXXXXX. Tamashi's apartment was just a few blocks away from the Kamino Memorial. The newly built house had a nice wooden floor, large open space living room and kitchen, and windows that opened on a small balcony. Past the living room was Tamashi's bedroom. Inside, there were several All Might memorabilia, a poster on the wall, one Izuku owned two celebratory postcards framed in a single frame on the wall, and several figures of All Might. Izuku had most of them, but the one he didn't have, the Silver Age 15th anniversary figure, got his full attention. So appealing, he said. "Ihei, yeah, I'm glad you like it." Tamashi said. "Like it? I love it. It must have cost a fortune." "It was pretty expensive, but I suppose the real luck was that it survived the war," the woman said. Izuku nodded, before noticing the other set of figures next to the All Might ones. His own. There was one of him using Black Whip, and a second one of him surrounded by his thread-marked green lightnings while flying. He blinked, then turned to Tamashi, who coughed in her fist while blushing lightly. I'm not just an All Might fan, you know." Izuku felt his cheeks heat up a little himself, realizing he was in the house of a woman who not only shared his love for everything All Might, but was also a fan of his. Is this what it's like to be famous? He wondered. He had never considered that there might be women out there collecting his merchandise. "And look," Tamashi said, trying to change subject and pulling out a pair of parka from the closet, "I have these hoodies too." Izuku put aside the matter to do what he did best. Gush about All Might merchandise. XXXXXXXX. An hour of talking about All Might later, Izuku was sitting at Tamashi's table, the woman holding a can of beer while he held his soda. "And that's what my All Might face is based on. Vinegar incident. I heard about it, but never looked into it in details." Tamashi nodded. "I will though. I want to learn everything about All Might." "You are really devoted to this," Izuku said, Tamashi nodding. "I truly admire All Might, you know. Maybe it just makes me come off as a fangirl, but he wasn't just a hero. He was the symbol of peace, a man whose back could bring joy and hope to everyone. And I feel everyone took it for granted. We always believed that he was going to be there forever, and never thought about the world after." She pointed at Izuku, "And now you are next. That message from All Might was for you, wasn't it? The next symbol of peace, wielding the same quirk as his predecessor, carrying the torch and leading the path of a brighter generation." Izuku scratched his cheek, slightly embarrassed. "I guess I'm just doing my best. Inheriting one for all and becoming All Might's successor. It was a difficult road, but I made it." "Well, you defeated All for One and Tomura Shigaraki. I'm sure he's proud of you." Izuku smiled. "I guess. He does say I can probably stop collecting his merchandise now, especially since he's collecting mine, but I can't do it." "Oh, actually, I really wanted to ask, can you show me your collection? I'm so curious to see it." Izuku nodded, pulling out his phone. He had some pictures of his room saved that he had taken a few days before to show his girlfriends, so he had no problem on that front. They had asked to see what it looked like after he had mentioned that they probably didn't want to use his room the next time they spent time together, and then had all agreed that All Might on every wall made it impossible to have Sekin there. Izuku had to admit, it probably was. Even he had to close his eyes or focus very hard on his phone in his teenage years when he needed to burn some stress. Still, without the context, they were just some pictures. No big deal. Tamashi took the offered device and started looking through the pictures, clearly curious, her eyes roaming over the various merchandise. She would stop and point out some rare piece, like Izuku's poster, the one he got from Centipede, along with the rest of Nightai's merchandise. Izuku's collector side had very complicated feelings about Nightai's death, before she moved to the following picture, doing the same. And then the next. And then the next. When she moved again, though, her face changed, turning from her curious expression to a bright red blush as her eyes went wide. Oh my!" she exclaimed. It took Izuku's brain a second to process that he had only taken 4 pictures of his room. After that, the pictures were of a far different nature. As Tamashii fumbled with his phone, likely accidentally skipping a few photos ahead if her eyes going even wider were any indication, Izuku felt his blood drain from his face. "Sorry. Sorry." They both said as Tamashii handed over the device and Izuku took it and promptly stuffed it in his pocket, trying his best to not think about the fact he had just shown a stranger some very personal pictures. Like Setsuna liking him riding Momo doggy style, and Yui in the middle of skinning him in full costume. Not exactly the best impression, probably. They awkwardly stood there, both having now gone bright red and looking in every direction that wasn't each other's face. Oh gosh, how was he supposed to explain this? "It's not what it looks like," he finally said. "It's not?" Tamashii asked. "I supposed those were lovers. Was I wrong?" Well, they are, but," he shook his head, No buts really. Those are my girlfriends." "Girlfriends? Plural?" she asked. Izuku nodded. Okay, I didn't expect that one." I guess few people would." Izuku shook his head. "I'm still not sure how that happened, honestly. Setsuna wanted more girls to join us, and I just... Well, why would I say no? The only rule we have about including more girls in my fun times is that I offer them a place as another girlfriend, and if they say no, at least agree to have a night with Set and the others too." "Really? That's it?" "Yeah. Setsuna says she always wanted to try having a guy with a HM as large as possible. Momo is excited about it, and you just joined, but she is on board too. Not that a girl joining could not be on board by now. I don't think there is any turning back." Izuku shook his head. "Never thought this would be my life, but I'm so happy they are here." Moko hummed. "So, hypothetically, if you wanted to go to town with me, what would you ask?" I never tried actually. Most of the girls so far were the one hitting on me," Izuku admitted. She snorted. "Oh my god, that's priceless. You need to try then." You sure?" "Come on, it's good for the future, right? If you are planning to find more girlfriends, you should be able to be the one that asks. Can't always rely on them to hit on you first." The woman pointed out. Right. Izuku cleared his throat, collecting his thoughts. "Right, first of all. Tamashii, I think you are cute and we both are All Might fans," he said. "Nice, buttering me up a bit. You are a born seducer. What next?" "I guess just, would you like to become my girlfriend?" Izuku asked. Probably not the smoothest, but they were already at that point in the discussion. "Yeah, sure." Tamashii replied casually, making Izuku's jaw drop. Izuku stared, wide-eyed, as Tamashii leaned forward. "Just for future advice, Izuku, when a woman invites you to her house to see her collection of something, she might have a second goal in mind. You are lucky I find a man that knows a lot of All Might trivia incredibly attractive." And with that she planted a kiss on his mouth. Izuku returned it mechanically, and for a few moments they were both lost in each other's lips, before they finally broke the kiss. "Since when?" he asked. "Been a fan. Since you were revealed to be All Might's successor. Wanted to have sex with you." She gave him a sultry look. "Since I've seen you today. Wanted to be your girlfriend. Since I found out there is an open spot and you are an All Might nerd just like me. If you actually want me, of seed." Izuku planted a kiss on her mouth, making her let out a gasp and, a second later, a loud mmm as she returned it in kind. There wasn't much tongue involved, but her soft lips met Izuku's harder ones fiercely and didn't let go as they stumbled awkwardly off the table, trying to find their way through her living room. As they did, Izuku felt her thug on his shirt and raised an arm, then the other. She pulled it off, breaking the kiss for the briefest of seconds, and he returned the favor by helping her get out of her own. As they entered the bedroom, he looked down and stared dumbfounded at what he saw. Tamashii followed his eyes. My underwear is a bit special." He nodded, staring at the BR with All Might's pattern from his last costume on it, the yellow, red, white and blue lines making it abundantly obvious that this too was merchandise even if Izuku didn't know exactly where she had bought it and how much it cost it. What? He didn't buy All Might brand clothes for women, but he kept note of them. "Is it weird for you?" I don't know if, she started, but in response he pulled down his breathes, eliciting a snort in return. I guess we are on the same wavelength there, she said, looking at the All Might brand boxes, colored to reproduce the main pattern of the Silver Age costume, red with a white circle. Of course, as she did, she couldn't not notice the massive bulge pushing against it. He kicked aside his breathes, and she lowered her own, revealing the rest of her underwear. Matching All Might panties, of course. Was it wrong? It aroused Izuku immensely to see a girl wear All Might brand underwear, because he was fairly sure he had found his personal K&K. He didn't care that much as he grabbed her by the waist and dragged her in for another kiss, while his hands roamed her back, grasping for the BR's hook. As it did, he touched her back, feeling a smoother, less muscular body than most of his girlfriends and sec partners. She wasn't fat, but he could definitely feel she didn't train as hard and as often as a hero student, which was hardly surprising. He finally found the hook, and as they stood precariously in front of the bed he pulled it off, revealing her BRSTS. About the same size as Setsuna's, maybe just slightly larger, she had darker, inverted nipples. Well, his other girlfriends, since Moko was now one too. And man, wouldn't that thought send him for a loop in any other occasion. But in the here and now, as they stood in front of one another, his boxers and her panties all that separated them from being fully naked, breathing and kissing, their hands roaming over each other, he couldn't think about it. Moko, he whispered with a husky voice as she let go the kiss. They barely knew one another, and this was an insane pace for any relationship, but he didn't know what else to do but go forward. Who cared? She was nice, an All Might nerd like him, funny, kind and probably loyal. He didn't lie when he said that, by all accounts, she was a woman he'd have loved to date, even without the madness his life had become since Setsuna's offer. Are you? She whispered back, and he wondered if similar thoughts were going through her head. Can you lift me? He grinned, and even though they were right next to the bed, he picked her up, putting one arm under her butt, leaving her perched, and, to show off, he lifted her, using 1% of one for all to push his arm above his head, until he was holding her up with just his hand under her butt, earning an amazed gasp. She was almost touching the roof, even with him lowering his knees to make sure she didn't go too high, so he brought her back down and made her land on the bed, the mattress wobbling as she landed with a giggle. Was that fun? So strong, she said. You are so strong. She watched him sit on the bed and moved closer, her finger tracing the defined muscles of his back, so muscular. She planted a kiss on his back, making him shiver, and then started to go up, climbing over the shoulder. Izuku turned around, making it easier for her to then give another peck as she descended down toward his pectorals. She next stopped at his right NPL, giving it a like that made Izuku and from there further down, a kiss on his lower pecs followed by one on his upper abs. Moko, you are every bit the man I imagined, she whispered, so strong. She kissed one of the muscles in his six-pack, so brave. She brushed her left hand over his right, feeling the rough skin of his scars, so big, she muttered as her other hand grasped on the edge of his boxers, diving in to start stroking his bulging length. His free hand grabbed her chin and pulled her up into another kiss, a grumble escaping his lips to match her gasp, as her hand kept stroking. His own free hand, the one not holding hers, roamed up her naked leg, stroking over and over the soft skin of her thigh, making her shiver in pleasure. Are you gonna take me, number one? She whispered, detaching herself from his lips. Will you save me from being lonely any longer? Will you show me your powerful smash? She asked, stroking his PP over and over. One saved me from evil, will the other save me from loneliness? Izuku let out a deep breath, and while still holding her left hand with his right one, letting her finger brush the scars on his, he pulled down his irked PP. Seeing it in its full glory made Moko gulp for a second as she took in his length, his girth, his sheer size. He was big, Izuku knew, but it seemed for Moko it was the first time seeing one like his own. And yet, she didn't surrender, instead continuing to slide him up and down her hand sometimes turning so the palm could brush the bottom of the head and then returning to pump firmly. Mark me, number one. Make me yours, she said, and Izuku in response grabbed her left BRST, toying with her inverted NPL and making her mine. He whispered, a voice that came from somewhere within, awakening in the face of a girl that asked for him to take control. Mine. Mine. He whispered over and over, lowering his pelvis until his exposed PP was resting against her PP, only separated from her by the thin layer of her multicolored panties, and begun to pump rhythmically, stroking against the wetness he could feel through the panty, letting her hand pump his PP from above and the wetness estimulate it from below. Faster! Faster Deku! Faster! She shouted, using his hero name, faster number 1, faster. Gishift! Izuku thought, and every cell of his body accelerated to second gear. Not enough to hurt anyone, not if he didn't put 1 for all's actual strength in it, but still a speed far above what he had before. To think once this was a technique that could have killed him, and now he was using it for secretary. He felt her scream in pleasure, and he made sure it was pleasure by looking at her, seeing the smile plastered over her face as she gasped and ummed over and over, as her 𝐂𝐬𝐺 brushed through the cloth of the panties against his irked PP, a constant, fast, unstoppable force, all while his fingers still brushed her nipples, cupped her breasts and squeezed over and over, turning her voice in a symphony of incoherent pleasure. She let out a gasp and came first, the panties turning dark as a wave of fluid surged out, and Izuku couldn't resist anymore, pulling the panties off with a single slide to stare at the woman he had just made come in all her natural beauty. And appealing she was, her body shivering as his PP couldn't stop, still brushing over and over, now ∑g her 𝐂𝐬𝐺 directly. She didn't stop pumping either, putting a desperate effort into keeping up with him. She cried out a second time, and Izuku blinked as he realized she had come a second time, her juices staining the bed. Mine. 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 He growled. Yours. I'm yours. Do it. She shouted, and he felt his inside stir as he bent back and his orgasm fired off, showering her whole body in ropes of thick, white cum, the bed trembling at the sheer strength of Izuku's gishift dissipating. Something clattered on the floor, falling out from somewhere underneath, but Izuku ignored it and focused on what mattered, Moko. He breathed as he took in the smile on her face, the sweat on her brow, the mess of brown hair around her head contrasting so perfectly with the white sheets below her. He leaned in and kissed her gently, this time giving her time to breathe between short kisses rather than keeping up a single, long one. Are you okay? He asked. Yes. She slurred out, a minute, she said, and Izuku nodded, expecting she'd need time to recuperate before they could continue. Older or not, she was still a civilian, not someone with the stamina of a pro-hero or an ex-villain turned bodyguard. Water? He asked, and she nodded. He stood up, walking out of the room and toward her fridge, coming back with a glass that she greedily sipped from. As he went back to put the glass on the table and came back again, though, he noticed the object laying on the ground. Red, yellow, blue, some white. Plastic and RBB. An unmistakable pattern designed again after All Might's costume. He picked up the DLD and glanced at Moko, who saw it at the same time and turned bright red, before covering her face with both hands. No, she whined out, and he chuckled. He knew of course that stuff like that existed. Of course, nothing official, but pretty much every hero had SXL toys made with their costume designs and image in mind, usually DLDS and VBIS for male heroes and onaholes for the female heroes. The girls in the UA dorms had promised the boys that if they ever caught wind of them owning such things, especially modeled after them, they were going to set them on fire. And then set the toys on fire. No one had questioned why the next day Mineta had chucked a box in the bin while crying. Nice collectible. He said instead, don't think I have this one. Stoop, the woman said, mortified, from behind her hands. Is it a special edition? Rimmed for your pleasure? WI, before you ask, I don't know if All Might is this big. He said, I do know he had some girlfriends. We could ask them. I want to die, Moko whimpered, grabbing a pillow and putting it over her face. Swallow me, ground, eh? Izuku put it next to his PP. I'm bigger though. Jeez. The woman chucked the pillow at him, Izuku catching it with the free hand. You are really lucky you are hot, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku felt a smirk on his face. Man, Sek really brought out his wilder side, didn't it? He was never this cocky outside of battle usually. He tossed the pillow back on the bed, next to Moko, and walked up to her. "How are you feeling?" "Good. We can go again." "I like the sound of that," Izuku replied, before looking at the DLD he was still holding. "Where should I put this?" Moko blushed. "Why don't you decide?" she asked, her eyes meeting his. Izuku looked at her for a moment, then realized what she was asking and nodded. He considered his options for a moment. "How do you like BLWJBS?" "I'm totally fine with them." "Then stay put," he said, and moved in position, putting his knees to the side of Moko's head, his semi-erect PP right above her face, while he looked down to her vagina. She didn't miss what he wanted from her, and when he lowered himself, she met his PP with her mouth, her tongue lapping at the air even before it could reach it, before it started to make circles around the head. "So intense," she murmured, and Izuku noticed her whole body quiver before he felt his PP enter her mouth. She didn't deep-throat him, but she did manage to take about half his length before he had to stop and felt her start bobbing her head instead. With a of pleasure, he looked down at the vagina. His free hand started fingering it, 3 fingers going in and out rhythmically while the other 2 toyed with her CLTs. He felt a hum of pleasure leave Moko's mouth and reverberate up through his PP, sending in turn a shiver down his spine. He could feel her anticipation, since she knew what he was about to do, and once she was wet enough, he grabbed the DLD and started to pump it against her wet PP, coating it in her juices to make sure it was as lubricated as it could, all while feeling more MMMS. Finally, while Moko's mouth and one of her hands kept pumping on his PP, he lined up the DLD with the entrance, retracting his other hand, and pushed in. Moko let out a louder that made Izuku's PP vibrate once again as the DLD went in, slowly pushing through her folds and spreading her walls. When he was inside for about 2/3 of the length, he glanced behind, to the brown-haired girl currently busy liking his like it was the most delicious of popsicles. "Are you ready?" he asked. "Yes," she said, without stopping to like, a frantic lust in her eyes. "Do it. Make me feel your dual attack, number 1. Izuku nodded, and as Moko took his PP back in her mouth, he pumped with both ends, his hand and his PP working as one, rhythmically moving to push in and pull out on both sides. He had to be careful to not push either too far, which was hard with the pleasure that run through his body from the back and the lust that misted his mind and made his mouth water as he looked down at the girl being penetrated over and over by the DLD he was holding. Moko's BLWJB felt absolutely divine, the girl doing her best to push herself forward and try to take more and more of his PP with each bob of her head, and meanwhile her legs shivered as Izuku kept pumping the DLD in and out. "Ijuku," she let out without letting go his PP. "Fashej, Fashej," he heard, and he complied, accelerating on both ends, while his free hand started to play with her CLTs again, making let out another as she endured the triple assault to her mouth, her CLT and her VGNA. Izuku grinned, and after a moment dove in with his mouth instead, liking, lapping and sking at the CLT while his now free hand roamed up and down her leg, feeling the soft flesh underneath as he kept going, DLD, PP and tongue working in unison to bring as much pleasure as possible to both her and himself. Moko gasped as a third orgasm rushed out of her PP, coating the DLD even more in juices. Izuku looked at her for a moment to make sure she was okay, and once he was sure she didn't want him to stop, he kept going, earning a of approval as her one free hand moved to grasp her own BRST, his own moving down and clasping on her ass cheeks, both kneading the respective body part as if it was an agreed movement. They stayed there, massaging, pumping, feeling one another as Moko came a 4th time and Izuku felt his PP was ready to let go as well. He accelerated, letting Moko pick a pace but then sticking with it, and as she pumped faster he responded in kind, on both ends and with his tongue. Finally, with a loud groan filled with longing, he squeezed her ass cheek, pushed the DLD in, and let out a new orgasm, the white stuff raining over Moko's open, expecting mouth, her tongue extended out to catch as much as possible, the rest staining equally her face and the pillow below. He groaned, pulling out the DLD and letting himself fall to his side, the plastic object rolling off the bed and clattering on the ground once more. "That was so artisty," he murmured. He had pleased girls with his hands and mouths before, but a sex toy was new and, he found, quite exciting. I've never, 𝐿𝐿 replied, never felt like this. It's like there is a burning fire inside me that wants me to do more. Do you more? She pushed herself back, to lean upward and look at him in the eyes. 𝐒𝐻𝐿𝐵, can you go again? 𝐒𝐻𝐿𝐵 nodded, his PP already propping himself up for another round. I can. He could see the anticipation in her eyes as she spread her legs, a signal 𝐒𝐻𝐿𝐵 had no trouble understanding. With a grin, he pushed himself up and placed himself above her. Her hands grabbed his, holding tight as she watched his PP finally line up with her PP and touch her entrance. I'm ready, she said, and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 pushed forward, slowly spreading her walls apart. 𝐿𝐿 let out a loud gasp as 𝐒𝐿𝐵's length spread her inside, echoed by 𝐒𝐿𝐵's own She felt so good, her walls closing on his PP as he filled her. MMH. Her MMMS and shouts of pleasure made 𝐒𝐿𝐵's own body stir, and after looking at her for confirmation and a final nod, he started to move. Slowly at first, their fingers interlocking just as their sex did, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 pushed inside the girl and pulled back out, more MMMS and gasps flooding the room as they both felt the pleasure the other could bring. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 knew then and there that he never wanted this to end. 𝐿𝐵 was his girlfriend, and he wanted her to be by his side forever, just like the others. He would do anything to preserve this fire he was feeling inside, this burning longing to be with her, with them, forever and ever. I'm yours now, she shouted, looking up at him, brown eyes meeting green. I'm yours. Your girlfriend. Your lover. I'm the number ones. I'm yours. Mine. You are mine. He grumbled, my girlfriend. My lover. Yes. Yours. Yours. She shouted, faster number one. Claim me. Mark me. Make me yours. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 didn't need to be told again, and started to pump faster, his large PP spreading her walls and reaching as deep as it could, the girl letting out loud shouts of pleasure, her tongue lolling out of her mouth as pleasure mounted. He dove in from above, opening his mouth for a kiss that scared in her tongue, letting him play with it at his leisure as his new girlfriend let out loud MMMs that made his mouth's grip only close more and his pelvis only dive in more and more. Her hands tightened on his as she once again orgasmed, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 wondering if she was just more sensitive, if the stamina of the other girls was that much higher, or if he was just getting better at pleasuring women. Maybe all three. He didn't know, but right now, he barely knew anything beyond 𝐿𝐵's body. The feel of her soft insides closing on his PP, the taste of her tongue, the smell of her sweat, the sound of her MMs, the sight of her eyes gazing lustfully into his. She was his world, and invading all his senses and forcing everything else out, and he hers if her hands clasping tighter and tighter on his were any indication. Finally, he let out a loud, roaring MMM as he hilted himself inside her just in time for his orgasm to hit again. The returning MMM from 𝐿𝐵 as her body shivered from head to toe and then back only made him stay there, feeling his PP unleash everything inside her as they breathed, slowly letting go, a trail of saliva connecting their two mouths. Finally, with a groan, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 let himself fall next to her, his PP pulling out and letting a final arch of semen fly high before it landed on the bed and on her thighs. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and 𝐿𝐵 laid there, the woman shuffling in to cuddle against him opening his arms to hug her. For a bit they stayed there, 𝐒𝐿𝐵's head resting against her, the smell of sweat mixing intoxicatingly with her hairs. Are you sure? She finally asked, and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 raised an eyebrow. About what? Us. She said, I know what we said, and I'm happy to be your girlfriend. Her face had turned into a red mess, but I'm a nobody when you have 3 hero girlfriends and who knows how many hero lovers. You are the future number 1, All Might's successor, the next symbol of peace, one for all's last holder, and you are 𝐿𝐵 Tamashii. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said, you are a brave woman that every day came to clean All Might's statue during the war out of respect for him. You are the symbol of faith. You are a kind, somewhat dorky collector of All Might memorabilia. He smiled, including an All Might DLD, something I will never let you forget. She puffed her cheeks and bore his head in his side. This is unfair. You can't be so nice and so mean at once. I call bullshit on my new boyfriend, she said, stammering for a second and making him blush in return. Izuku chuckled and kissed her forehead. Yeah, this was the beginning of something grand. XXXXXXXX. At this point, Setsuna had pretty much learned that if Izuku wasn't within her immediate line of sight and her phone buzzed, it was probably him showing her new conquest, so she wasn't even surprised when he saw a picture of him laying next to a woman with brown hair that must have been in her mid to late 20s. Setsuna recognized her vaguely, though he couldn't quite put her fingers on who she might have been. She was blushing wildly, clearly surprised about the idea of sending a picture, though not against if Izuku had sent it at all. The caption just read, "Our new girlfriend's name is Moko Tamashi." Setsuna sent a heart and then turned. "Girls, we have new girlfriend," she announced. Yui, currently being massaged by Barrows, the archer's fingers kneading her back, let out a loud "mm" followed by a thumbs up. Momo was out cold, the woman's massage so good it had put her to sleep. Again. Barrows asked from above Yui, "If he keeps going like this, I will need to open an actual clinic to let you all in. You are the one that offered a free massage whenever we want, and we pay back quite well," Setsuna pointed out, Barrows rolling her eyes but not denying it, making Setsuna grin even more. Izuku sent in the contact information for the new girlfriend and Setsuna added her to the chat. "Hi. So the Deku got you too, she wrote as a welcome. The response was a blushing emoji, and Setsuna chuckled before reading the follow-up text. "He had some big incentives," she wrote, and Setsuna cackled. She liked this new girl. "Well, welcome aboard. Nice to meet you, by the way, I'm Setsuna Tokic. Oh my gosh, I'm in a chat with Lizardy." A moment of pause. "Oh my gosh, I'm Lizardy's girlfriend." Setsuna let out another cackle. Oh, this one felt like a nice one to tease. Then Izuku sent in a picture, and Setsuna's eyes went wide as she stared at the clear All Might-themed DLD. "By the way, she owns this," he wrote. Izuku. Moko wrote, "Baby, I need to suffocate our boyfriend with a pillow." She continued. Setsuna chuckled, "Get him, girl." "Et tu, Setsuna." Izuku wrote back a moment later, clearly either not having been suffocated or still fiercely resisting his doom. Setsuna chuckled. Yep, she liked the new girl. And she didn't miss Barrow's quick glances at the chat. Someone was a lot more interested than she wanted to let out. Setsuna liked her lips. The future sure seemed prosperous. Izuku had many duties as a formerly hero in training that was in all ways operating like a real pro. While most of those were exciting, saving people, capturing villains, meeting other pros, and some were terrifying, public speaking, meeting fans, there was also a third category. "Alright dude, here are the documents." Burnin said, "Time for Deku's DLVY service." The incredibly mundane. "Why can't we send a mail?" Izuku asked, deciding to ignore Burnin's name for his current job. "Because it's super confidential stuff. The Pussycats might be rescue heroes, but now that we are low on heroes we need all hands on deck, so they are working with us for this operation, and I need to be sure this only passes through their hands. Are you going to tell me what you have spent the last month investigating?" Izuku asked. "Not yet. You'll know when we are ready to go in. Just know it involves our friend." "Ah." Izuku sighed. "Fine, I won't ask until you think it's time. Hopefully it's just nothing. Relax, Deku. You know that if it was dangerous, I'd tell you. I just want to make sure it's worth looking into." "Alright." Izuku cracked his neck, put the documents in a container that could handle max speeds, and started to float. "I'm off then." He activated float, raised above the agency until he was a safe distance from the city below, and then flew away. He kept to subsonic speed until he reached the countryside, then put more power in it and added Gishift's third gear. The sound barrier shattered around him as he flew toward Tokyo, the ground turning into a blur. He dove several times out of the path of birds, turning to make sure he hadn't hurt them with the wind blast, but aside from that it was smooth sailing. Yeah, he was a bit faster than a car or the postal office. He just wished that Burnin would stop suggesting that if he got bored of his hero career he could just open a private DLVY service. He slowed down as he reached the outskirts of the mountainous region north of Shizuoka, making sure to return to subsonic speed to not spook animals and damage buildings. He still cringed remembering the time he had shattered every window around Best Jeanist Agency by landing at supersonic speed, all because he was in a hurry. He stopped when he reached the pink building shaped to look like a cat's face, landing in front of the door, using 𝐺 to slow himself to a stop and touching the ground softly before undoing float and ringing the bell. A moment. A voice he recognized well shouted from inside. He smiled, and a moment later, true to her word, Ragdoll opened the door. Tomoko Shiotoko, once the pro-hero Ragdoll, had lost her quirk due to All for One in Kamino, and as they had found out when she volunteered, even Aries Rewind couldn't fix that. In her words, it felt like Rewind couldn't find anything to work on, as if Ragdoll had never had a quirk at all. Nedzu had called it an unfortunate interaction of quirks and the matter had been left at that. Still, Ragdoll hadn't let that end her cheer or her work as support for her teammates. With cheer and dedication, she now handled most of the team's office work, as well as a lot of their PR, letting her teammates handle the field work with a lot more freedom. It probably didn't feel the same, but Izuku genuinely admired her for her ability to rebound from such a hit and still keep up the good work. Deku! Ragdoll shouted with a smile the second her yellow eyes met his face. She dragged him into an affectionate hug, her emerald green hair drifting on his face. It's been too long. Izuku laughed, returning the hug. All of the pussycats were affectionate naturally, and they still considered themselves indebted to him for saving Kota at the summer camp in his first year, which translated in all of them being very affectionate to him in particular. In Ragdoll's case, that translated in a lot of hugs. Hi, Ragdoll. How are you? Doing well, doing well. This office lady is still in her prime, she said, puffing her chest. Izuku smiled, though his eyes did linger for a second on her chest. He forced his eyes out before she could notice, hoping that had been fast enough. Judging by the teasing grin on her face, no such luck. He felt his cheeks redden a little. He coughed in his fist. I'm glad to hear that. I brought Burnin's documents. Great. Come inside then. Ragdoll replied, basically dragging Izuku in the Pussycats agency. It was smaller than others Izuku had seen, but the girls and Tiger had gone all out with the cat theme. Everywhere, decorations and furniture was cat-themed, from the chairs in the corridor at the entrance, with a cat paw pattern etched on their back to the pictures of the Pussycats, mainly Pixie Bob, Izuku noticed, next to one or multiple cats. Pixie Bob really loves cats, Izuku asked. Naya, of course she does, she was the one that picked the theme of your team. Izuku replied. Ragdoll puffed her cheeks in a pouty expression. Well, if you are going to answer your own question, just say so, she said, though her playful expression proved she was just toying with Izuku. Sorry, Izuku said, scratching the back of his head. Speaking of the others though, where are they? Mandalay is at her city house in Tokyo. It's Friday, so she is going to pick up Kota from school and enjoy the off day tomorrow. Pixie Bob and Tiger meanwhile are off in the mountains for 2 days. Normal patrol duty, but up here we prefer to be thorough. Izuku nodded. The Pussycats had a number of safe houses up in the mountains, for themselves or to be used by someone lost, exactly to allow them some multi-days missions. One of those was the one the hero course had used in its first training camp. So you are all alone? Not much of a problem for me. Sometime it's nice to have the place for myself. Ragdoll replied, but I do enjoy the visitors. So, how are you doing, Midoriya? Well, he paused, smelling something in the air. Is something cooking? My lunch. Ragdoll turned around, then paused. Do you want some? I might have made more than I can eat. Was planning to use the rest for dinner, but I'd like the company. And with that, before he could answer, she dashed past the corridor and toward another room Izuku assumed was the kitchen. He wasn't sure of what to do, so he followed her, dropping the closed envelope on her desk. Mandalay sighed in relief over her food. The smell made Izuku's stomach grumble, as he realized what she had made, his mouth instantly watering. Katsudon? He asked. Yep. Nothing fancy, you know. Sometimes it's good to just go for something simple. So, wanna stay for lunch? Izuku nodded, his memory going back to the food from his summer camp. If Ragdoll's food was as good as it had been back then, he was in for quite the lunch. XXXXXXXX, it's so good, Izuku let out, finishing some more of his katsudon. Ragdoll laughed, her large eyes looking at the eating hero in training. Thank you, Midoriya, she said, with a smile. Knowing how to cook is really important during rescues, so I learned a few recipes. Nice to hear I picked the right one. Only my mom's is better, Izuku replied, and Ragdoll chuckled. Well, now isn't that the compliment? She took a sip from her can of beer, eating a few bites of her own plate, and watched Izuku take some more. Good thing I made enough for 4 out of habit. You are voracious. Are you hungry? I am. I've been flying quite a lot today, Izuku admitted, blushing a bit. Sorry if I eat it all. For what? I like cooking, and I like seeing people eat my food. She smiled. So, tell me a bit about yourself. How are things going? It's not long before you graduate. Just a few months, Izuku said with a grin. Man, it doesn't even seem true. Honestly, I find it more unbelievable that you have to finish school anyway. What's up with that? You saved all of Japan. They should have handed you a hero license instantly. They tried, I was the one that said no, Izuku replied, earning a raised eyebrow from Ragdoll. I didn't want to leave UA, and helping with the post-war issues was also possible as a student. Also, it's not like I had learned everything there was to learn just because I could beat up a villain or two. A villain or two, he says, Ragdoll said, giving him an unimpressed look. Let me tell you, Midoriya, if someone else talked like that after beating Shigaraki, I'd call them show-off. You are lucky I know you. Yeah, alright, it's more than that, but it's still true, right? I had a lot to learn. Ragdoll hummed, looking up deep in thought. You are not wrong, I guess. What about your private life? My private life? Yeah. Ragdoll grinned. Family, friends. How is your sister? Ae is great. Mom says she is making a lot of friends in schools. Ragdoll smiled. Good, she deserves it after what she went through. And your friends? All good. Kaken is back at Best Jeanist Agency, so it's just me and Todoroki with Burnin. Nothing else. WL. I don't think so. Any girlfriend? Ragdoll asked. Izuku gulped. Oh, that. Yeah, actually, I am in a relationship now. Congrats. I'm sure she is a nice girl. Ah well. Yeah? Izuku scratched the back of his head. How was he supposed to broach the subject of him having 4 girlfriends and 2 casual sex acquaintances? That wasn't exactly easy. Yeah, it's pretty great. Ragdoll frowned for a moment, before she made a smile and shook her head. Izuku wondered what that was about, but before he could ask, she spoke again. You know, I've heard a very interesting story. One that made me quite curious. Really? Izuku asked, suddenly feeling something near his leg. He made to glance down when the something started to scratch his leg. Yeah, I've heard that someone has been busy, she said, as the bridge of her foot, it had to be her foot, Izuku realized, started to move up and down his lower leg. Busy with girls. Ragdoll? Izuku asked, feeling her foot slide up and down against the side of his leg, gently caressing the inner part of his calf. Is something bothering you? Say a word and it will stop, she said, the foot stopping to prove her point. Was this just teasing? Or was this serious? Before he'd have thought the former, but now, after all the experience he had, he couldn't help but realize that he was alone with Ragdoll, the other pussycats all away, and the woman having shifted the tone of their conversation. Ideal time to make a move for someone that wanted to. The question then became simple. Did he want her to stop? No, not much of a problem, he said, and he noticed the glint in her yellow eyes, like a cat that had just caught its prey and was deciding how to play with it. Good, she replied, her foot starting to teasingly massage his calf again. It was nothing more than a continuous brushing up and down, but Izuku felt himself tense every time she went a little higher, because I've heard a very interesting rumor. My friend Izuku has been busy with not 1, Not 2, not 3, but 6 girls. I might have. Izuku admitted, I'm dating most of them. Not all of them. Ragdoll asked, curious. My girlfriends and I want any girl that is interested to join, but if they aren't we are fine with keeping things more cordial. He said, feeling emboldened, though he wasn't sure if it was because of her foot brushing against his calf making it pretty clear that she had an interest or just because he was getting more used to the idea. Really? She asked, and her foot trailed further up, reaching Izuku's inner thigh and brushing there, making Izuku feeling a shiver. I am wondering, Izuku, what do you think of me? You are Tomoko Shayatoko. Izuku replied with no hesitation, even without your quirk, you are a hero I respect and admire. I think you are an appealing woman and a fantastic person. Ragdoll blushed. Yeah, wow. That was fast. Izuku smiled, ignoring her foot still brushing his thigh. If this was a Moko situation he might as well go all in. He had a crush on the Pussycats for years, as a teenager, and Ragdoll was clearly interested. I've liked you for years, you know. It was a celebrity crush, but still, really. Usually people go for Mandalay or Pixie Bob. Ragdoll asked. She was getting surprising flustered now, Izuku realized. Was he being too forward? But she was literally brushing her foot against his leg, even he knew what that signal meant. It was all three admittedly. Izuku replied, Mandalay is charming, Pixie Bob feels wild, and you are the fun one. The one that looks like she would be totally on board for anything. He paused, realizing what he just said, I meant in dating. I swear. Like I could take you to see any movie and you'd find reasons for them being fun. Oh, Ragdoll chuckled, her chair scraping forward as her foot brushed higher, now barely below Izuku's pelvis, and in bed. What did you imagine? How did you broach that subject? Of course the Pussycats had been some of Izuku's hero crushes. Miruko, Ryuko, the Pussycats and Midnight had inhabited Izuku's late nights a lot, as had Mount Lady after his debut. But how did you tell your celebrity crush that you always imagined her and her teammates having sex together? Ragdoll's body sweating and shivering under Mandalay's as Pixie Bob kissed sloppily the redheadman. He was really corny right now. I had my ideas. Don't feel like sharing with the class? Ragdoll asked teasingly, as her foot finally reached the tent in Izuku's breathes. He could see her sudden look of surprise, as if she couldn't believe what she had just found. Wow, she whispered, and Izuku took a deep breath. I always imagined you three together. He finally admitted. You three? Why you, Mandalay, and Pixie Bob? Together in bed. Out of curiosity, which one is the top out of the three of us? Ragdoll asked, teasing him more while she brushed his inner thigh, just next to the pelvis, with her foot, her leg touching his over and over reminding him of what she was doing. Mandalay. Ragdoll snorted, oh man, you were off the mark. Mandalay is definitely the sub out of us three. Who's the dom then? Wouldn't you like to know? She asked, leaning forward, her foot retreating. You know what you need right now, Midoriya. What? He asked, leaning forward himself. Ragdoll grinned, moving even closer. You need a shower. Izuku blinked. What? You need a shower, Izuku. You are all sweaty. Come on, off you go. She said, pointing at the door of the showers. Izuku wasn't sure of what was happening, not even when Ragdoll pulled him off the chair, pushed him inside the changing room, and told him to leave his costume there. XXXXXXXX, did I F up somewhere? Izuku wondered, letting the water hit his head and back as he looked down. The shower was nice, the water perfect and the spray neither too strong nor too gentle, letting him take his time to reconsider the interaction. Maybe she didn't like something. Izuku wondered out loud. SHT, what did he say? Was it the fact he though Mandalay was the top? But he doubted that alone was enough. Maybe she was just teasing all along, he sighed. This was bound to happen sooner or later, right? Ragdoll was always bold, so he supposed it wasn't that much of a stretch for her to take her teasing further than he expected and catch Izuku off guard. He could still almost feel her foot brush his leg, though. As he brushed his hair with some shampoo borrowed from Ragdoll's stash, She had insisted he use only her stuff. His body shivered at the memory of the touch against his leg, the slow ascent growing more insistent with every second. It didn't help that now he had the images he had dreamed up in his early teenage life stuck in his mind, the pussycats together, sweaty, hot and SNSL. Without even thinking, his hand reached for his PP. He supposed there was nothing wrong with it, right? He would make sure the shower was clean once he was done, and he had to release some of that pent-up stress somehow. His PP was already half-irked, so all he had to do was grab it and start to pump, his hand moving up and down as his PP reached full mast. As he did, however, he felt something behind him. He made to turn, but before he could, he felt the weight of a naked body behind him, gently leaning against his. Long, wet emerald hair landed on his shoulders, and a stuck voice whispered in his ear. My, did I do this?" Ragdoll asked, her hand reaching from his flank and slowly sliding against his wet PP. "Ragdoll, me." She pushed her naked, wet body against his back, Izuku feeling the BRSTS and her hardened nipples against his muscles. She hummed, "You know, Izuku, you are really, really cool." Her left hand started to roam his back, while her right was still sliding against his PP. "You saved Kota in your first year. By the second, you had already defeated Shigaraki, and stopped him from using my quirk for evil." She leaned in further. "You know what those things have in common?" What? "They give a woman feelings," she said. "And what does a woman with feelings do? Acts on them." "Yep." She leaned in. "So, Izuku, do you want to see me act on them?" "Yes," he said. Was there ever another answer? "Nice," she whispered, her hand grabbing Izuku's PP, his PP twitching at her wet touch, the water raining over their bodies as Ragdoll's hand pumped up and down. The woman gasped as Izuku's hands reached behind his back, sliding on her flanks and starting to move up and down, kneading her flanks and making her gasp at his touch as the hands descended towards her butt, feeling Ragdoll's naked body even if he couldn't see it yet. The pumping of the hand on his member grew in intensity, making Izuku gasp and in pleasure, as did Ragdoll as Izuku started to knead her ass cheeks in return, his hands holding tightly on her behind. She hummed, planting a kiss on his neck and beginning to do the same up and down, almost feverishly raining kisses on his neck and shoulders, her biases pressing further on his back. "Ragdoll, do it, Izuku. Mark our agency as your own. Do it." Ragdoll whispered, interrupting her kisses to do so and then resuming at the same speed as before. Izuku's hands closed harder on her butt, making her squirm in delight as she left a loving hickey on his head. Izuku felt the hand pump even faster, the wet noises of water splashing over their body mixing with the soft sounds of Ragdoll's loving, intense HNDGB, intermingling with the sound of her mouth kissing and sking at his shoulder and neck, more and more hickeys coating his shoulder and neck. Finally, he couldn't hold it anymore. With a loud gasp, echoed by Ragdoll as his hands closed on her ass cheeks like vices, he let out a rain of cum, the thick, white substance falling on the ground, and on Ragdoll's open hand. The woman smiled, and stepped forward, keeping her hand away from the water as she showed her naked body, letting Izuku gaze at her perky melons, her plump flanks, her sizable butt. She made a pirouette, the water droplets coating her body resplendent in the light above. Izuku was mesmerized, unable to look away. Here she was, one of his biggest celebrity crushes in the hero community, naked and waiting, her hand coated in his cum. With a slow, determined movement, Ragdoll brought her hand to her mouth, and in front of an Izuku that had no idea his imagination had always failed him, liked her hand, her tongue sliding up and down her palm, before she started putting each of the finger in her mouth, a loud pop as she pulled them out. "Tasty," she said, liking her lips, "but I'd like a different taste on my lips now. What do you think?" Izuku grabbed her, putting an arm around her waist, and dragging her into a kiss under the water. For a moment, Ragdoll was taken by surprise, then her hands slid behind Izuku's back, dragging them further into each other. "You are so appealing," Izuku said, dragging a hand through her emerald hair as they let go the kiss. "Are you?" she hummed, her cheeks turning a dark pink at the compliment, before she kissed him again. "Aren't you just a charmer?" "I don't know anymore," Izuku said, Women keep asking to go out with me, and I don't know what this all is. It's you being a nice, intelligent, good-looking person, Izuku. It's the result of all your good actions having made a difference. She dragged him into another kiss, softening seeping through her lips, her hands holding his shoulder, before she broke the kiss. I'm attracted to you because you were willing to risk your life for others again and again. Because I know you are going to be kind. Because you are Izuku Midoriya, and that alone is insurance you will never use my affection against me. She kissed him once more. The same goes for every other girl you date. They don't choose you because you are famous and that's it. They choose you because they can trust you, and they know that. Then, he gulped, then the same goes for you. You are a brave, nice, intelligent, good-looking woman, Ragdoll. You are a rescue hero I admire and respect. I'm honored that you would feel this way. Yet another kiss, wet and watery from the shower as her hands closed around the back of his head, and he returned the action by putting his arm around her shoulder. They stayed there, exchanging praise and wet kisses for so long the water started to turn cold. Come, she whispered, taking his hand gently yet firmly. Naked and wet, they stepped through the Pussycats agency, up the stairs and towards one of 4 rooms, its yellow door identifying it as Ragdoll's. The room was large but simple, furnished with merely a few amenities required. The only oddity was the bed, and only because it was round, a shape Izuku had never seen before in real life, though he had in a few movies. Ragdoll dragged him on the bed, pulling him with enough strength they both fell on the mattress, Izuku holding himself up with both arms and looking down at the appealing woman below him. Ragdoll's face had a smile on it that promised untold joy, her wide yellow eyes showing the familiar glint of fun she'd have when teasing him, but now mixed with expectation and longing. Her emerald hair fell behind her head, wet and heavy with water. Her body shone as she waited. Izuku kissed her again, joined together as he up a knee on the bed, Ragdoll's eyes trailing down to take in his fully irked PP. With a smirk, she lightly pushed Izuku up, gesturing for him to stand on the mattress on his knees. Izuku did so, and she grinned, rolling to turn herself around and moving on all 4s toward his PP. Up close, she gulped for a moment. Is it big? Izuku asked, and she grinned. Aren't you smug about it? She asked, let's see if the taste is as good as the appearance. And with that, she pulled her tongue out and liked the base of his PP, right above Izuku's ball, before her tongue started to slowly trail up his, taking its time until she reached the top, lapping on the leaking precum. With a smile, she gulped. It is, she purred, moving in again. Izuku breathed and emmed as Ragdoll liked every centimeter of his PP over and over, saliva coating it from end to end. She slowly made circles around its head, before wildly moving to like the, all while Izuku could do nothing but stare at her as she worshipped his PP from end to end. Then, she gave the tip a kiss, and that kiss turned into a BLWJB as her mouth opened, devouring his length. Izuku ummed again, louder, as he felt Ragdoll's throat close on his PP. She was going all the way in, like Yui or Kinoko, letting out loud, wet sounds as she throat-fucked him. Izuku ummed louder and louder in response, his hands finding her head, toying with her hair. He looked at Ragdoll, who gave him a nod, and he pushed, his hands forcing Ragdoll down his lengthened back, the pussycat's eyes turning watery but the look of pure bliss in them suggesting this was exactly what she wanted. Ragdoll! Ragdoll! Izuku let out as he felt her throat clench around his irked PP over and over as he pushed her in and back out, her tongue emerging from her lips and doing its best to lap around as they moved. It was a divine sensation, Izuku thought, wet and messy and sloppy and just great. Ragdoll's guttural sounds were only enhancing the experience, her teary eyes looking up at him, devotion and lust mixing behind them as she sked him like a vacuum, her tongue and lips trying desperately to reach even a bit further with each repetition, tightening around him until he was wrapped entirely in her wet depths. Finally, Izuku couldn't help himself anymore. With a final push, he forced himself in down to the hilt and let go his orgasm, ragdolling in joy as Izuku's cum poured down her throat. For long moments, Izuku stood there, breathing as he unloaded inside her until he slowly pulled out, Ragdoll's tongue trailing his and lapping at his head even as he did. Izuku stumbled to the side, landing on his butt and propping himself up with his hands. That was? Wow, Ragdoll liked her lips, liked it, lovable. Wow, I'll take that as a yes, she said, sliding in next to him. But you can still go, can't you? She asked with a pouty tone. You can still take me with your big, muscular hands, showing me why you are the future number one. She whispered in his ear while her hand traced his nipples, a shudder coursing through Izuku's body. Can you push me down and show me what those big, hard hands and that big, hard PP is for? Can you be a good hero and save my PP from being empty? She leaned in and nibbled at his neck, Izuku shuddering again at the sensation. It was like Ragdoll knew exactly what to do, exactly what to say, to get him up and running again. Did search tell you where people's SXL weak spots are? Izuku asked. Ragdoll chuckled. A good guess, but I'm just that good. She whispered, before sliding toward his pecs and liking his enp. Aren't you happy I'm here for you? Wise, but did you come yet? Izuku asked. Ragdoll grinned. Oh, you want to be a good hero and return the favor? She asked. Izuku nodded. Good. Lie down on your back. Izuku did so, and Ragdoll moved on top of him until her PP was right above his face. Yes, he whispered. What a hero you are, she said, lowering herself. Izuku's hands flew to her flanks and pushed her the rest of the way down, her pelvis slamming on his face as he finally got to taste her PP, starting to like up the slit to drench his mouth in the PP juices she was pumping out. Her 𝐔𝐬𝐽 was drenched, as were her legs, Izuku realized, wondering how long she had been waiting for release. Nya, Ragdoll let out, the mix of a loud gasp and a meow, of all things, making Izuku react by lapping even faster, his tongue going from flatly running over her mound to inserting itself in her depths, pushing as far as it could as he gulped, drinking more and more of her tasty fluids. Yesh. Yesh, she ummed, starting to straddle herself on his face. He kept liking, finally finding her CLT and beginning to lap at it, making small rounds around it before sking it, latching on while his tongue still pushed against it, the wet noises returned by Ragdoll's loud appreciation. How are you fish good? She ummed, her hips bucking back and forth against Izuku's face. Izuku smirked at the compliment, and two of his fingers slid inside Ragdoll's PP, making her let out a shuddering gasp. Enya, Izuku pushed further, his tongue latched on her sealers while his fingers pumped in and out, a wet rhythm accompanied by Ragdoll's enthusiastic bucking and loud sounds of love as she leaned back, her tongue lolling out of her mouth. Finally, with a loud _ņēģ, she came, drenching his face in her 𝐒𝐽, leaving Izuku to enthusiastically lap at his own lips and his wet fingers. Was that good? He asked. In response, Ragdoll moved, changing her position so her pelvis was close to his, almost straddling his 𝐼𝐺, and then leaned in for a kiss, melting into his mouth as he returned it with zeal. They spent an amount of time impossible to determine, perhaps several hours, perhaps just a few minutes, joined together, before she moved back and pulled him, the movement pushing him up and her down. Main course, she said, pointing at her pelvis. Izuku gulped, watching Ragdoll's waiting PP, and lining up his PP. It was his first time with a pro hero, he realized. His friends might have been almost pros, but this didn't feel like the same. Ragdoll had been an unreachable dream, and here she was, ready for him to plunge his 𝐼𝐺 PP inside her. A celebrity crush about to become real. He pushed inside, and the welcoming folds of her wet PP spread, letting him in as if they were pulling him. He felt her walls around him, the heat, the wetness, and he couldn't hold back the of pure bliss that rose to his lips. He had done it. He was having sex with Ragdoll. She had scared his PP, he had liked her PP, and now they were having secretary. You are adorable, she said, dragging him into another kiss, making him realize he had spoken out loud. Was it embarrassing? Actually, it was pretty hot. Why don't you start moving now though? Make me feel good, and I'll show you something that will make you feel even better, she said seductively, her arms clenching around his back. Now, take me, hero. Izuku didn't hold back. He couldn't, not now, not with a woman he had dreamed to F for years. He pushed in, and back, and in, and back, gaining speed at each repeated motion. Yes, Ragdoll shouted, her hand clenching on his back. Yes. Izuku. Faster. Harder. Take me. Yes. Izuku felt her hands sink into his skin, her fingernails even digging in, but he was so deep in the throes of pleasure that it enhanced the experience instead of ruining it, pain and pleasure mixing and making him grunt and push even harder. Ragdoll, he breathed, Ragdoll, Izuku, 𝐤𝐸𝐽d, Naish. I'm here. I'm yours. Tarakumi. Ravage me. Make me yours. Ragdoll. Mine. Mine. He growled, almost animalistic as he pushed again and again. All control was slipping out of his mind, leaving him with only the singular longing to make Ragdoll feel him, to give her everything she wanted. Each move inside her PP wilder, much wilder than the last, lust rushing through his body as he did nothing but focus on the singular motion for long minutes, the wet sound of him going in and out mixing with MMMS, breathes, grunts, growls and the occasional meow. One hand still holding Izuku up, the other found Ragdoll's melons. He felt bad for ignoring them for so long, so taken by everything else happening to them, so he decided to devote himself to their pleasure. His face dove in, liking and nibbling at the left BRT, while his left hand took the right one and kneaded it gently yet firmly, the thumb toying with the NPL. Ragdoll shouted, and Izuku felt her walls clench around him as her orgasm wetted his pelvis and trickled down her legs. It only served to make him want to go even harder, toying and playing with her nipples to see which movements caused her the most pleasure. He liked at them, tracing a path of saliva from one BRT to the other that made Ragdoll under him shudder in delight and force his face back up to reward it with a passionate kiss, Izuku still playing with one of her nipples with his free hand, making her more and more into the kiss. And not Fai. She managed to say between MMs, I'm the one that should know all the weirdness of her partner, you like me playing with your melons so much. They are so sensitive. Izuku smirked and dove in again, liking and sacking at one NPL while his fingers toyed with the other. Izuku. Ah. Ragdoll's MMMs and cries of bliss grew in intensity as he went in, bolder and bolder, all while still moving in and out of her, feeling his orgasm coming ever closer. Am I turn to give you a reward then? Ragdoll said. Her hand left Izuku's back and reached her mouth, where she coated a finger in saliva, liking it seductively as if she was giving a BLWJB. See how you like this? The hand reached Izuku's but a moment later Izuku felt her finger push on his rear entrance. Before he could ask what she was doing, she dragged him into a kiss while her finger entered and pushed something. It was a jolt of electricity that rushed through his entire body, and it felt good, so good Izuku had to let out a loud MMM. What? Pitli Massos. Bit of a specialty of mine when it comes to secretary. Finding weak spots and all that. She said, seems you enjoy it. Izuku gasped as Ragdoll pushed again, 𝐿 his PSTT and making him let out another MMM as he felt his orgasm mount up. In response, he doubled his efforts on both Ragdoll's melons and her PP, making her turn into a meowling mess as they both fell further and further into the mass of instinct they were feeling. Izuku had heard that the PRSTT was a man's G-spot equivalent, but to think it was this effective. He felt his orgasm come just in time to speak up. Ragdoll, Ragdoll's legs slammed around Izuku's waist, holding him in. Let it all out inside, hero. She shouted, the animalistic look on her face allowing no counter-argument as Izuku felt her finger SMT his PRT one last time and his dams broke, unleashing a pouring of cum directly inside her PP. As he did, he dove for her perky BRSTIS, liking and sking until she finally bent back and came as well, her orgasm showering his PP as the last of his cum shot out and her hand left his behind and came to rest next to his head. He pulled himself out and let himself fall next to her, letting her cuddle against him, kissing her much more tenderly than they had done before. I think I scratched your back, she said, and he chuckled. Should have expected it from a cat, I suppose. She chuckled, and I think I found a real weak spot of yours, it felt good. Izuku admitted, but I don't think I'd be comfortable with anything more than a finger. Makes sense. She slid her head closer to his face, her emerald hair scratching against his cheek while her head rested on his shoulder. Still, this was, wow. You know, I think I might be in trouble. I told Burnin, I was taking a lunch break here and we haven't written back in. I thin at least an hour and a half. She will figure it out. That girl is smart. Ragdoll sighed, well, I guess it was going to come out anyway. I guess, he coughed in his fist, so, is this a girlfriend situation, or just a sec partner one? Ragdoll grinned. Is the future number one worried he won't get to have his idol as a girlfriend again? What was it you called me? Unreachable dream. Izuku blushed furiously, but Ragdoll gave him another kiss on the cheek. I'm going to be your girlfriend, conditionally. What's the condition? He asked. Conditions. 1. You stop calling me Ragdoll out of secretary. I'm Tomoko for you, alright. During sec it's fine, and even a little hot, but when we are talking I want to hear my name. Tomoko said. Izuku nodded, and she smiled, good. 2. Shino and Ryako. 𝐻 and Pixie Bob. Yup. She looked away, trying to find the words, I might have a crush on them. So, my second condition is that you try to make them both join. Izuku stared at her. Ah really? Tomoko nodded, her cheeks turning a bright red. Do that, and I'll be your girlfriend. What if they say no? He asked, and she grinned. You forget you are working with me now, Izuku. Ask and I'll tell you. I know my friends very, very well. XXXXXXXX Momo's phone buzzed, and she picked it up. Busy as she was studying, the specific tone of the buzz was the one she had set for masked for Izuku. Heat creeped up her cheeks. I need to be careful. If it slips out in public, she felt her body heat up. What would happen? Would everyone figure out, stunned, that she was MSDR's personal slot? The image of their stunned faces as the secret came out came to her mind. And how would she react? Maybe she could show them her devotion. They would stare in disbelief as she pulled down MSDR's breathes and scared his PP, showing everyone what kind of woman she was, as MSDR smiled at her and kept her firmly on his PP by holding her head with his hand, before pushing her on the grass and... The second buzz made her snap out of her fantasy, shaking her head and taking a deep breath. It had been a few days since her last bout of indulging her K&K. She was a bit pent up, wasn't she? Maybe later she'd ask Master Zuku to help her out. With another deep breath, she opened her phone, and as expected found a picture of Izuku. With his new conquest. Her eyes widened as she recognized Ragdoll, but then she shook her head. Of course she fell for him. Who wouldn't? He is the only man worthy of being my MSTR. Of pushing me down and slapping my butt as he pounds my... She sighed. Yes, definitely needed a night of 𝐒𝐻𝐵. Welcome, girl. Setsuna had written, the second message she had heard earlier. Is that Ragdoll? Am I Ragdoll's girlfriends too now? Moko asked, and Momo chuckled. What a cute woman she was. Not a girlfriend yet. Izuku said, earning a crying emoji from Yui, we first need to do a few things. Do a few people, more like. Ragdoll wrote, having just been added by Setsuna, earning an embarrassed emoji from Izuku and Moko and a stream of messages of encouragement from Setsuna and Kinoko. Momo smiled. Welcome. She wrote. It's good to have you, Miss Ragdoll. Just Tomoko here. Ragged Tomoko said. Well, that would take some getting used to. It's nice to be here. Let's all have fun together. Momo couldn't agree more. Izuku took a deep breath. Alright, no big deal, he wasn't going to do anything crazy. People did this all the time, right? He only had to swoop in, say some words, and finish this. Sure, he might have been about to ask Mandalay out. Sure, she might have been a crush he had since middle school. Sure, she might have been a woman several years older than he was, more mature, with an adopted son, and... Sure, it might have been Izuku's first time trying to actually woo a woman, but... Alright, no, I can't do it. He said, turning back around, only for Ragdoll and Setsuna to grab him by one shoulder each. Now hold on right there, mister, where do you think you are going? Ragdoll asked. You are the one that agreed with dating a lot of girls. Did you think they would all take the first step? Setsuna said, before mumbling something else. Izuku caught her if she did, but not the rest. What was that? Izuku asked. Nothing. Setsuna said, shaking her head. Anyway, what's scaring you so much? You mean aside from the fact I have to ask Mandalay out? How do I know she wants me to? Setsuna pointed at Ragdoll, who gave him an unimpressed look. She only said Mandalay is fond of me. How do I know she has any romantic interest? You go in and try. Setsuna said, worst she can say is no, and given your recent success ratio, how likely do you think that would be? It's not like I'm universally attractive. I think you are. Girls, roll call, who thinks Izuku is attractive? She asked, looking at the couch. Me. Yui said, raising her hand. He certainly is. Momo said. Can't think of anyone better. Moko finished. See. Setsuna asked, you are the best boyfriend in Japan, Izuku, face it. It takes being in a committed relationship or being lesbian or asexual to not want a piece of you. Stop it, he said, blushing redder and redder. Ragdoll and Setsuna glanced at each other, and a grin spread on their faces. Girls, we are breaking through him, lower his defense by showering him in praise. Setsuna shouted, before turning and pointing at him. Appealing. Smart. Momo shouted. Adorable. Ragdoll shouted. Brave. Moko shouted. Yui put her hands vertically, palms facing each other, at a distance suspiciously similar to Izuku's PP length. Strong. Reliable. Loyal. Kind. Ambitious. Gentle. Gives great cuddles. A natural talent in bed. Can cook. Izuku at this point was sure he was 10 seconds away from bursting into flames, so he just did the only thing that could make the girls stop. He dove in and dragged Setsuna into a kiss, stunning her as their lips clashed, before he turned around and kissed Ragdoll, while Setsuna blushed profusely. Ragdoll giggled as Izuku dragged her in, their lips interlocking for a few long seconds before Izuku broke the kiss to step toward the couch and drag Moko in next, her blushing red face melting into pure serenity as he did so. Momo was next, her expression going from nervous to surprised to just enraptured as she closed her eyes and let him take full control. Finally, Yui had her arms already outstretched, taking him in a hug as he moved in to kiss her too. Izuku breathed, his girlfriends and his almost girlfriend all blushing wildly. I think I got it. I love you all too. Izuku managed to say, is that proof enough? The girls looked at each other, before Setsuna spoke up. Add good kisser to the list by the way. She said, and Izuku couldn't help the snort he let out, before sighing in relief. Alright, I think I calmed down. He said, passing a hand over his face, I'm going. Do you think this looks good enough, though, Tomoko? She might want someone more sharply dressed. Ragdoll examined his clothes. Button-up grey shirt with long sleeves, long black briefs with leather belt, red shoes. Nah, I think it's fine. You remember what I told you to do? Why yes. Ask her confidently, explain why I like her, invite her out. She likes to take naps during her days off, so wait for you to confirm she is awake, so I don't leave a bad impression by disturbing her. Kota isn't home, so he isn't in the equation. Perfect. Ragdoll said, giving Izuku an encouraging thumbs up. Izuku nodded, his smile a bit shaky as he left the room. Left alone in the room, the girls looked at each other. So, Setsuna started, anyone else is really hot and bothered right now. That boy's lips are magical, I tell you. Moko nodded shakily. Yui fanned herself with her hand. Why yes Emestis, said Momo, her face bright red. Setsuna turned toward Ragdoll and wiggled her eyebrows suggestively. The ex-pro hero smirked. Now I really like the direction this afternoon is taking. Izuku had to put on a face mask while walking on the street, mostly to keep people from seeing his face and recognize him. His hair was already a dead giveaway if anyone was looking for him, but among the wide variety on the street, it wasn't nearly as noticeable as his face that was plastered everywhere in the media. He wondered if someone from the Deku force was watching over him right now. They probably were, he reflected, since today he hadn't used supersonic speeds at all, and he assumed that was the only way to get out of their reach if Nezu was involved. Great, so an ex-villain is going to watch the number one making butt of himself. Izuku thought, before shaking his head. No, I need to calm down. I can do this. After arriving at the apartment complex where Mandalay's city home was, he waited for Ragdoll's signal. It took almost 20 minutes after he sent a message, before he finally got back a simple, "She is up." Weird, maybe her phone had some connection problems. Either way, with the confirmation there, he rang the doorbell. "Hello." Mandalay's voice asked through the speaker, "Midoriya, is that you?" Izuku took off his face mask, nodding, "Yeah." "Hi, Mandalay. Out of work, I'm Sasaki. Either way, what brings you here?" "Kota isn't here right now, so if it was something about him..." No, Izuku waved his hands. "Actually, I need to talk with you. Can I come up?" "Sure." The apartment complex door buzzed open. 13th floor, room I'll wait. Izuku nodded, turning toward the open door. And then he started to turn around. I can't. A piece of wood landed in front of his feet, a piece of paper rolled around it. Odd, it looked like an arrow without a point. He picked it up and opened it, before freezing. "Don't you dare run away, number one. You are too good for that." The piece of paper read. Izuku stared in disbelief at Barrow's handwriting, unable to see where the arrow had come from. Of course, Danger Sense had never detected it since it wasn't aimed at him but at the ground, and there was no bad intent behind the arrow shot. He folded the piece of paper and stepped in the apartment complex, moving to the elevator and slowly moving up. As he did, his phone buzzed and he opened it to see a message from Kinoko. "Little birdie told me you are going to pick up a new girlfriend yourself for the first time." It read, "Good luck, Izuku. I know you can do it. I don't let just any boy get around with me, let alone several. You are truly special." Then she sent a naked photo of herself posing in front of the mirror, tongue poking out of her lips and one eye exposed from behind the bangs. "And after you are done, let's arrange for a new one." Izuku felt his heartbeat accelerate as he sent back a simple, "Thank you, and sure. You are appealing." To which she responded with a smiling emoji. Finally, he stepped out of the elevator as the thing came to a stop and the doors opened with a ding. He walked out and spotted the door of room, knowing if he waited too long he would just stop himself. He knocked at the door, that opened instantly. "Ah, there you are," Mandalay said. She was wearing a simple shirt and short briefs, clearly preparing for a day of rest. "Come on, come in." She let him walk past the door, as they exchanged a quick salute. He turned towards her in time to see her looking down at his briefs, and her looking up, blushing lightly. Sorry, you had something. It's gone, was probably just a bug." Izuku nodded, his smile shaky. Did she just check me out?" He wondered. Couldn't be, right? He shook his head, focusing as Mandalay closed the apartment door. "So, what brings you here, Izuku?" Mandalay asked, ruffling his hair amicably as she walked by to sit at the table, gesturing for him to follow. "Please tell me it's not work." "It's not," Izuku said, sitting down in front of her and watching her sigh in relief. "Great. What is it then? Must be important if you came over. Nice clothes, by the way." She paused a moment, glancing at his shirt, before continuing. "Really fit you well," she added. Izuku nodded. "Be confident," he told himself. He had 4 girlfriends, an almost girlfriend and 2 girls he regularly met up with for both romance and pleasure. He had no reason to doubt himself, so he would not hesitate anymore, not with all of them at his back. "Mandalay." "No, Sasaki," he said, opting to SWCH for her family name. Sasaki looked somewhat surprised as he did, since he usually always used the hero name for most conversations. "Would you like to be one of my girlfriends?" he asked. Ragdoll had told him she already knew about his romantic life, so he didn't need to explain why the plural. Sasaki's eyes went wide, and Izuku did his best to endure the range of emotions he saw on her face. Shock, surprise, disbelief, maybe, something like happiness. "Midoriya," she managed to say, It's not that I..." It's just that, Sasaki, no, wait, I can do this right. She said, raising her hand. Sorry, it's just that you caught me by surprise. And it's been a while since someone asked me for that. She passed a hand through her dark red hair. I mean, I'm essentially a single mother, and I'm over 30 already, so not that many guys looking at me over Ragdoll or Pixie Bob. No, I can't believe that. Well, not for a serious thing. Lots of guys will say they are okay with dating and everything, but then after they have had their fill, or more like, emptied it, they just leave rather than taking in the idea of having to raise someone else's child. She grimaced. I don't want that. And before you say that's not what this is, she added when she saw him open his mouth, I know. That's why I'm taking it seriously, Izuku. If I thought this was just you wanting a lay, I'd have kicked you out of the house. Izuku straightened. She was taking it seriously. That was good, right? So, but I don't know, Izuku. You are mature for your age, and you are certainly a fantastic hero. But still, can you handle what I want from a boyfriend, which I'm sure Ragdoll told you about. She noticed his surprise, and she rolled her eyes. Yes, I'm aware you slept with Ragdoll, and I wouldn't be surprised if she convinced you to do this. I just trust you enough to think you are serious and wouldn't be doing this if you didn't have actual affection. She settled on the word almost like it was a compromise. I do. I had a crush on you since before UA. Izuku said, I'm sure some of it was just a celebrity crush, but I like you because of who you are, Sasaki. You are Mandalay, the brave, smart, appealing leader of the wild pussycats that rescues people by calming them with her soothing mental voice. He smiled. And you are also Shino Sasaki, the woman that adopted her cousin's orphan child without hesitation, that cares deeply for all the students under her care during the yearly summer camp, that smiles with a soft smile every time she sees me. He chuckled. That checked me out when I walked in. Sasaki's expression swayed from a warm smile to a sputter as she leaned back. Okay, so maybe I'm. But still, you slept with one of my best friends, and I know she isn't the only one. I have a right to be curious. Izuku chuckled. Man, this wasn't so hard, after all. Or maybe it was just that Sasaki wasn't just dismissing him immediately. Also, Ragdoll didn't tell me much. She said you want a serious story that is stable for you and Kota. I promise I'm serious. So she left the rest out. Sasaki blushed. Right, probably figured I'd want to say it myself. What is it? Izuku asked. She sighed. I'm looking for a serious story, yes, but did she tell you why, Midoriya? No. I want a child. Sasaki replied, or several. Several would be better. Izuku blinked. He blinked again. See. That's what most guys say when I bring it up, before goodbye. Well, it's a bit fast, saying it on the first 10 minutes of a date. I don't mean I want them now. Mandalay said, her face at this point a deep crimson. He's not like I'm asking someone to just marry me the instant we start dating and put a bun in the oven by the end of the night. I just want them soon. If we date for a year or so. If we get married. Well, I am 33, Midoriya. I'll be 34 next year. When am I supposed to have a child, when I'm already in my 40s? She brought a hand to her face, pinching the bridge of her nose before she slowly passed her hand over the lower part of her face. Sorry if I was so blunt earlier, but at this point I found that playing around the argument just makes it harder to bring up. You know how many people I've dated that ran away at the word child? Too many. I got my first boyfriend in high school. 5 years together, then I bring up a child and he just leaves. Then another boyfriend, and another, and another. They come into my life saying they love me, but apparently wanting a child is always off the table. Sometimes I'm the breadwinner and maternity leave would cost us too much, sometimes they don't want the responsibility. She sighed. I've decided to just stop beating around the bush. I want a child from the person I love. Once he is ready, but I want to know he will not get cold feet. Midoriya didn't know what to say. Of all the things he had expected, please give me a baby or 3 wasn't on the list. That said, was he against the idea? He didn't know. Having a child would be nice, and having one with Sasaki. Well, the idea was blowing his mind, but it certainly didn't sound bad. He didn't have a problem with being the breadwinner, and frankly responsibility was something he was used to. It would take some time to adjust, but he had gone past his workaholic phase, so he wasn't going to he had already decided, I'll do it. What? After I graduate and get my agency up, if you still want it he gulped, I'll have a child with you. Sasaki stared at him bewildered. Wait, Midoriya, I wanted to be upfront and all, but maybe you need to think more about this, Couple of dates at least. Nope. Mind made up. We will date and, if you still want it by the time I graduate I will give you a child. No, scratch that wording, we will have a child together. Izuku said, I come with my own conditions, Sasaki. I have multiple girlfriends, and, given how things have gone for me so far, I will probably have more. I refuse to break up with any of them, so long as we are both happy together, just because someone else asks. You'll have to date them and me. Can you do that? Easily. Honestly, it's a non-issue, Midoriya. I don't mind sharing. Izuku noticed her slight trembling. So, are you really going to, after I graduate? Maybe just a few extra months to make sure my agency is up and running, but after that, I swear. He snorted. I mean, I'm fairly sure my girlfriends would tear me to pieces if I ever walked back on a promise like this. Ragdoll would be the first in line. I won't do that. Sasaki's face was a weird crisscross of expressions. She was nervous, happy, excited and surprised, all mixing into the shakiest yet happiest smile Izuku had ever seen on her face. In that case, what did you have in mind for our first date? Izuku felt his heartbeat accelerate as she looked at him. I hear there is a great restaurant nearby. XXXXXXXX. It really was a great restaurant, Izuku reflected, but he had no clue about what he had eaten for dinner. He had spent his dinner lost in a long conversation with Sasaki, and frankly, it was the best feeling. Every time she laughed at his jokes, or every time she asked a question, he grew more sure of himself. More sure of what he had promised. Judging by the smiling glances she sent his way whenever they paused to eat or drink, she shared that feeling. And then I walk in, and Bubble Girl is just being tickled by a machine. No way. Sasaki said, pure mirth in her voice. No, come on, you are making this up. I'm not, I swear. And then I had to try and make him laugh, so I did. He turned around, and then turned back. This, he said, showing his all-might face. For a second, the red-headed woman just stared in disbelief. Then she let out a snort that bubbled up into a loud laugh until she was holding her stomach. Oh God, she cleared away a few tears. That was your go-to. Hey, it worked on you. That makes the humiliation worth it. He replied, and she snorted. That was too cliché, playboy. She said, tapping his arm in playful scorn. You'll have to try better. Right. Izuku chuckled. So, how is Kota? I haven't seen him in a while. He asked, and noticed the pleased look on her face. Not shying away from talking about her adopted son must have been a nice change from all her previous dates, if Izuku was right, and besides that he really wanted to know. Oh, great. Masagaki is a fantastic school. His teacher is also very nice. She glanced at him. He does ask a lot what Deku is up to. I'll tell him next time. I could take him for a short flight too. Only if it's safe. Sasaki said, but her smile was clearly pleased. What about you? You had a lot of staff changes. It was mostly in the other courses. Izuku replied, they shifted the hero professors more toward the hero classes, since they can't exactly hire new ones when we need everyone on the streets for actual hero work. I hear there is a pretty big name teacher as the new head of the management course, someone that even worked in America. I never met her though. Yeah, Hound Dog asked us too, but we can't exactly dedicate the time. We'll keep running the summer camp, but that's it. Maybe in the future it might be a nice idea, right? If our child goes to UA he'll end up learning from his mom then. He asked, before freezing. Had he really just said that? He glanced at Sasaki, whose mouth was open in a stunned expression, and he tried to do damage control. Wait, I just meant it as a joke. Say it again. If our child goes to UA, he'll end up learning from his mom. Sasaki's expression hardened. You know, Midoriya. I think we had a good dinner, but we should go home. Sasaki said, standing up. Izuku grimaced. Had he messed up by joking about it? Sasaki, quickly, please. She said. Izuku just nodded, standing up from the empty table and heading off to pay their lunch, before walking Sasaki home. He tried to talk, but she just seemed focused on something else. He wasn't sure why that sentence had triggered her so badly, but as they reached her apartment complex, he was ready to walk away. Do you want to come upstairs for some tea? She asked instead. Izuku blinked. Yes, he was aware that being invited by a woman in her apartment to eat, drink or see their collections was code to come upstairs and let's have sec, but that didn't add up, did it? Sure. He still said, following her. As the door of the elevator closed, Izuku turned towards her. Look, Sasaki, if I did something dash. He was cut off by her lips slamming against his, and after a stunned moment he responded in kind, softly grabbing her cheeks as their mouths slammed against each other. Say it again. Sasaki whispered in his ear. Mom. Izuku guessed, and he felt Sasaki shiver in his arms. Oh. He gulped. Do you like hearing me talk about our child and his mom? He asked in her ear, making her shiver again. Something trickled down her leg, past the short skirt she had put on for their date, and he gulped as he realized where the liquid came from. Do you get wet hearing me say I'll make you a mother? He asked, and Sasaki shivered again. Do you want me to whisper in your ear that I will impregnate you? That I will give you a child the moment I'm ready, without waiting a second longer? Sasaki's next shudder was accompanied by the simultaneous act of the elevator doors opening and her mouth slamming against Izuku ferociously. They stumbled out of the elevator, his hands running over her clothes while hers reached inside her purse. The card key slammed against the electrical lock so hard it reverberated through the empty hallway, and the door opened, letting them both inside while they kissed sloppily, the tongues having long since joined the lips in their vicious battle for control. Sasaki dropped her purse on the ground. Next to their shoes they both kicked off their feet without care, while Izuku leaned forward, one of his hands slipping under her skirt and finding the dampness he had expected to find, his fingers pushing the cloth aside and starting to rub directly the PP. Sasaki emmed in his mouth, and Izuku broke the kiss. You are gonna be a mom. He whispered, making her shudder again, feeling her wetness increase. God, was this what taking full control was like? Was this what it meant to stuck someone? We are going to have so many children, and you are gonna be their mother. Do you like that? Do you want to be a mom? Ish, she emmed, and make me a mommy, Izuku. She kissed him again, before peppering kisses all over his face. Please? Please, I'll do it. I'll do it. Izuku said, as they stumbled on the couch, the woman falling first and him following. Thankfully, it was large and comfortable, so they didn't hurt themselves. Izuku looked down, at the breathing form of Shino Sasaki, the pro-hero Mandalay. Izuku gulped as he took her in. Her dark burgundy-red hair, almost black in the dim light of the apartment. The lustful brown eyes, filled with longing as they waited for him to choose their next move. He was the one in control, he was the one that called the shots. He tossed aside his shirt, letting her eyes roam over his muscles, before he gently tugged on the base of her shirt. Sasaki raised both hands, letting him pull it off to reveal her black BR underneath, along with so much skin Izuku wanted to just lose himself in it, to have his hands roam every centimeter of her body. Reflexively, his hands started to knead her sides, imitating at the best he could Barrow's massages. He passed them over her belly, his thumbs sinking in the light body fat of the woman. You are going to have a baby bump right here. Can you imagine it? Can you feel it? I'll make you a mommy. This, she emmed, the massage seemingly as effective as. Izuku wasn't sure this could be called dirty talk, but that seemed the closest term. He lowered his body, kissing her while one of his hands reached under the skirt again. He pulled on the panty underneath, the wet piece of cloth giving way as it slid down Sasaki's legs. When it was down enough, Izuku left it there, and pushed his fingers inside, making Sasaki into the kiss, louder and louder. He felt her right hand tug at his breaths, and with his free hand he unbuckled his belt, the other's fingers still pumping in and out of the woman's wet pee-pee. His breaths hit the ground with a clatter of the belt's metallic buckle against the floor, all while Izuku broke the kiss to start moving lower and lower, kissing down her chin, then her neck. Sasaki emmed and shivered at each step, her hand now moving to slide his irked pee-pee while the other roamed his back, kneading and grasping at his bulging muscles. He kissed lower and lower, until he finally reached the brother. Sasaki gave him a nod when he glanced at her, and with a grin he pulled it apart, the two halves falling on the couch behind her while he stared at the bountiful breasts in front of him. They were round and firm, with large nipples already hardened by his continuous stroking of Sasaki's wet pee-pee. Izuku knew exactly what would make her feel better, and so he closed his mouth over one of her nipples and started to suck like he expected milk to come out. Sasaki's was loud and almost animalistic as Izuku's mouth turned into a vacuum, his tongue lapping at her nipple. Yes. SSCK at it. When there is milk, you'll get to drink it too. Why you'll lap and SEK and bye. Izuku did just that, nibbling at her nipple while keeping up the skink, and Sasaki emmed in pleasure again before Izuku felt her walls clamp around his fingers and a stream of juices gush out, coating it entirely. Sasaki leaning forward, her free hand closing on his head and delicately holding him against her melons, while her hand kept stroking, faster and faster, making Izuku gasp and even as he resumed playing with her damp V. Not long after, his whole body felt the onset of orgasm. Gently but firmly, he pushed Sasaki back down and stood above her, her hand still pumping his irked pee-pee, almost vibrating as he pointed it at her. You are mine. My wife, my children's mom, I am. She said with a husky breath, prove it. And Izuku came, ropes of sticky cum landing all over her face and chest, covering her melons and falling on her open lips, her exposed tongue and inside her waiting mouth. She swallowed everything, and her eyes betrayed how much she loved this, how much she wanted a man that accepted her for who she was, her desires and her wishes finally secured. They stayed there for long moments, cum sliding down her breasts and face, juices down his hand and her legs. Then, Izuku pulled on the last piece of cloth she was wearing, her skirt, finally exposing her naked body in full. He took in the hair above her mound, burgundy red trimmed short in the shape of a down-ponting triangle that, to his eyes, looked almost like she was telling him where she wanted him next. The sight was divine, and he felt his pee-pee start to recuperate, before he raised both of her legs and put them on his shoulder, Sasaki gasping as he started to like the juices that had previously trickled down her wetness. His tongue lapped on the way down, Izuku leaving a trail of soft kisses at each whispered breathe and shuddering breath the woman let out, before he stared at the treasure, her puffy mounds glistening thanks to all the wet juices covering them. Without hesitation his tongue started to lap at her pee-pee, pressing against her lower lips to sloppily make out with her insides. Sasaki's hand softly caressed his hair while the other toyed with one of her round breasts. It was hypnotizing, a silent room except for her MMMs, the rustle of her hand through his hair and the kissing, sking and lapping of his tongue. In the end, Sasaki let out a louder MMM and Izuku felt the wet feeling of pee-pee juices on his face. He lapped at them, his tongue darting over his lips and as far as he could on his face, then slid forward, pushing himself past over Mandalay and sharing more soft kisses. Her smile was genuine, tender, and filled with love as he moved back and she caressed his cheek. Let me do something for you, she said, motioning for Izuku to slide forward more and stand on his knees, pressing one leg between Mandalay and the couch and the other perched just by the edge. He watched Sasaki adjust herself and grab her breasts from both sides, before passing a hand over her pee-pee and then between them, letting her wetness lubricate her cleavage best it could. Izuku understood, and lined his pee-pee with it. She closed the breasts on his pee-pee, letting Izuku feel her pressure before nodding. With a shudder, he started to move. It wasn't like Momo's, but then that was an unfair advantage on her part. If Momo's tit job was something only she could achieve, Sasaki's was the best someone without a very specific quirk could ever give, and Izuku found himself enjoying it immensely as he pumped in and out of the cleavage. Sasaki, he paused, the small part of his brain that wasn't focused on the pleasure activating. No, they were past family names, had been for a while. 𝐶𝐬. 𝐶𝐬. 𝐒𝐫𝐿. 𝐶𝐬 replied, her fingers sinking in her biasis as she moved them to accompany his constant pumping, the tip of her indexes toying with her nipples as she did. 𝐒𝐫𝐿, give it to me, I will. I will. He focused, making sure One for All wasn't active by accident, and then let himself get enraptured by the pure pleasure, by her cleavage, as he looked at her burning red face and her nervous, lusty smile. This was a woman that was truly, deeply falling in love with him, and that he felt the same for, and somehow he would have never been here if it wasn't for Setsuna, Tomoko and the others. He would have been a cowardly idiot. He would have never seen 𝐶𝐬 as anything more than an acquaintance, just a teacher at the summer camp or an older colleague, instead of the fantastic woman she was. As his mind wandered in that direction, he felt his orgasm mount. 𝐶𝐬. 𝐒𝐫𝐿. She shouted, and then 𝐒𝐫𝐿 came, cum spreading over her face and inside her cleavage. He breathed as 𝐶𝐬 smiled, her tongue cleaning her mouth and lips. Is this it? He shook his head, and he saw her watch in admiration as his PP started to already stand again. How much stamina, she muttered, her eyes transfixed on the apparently already recovered member. Quirk. He replied, I can go for a long time. Her eyes widened as he pushed himself back until he reached her PP. You will. He leaned forward to kiss her, their tongues meeting and intertwining. If you want, I can make you try what it will be like. He whispered. Do it. Please, please, please do it, 𝐒𝐫𝐿, please, she said in an almost desperate tone. Her absolute longing, her pure lust awoke something inside 𝐒𝐫𝐿, making his PP go back to full mast in a moment. He lined up with 𝐶𝐬's entrance. Are you ready? He asked. He got a nod, and that was all he needed to push forward, gently but firmly. Her vagina opened as his PP submerged itself, her wet walls clinging on him as she let out a loud cry. Once he was in by half, he looked at her. Are you ready? He asked again. She nodded weakly, her face flushed and her mouth half opened in a breathing smile. He started to pump, and her face turned, aloud leaving her lips as she leaned her head over the edge of the couch, arching her entire body in extreme pleasure. 𝐒𝐫𝐿 kept going, slow and steady, letting her get used to his size. Oh. Ooh. 𝐒𝐫𝐿. 𝐒𝐿, she ammed, give me your child, 𝐒𝐫𝐿. I'll make you a mom. I'll make you a mom. I'll make you a mom. 𝐒𝐫𝐿, lost in the pleasure, shouted without even thinking, only leaning forward to share another kiss with the woman. Yes. 𝐶𝐬 replied, her walls clamping around him. Yes. A child. Make me a mom. Do it, 𝐒𝐫𝐿. 𝐒𝐫𝐿 kept pumping, feeling lust, pleasure, love and longing mix inside his head, a fog that reduced him to the most animalistic instincts. Become a mom. Get 𝐵𝐺NT 𝐶𝐬. Get 𝐵𝐺NT. Be a mom. Give me a litter of kids. Yes. Yes. 𝐒𝐫𝐿. 𝐒𝐫𝐿. 𝐶𝐬's leg closed around his waist, trapping him there, and he didn't mind, sweat trickling down his face and body as he kept pumping over and over, each move more focused than the last, pushed forward by 𝐶𝐬's begging and his own words in a never-ending cycl of pleasure. She felt so good, each part of her, from her vagina milking him to the legs clamping on his side, were wet and slick and felt so good. His hands grabbed her biasis, toying with the nipples and making her arch back as she came again, walls clamping even more. A mom, 𝐶𝐬. You are going to be a mom. 𝐒𝐫𝐿. 𝐒𝐫𝐿, do it. 𝐒𝐫𝐿. She bent back, her short red hair falling messily behind her, some sticking to the face, 𝐒𝐫𝐿 taking in every detail of her expression, of her body, of her beauty. The sweat over her face, the shining brown eyes, the red hair and their luster, her trembling smile of pleasure. And then 𝐒𝐫𝐿 knew it was coming and one of his arms rushed to her head. Mandalay gasped in surprise as he pulled her up while hilting himself inside her, the orgasm rushing out and filling her. The Mandalay let out was a scream only covered by 𝐒𝐫𝐿's mouth pushing against hers. When he let go, a dumb smile spread on her face as she fell back, giggling ecstatically. 𝐒𝐫𝐿 could do nothing but agree, slumping above her, his pee-pee sliding out of her wet pee-pee, leaving behind some cum to drip on the couch, the rest deep in her WMB or trickling down her VD. They breathed, kisses and caresses exchanged between each other, as their breathing calmed down. Once they were finally calm, laying on top of each other, 𝐭𝐲 suddenly snorted. "What is it?" Izuku asked. "I just realized we did this on my couch. I have a bed in the other room, would have been more spacious, especially now." She said, "You are a bit heavy." He smiled, and then moved, first sliding against the back of the couch and grabbing her, then rotating them, letting her land with a yelp on top of him, just a slight use of one for all needed to make sure he could lift her without much of a problem. "Show off," she muttered, but then gave him a kiss, "But thanks." "It's a pleasure," Izuku replied, kissing her back, "But, about earlier, I'm going to take the pill, Izuku." She replied, tapping his nose playfully, "I'm not going to trap you into this, and I'd like to see more proof that this is gonna be permanent than just a nice dinner and an admittedly fantastic sex session." However, she passed a hand over her slit, picking up some of the leaking sperm, and shuddering in pleasure at the sight. "Once we are settled, you better believe that you are going to make me a mother." She chuckled, "I have to give you a litter of kids, I believe you said." Izuku blushed furiously. "I say weird things during secretary. Most people do. Don't worry." She kissed his cheek. "Come on, Ragdoll told me you have a ritual after the first sex session." Yui's phone buzzed. She raised an eyebrow and tried to push herself toward it. She had to push aside Moko's butt and slide her arm out from under Momo's chest, but she managed to reach it. She leaned back, her head landing comfortably on Setsuna's butt cheeks like they were a pillow, and she opened it. "Is it Izuku?" Setsuna asked, her head currently between Tomoko's legs and busy lapping at the pussycat's pee-pee. Those two were the only ones still going, everyone else having tapped out. Yui gave a thumbs up. "Shishumi?" Tomoko asked, and Yu nodded, turning around to show the picture of a naked Mandalay, her face covered in cum, making a peace sign and liking her lips seductively. That picture and Setsuna's continued liking pushed Tomoko over the edge, the emerald-haired woman coming over Setsuna's face and then slumping back, a satisfied smile on her face. Setsuna chuckled as she watched Ragdoll fell over Momo's legs, before closing in on Yui. Yui had already sent back the picture of a piece of cream pie and a question mark. Izuku sent a blushing emoji, and then, "Yes." Yui smirked, before gesturing for Setsuna to take the phone and send a picture herself. Setsuna obeyed, letting her hand and head float above the bed to get a bird's-eye view of the naked girls. As it came back down, another message arrived from Izuku. "In 2 days we are going out all together." He simply wrote. Yui froze and glanced at Setsuna, who had a similar expression on her face. Going out all together. So far, Izuku had never tried to go with all his girlfriends together somewhere, keeping it at 2 tops per session, because dates tended to often turn into secretary. This would mean 5 girls. Yui, Set, Momo, Moko and Mandalay. Would Ragdoll, Barrows and Kinoko also join? No, that would be jumping the gun a bit, and they weren't his girlfriends, though Yui was fairly sure they were all considering a change there. Setsuna replied first. "Are you sure, Greenie?" She asked, "You have never done 5 at once." The response from Izuku was simple and surprisingly direct, making Yui's heart flutter. "I know, but it's time we start. I'm going to have a good time with all of you." Yui sent back a heart emoji. Oh yes, she looked forward to this.